Chapter 9:16. Li Xianxia, how long will it take for the medicine to take effect? Lier asked Li Zishuan with his hands behind his back after ordering all the servants to leave the room. Li Zishuan replied, Your Majesty, according to my estimation, the effect should be seen in the afternoon. By then, the frequency of Qing K's defecation will obviously decrease. If we keep taking the medicine in the morning and in the evening, she will definitely recover within 5 days. Are you that confident? Your Majesty, I am confident. If he had only deduced the prescription based on his own understanding of the herbs at the beginning, he might not have been 100% confident. However, now that he saw Li Tai and the rest gradually recover after being fumigated by the toilet, he was even more convinced of the old village doctor's prescription. Li Er nodded imperceptibly and said, This time, the blue sparrow was suddenly attacked by cholera and almost lost her life. Thanks to your help, the Empress and I are very grateful. Whatever reward you want, just say it. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up but then dimmed. He sighed and said, Your Majesty, I heard that Qing Ke and Chou Niu suffered from cholera because they drank the water from the Ba River. Is that true? Li Zishuan actually did not want the reward that was delivered to his mouth. Lier could not help being greatly surprised. Hearing Li Zishuan suddenly ask about this, he suppressed the doubts in his heart and said with a nod, Indeed so. I have already sent people to check on the recent meals in Qing Ke Mansion. There is nothing unusual. Also, I just received news that there are a few hundred more people suffering from cholera outside Chang'an City. Li Zishuan's heart sank and said, Therefore, I think that now is not the time to discuss the reward. The river is invisible, and the pollution of the water source is the most difficult to control. When the time comes, the number of people suffering from cholera will definitely be more than this. The priority now is for the local government to step in and remind the people to pay attention to the hygiene of their drinking water to prevent more people from contracting cholera. Although he did not have the heart of a bodhisattva, he did not want to see too many people suffer. Since ancient times, cholera was an acute infectious disease that was always more important to prevent than to treat. If there was not a set of perfect preventive measures, when a number of cholera patients reached a certain level, it would be impossible to control the disease. Lier heard this and could not help but look at Li Zishuan in a new light. He secretly thought that this fellow was usually slippery and cunning, but when it came to critical moments, he was able to distinguish the severity. Not bad. I am very pleased that you can think of this. However, I have already ordered the governor to work together with the county magistrates of every county near Chang'an City to inform the people not to drink the water from the Ba River. When your prescription is effective, I will let the Imperial Medical Department to prepare a batch of herbs and medicine ingredients and give it to the sick people free. Lier looked at Li Zishuan with a gratified expression. Unexpectedly, Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this solution does not solve the root of the problem. Although there are 8 rivers around Chang'an, namely Wei, Jing, Feng, Zhao, Bai, and Ba, and there are 5 canals in the city, namely the Longzhou Canal, Qingming Canal, Yuan Canal, Huang Canal, and Chao Canal, it can be said that the water source is abundant. Even without the Ba River, it can still satisfy the water needs of the people in and outside Chang'an City. However, Your Majesty, do not forget that these 8 rivers and the 5 canals are interconnected. As time passes, the water from the other rivers will also cause cholera. If Your Majesty wants to prohibit the people from drinking the river water, just the Ba River alone is far from enough. The Chang'an of this era was not the same as the modern Xin. The surrounding areas were rich in water resources. Otherwise, it would not be enough to support this super city with a population of 2 million people. However, there was no running water in this era. The people's drinking water mainly came from the river. Therefore, Li Zishuan felt that Li Er's method was not reliable. The reason why the modern Xian had a shortage of water resources and frequent droughts was mainly because of the Sui and Tang dynasties. The population of the Guangzhou area increased greatly. The Lus Plateau was overdeveloped, and the rapid disappearance of forests. Of course, the most important reason was the war at the end of the Tang dynasty. After listening to Li Zixuan's words, Lier could not help but frown deeply. After thinking for a while, he glanced at Li Zixuan and said, "Looking at your confident appearance, you must have a plan in mind, right? Quickly say it. Don't keep me in suspense." Li Zixuan secretly rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, "Am I keeping you in suspense? This is called devising a strategy. Your Majesty, according to what I know, the reason why the murky river's water causes cholera is because there are microscopic life forms in the river that cause cholera. These life forms are very small and cannot be seen with the naked eye. When they enter the human body, they are usually killed by the acid secreted by the human stomach. However, there will always be a portion that survives. The portion that survives will invade the human intestines and multiply in an extremely short period of time, producing highly concentrated toxins that are very lethal. The specific symptoms are like Xianxia's continuous vomiting and diarrhea yesterday." Li Zixuan began to instill modern medical theories into Li Er and Li Tai. Li Er could not help but be shocked. Li Tai could not help but tremble a few times. When he thought of the countless tiny creatures giving birth in his intestines, he felt terrified. Li Zixuan continued, "The lives of the people cannot be separated from water. Therefore, Your Majesty's method of prohibiting the people from drinking the river water is not a long-term solution. I feel that rather than this, it is better to encourage the people to boil the water before drinking. This will greatly reduce the possibility of them contracting cholera. Ancient people usually drank cold water. Only when the weather was cold would they boil the water to drink." Li Er asked doubtfully, "If the water is boiled, will it kill the tiny creatures in the water?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Of course. In fact, it is not only these tiny creatures. Other things that can cause illness can also be killed by boiling the water." Li Er nodded lightly, but in his heart, he was thinking to himself that he should instruct the people to boil all the water in the palace in the future. Just now, when Li Zixuan said that the tiny creatures were multiplying in Li Tai's stomach, he was disgusted. He, Li Er, was the emperor. He would not allow these little things to offend his imperial prestige. "As you said, I will instruct the people in a while. Remember to write what you just said in Datong Daily later. It is best to let more people know the pros and cons." Today, Datong Daily had become a force of public opinion that could not be ignored. Many times, the imperial court's decrees had to be publicized through the newspaper. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and promised. Even if Old Li did not say so, he would have done so. "That, Yamacho, where did the tiny creatures in the river that cause cholera that you mentioned earlier come from?" At this time, Li Tai, who was half leaning on the bed, asked weakly. Li Zixuan turned his head and looked at the child sympathetically. He said, "According to my guess, it is very likely that the water in Ba River was contaminated by the feces of the patients who had cholera before. That is why there were these tiny creatures. After that, it happened that you guys..." Chapter 9:17. Sigh. This child, it's rare for him to be muddle-headed. Isn't it better to be muddle-headed sometimes? Li Zixuan rode Whitey on the streets of Chang. In his mind, he was still recalling Li Tai's "I ate shit" expression. Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. This child really didn't know how to pretend to be muddle-headed at critical moments. He insisted on getting to the bottom of the matter, and in the end, he got to the bottom of the matter. What he said just now wasn't a tease Li Tai. The most common cause of cholera infection was from drinking water contaminated with feces. This wasn't something Li Zixuan made up. "Doctor, please save my son. I'm willing to be your slave for the rest of my life to repay you. I beg you. I'll kowtow to you. My Xiaoan is only 4 years old. I beg you." Just as Li Zixuan was swaying and letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly heard a woman crying and begging on the street. Li Zixuan instantly came back to his senses, and then he urged his horse to go in the direction of the sound. "Sigh, you hurry up and get up. I've already told you that your son's illness can't be cured by anyone. You should prepare for his funeral as soon as possible." This was a medical clinic. Li Zixuan looked up and saw that it was called the Hanging Pot Hall. Li Zixuan had heard of it before. It was an extremely famous clinic in Chang'an City. The doctor in charge was the imperial physician of the previous dynasty, and his medical skills were quite good. This woman probably went to many clinics and was rejected, so she came to the hanging pot hall. Facing this last life-saving straw, it was very difficult for her to let go. "No, doctor, my son is only 4 years old. Please do a good deed and save him. My husband and I will be your slave for the rest of our lives. I beg you." The woman was dressed in sackcloth, and her hair was messy. In front of her lay a child with a strong head. The other man knelt on the ground with her and kowtowed to the old man in front of the clinic, saying, "Master, please forgive me. Dr. Lin, your medical skills are so high. I'm sure you have a way to save my son. Although I don't have much money, I still have 20 mu of Xianxia farmland. I can give it all to you, as long as you can save my Shaoan." This was truly a huge loss. In this era, to the farmers, the land was their life. It was hard to imagine how the family would live without the land. Even if the child was cured, what could they do? Did that man not understand this? Of course, he understood, but at this time, he couldn't care less. "How many times have I told you? Your son is suffering from cholera. Do you know about cholera? This disease can't be cured." The old man was annoyed by the couple's entanglement. He said angrily, then turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves. Only then did the crowd realize that the child on the ground was suffering from cholera. One by one, they retreated far away in fear. Seeing the old doctor turn around and leave, the woman cried in despair, "Oh, my Porin, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you play by the river. I'm the one who should die. I say, you two should carry the child back and prepare for his funeral. This old man encountered cholera several decades ago, and no one could cure it. You two are still young. Have another child in the future." At this time, an old man couldn't bear it and came up to comfort the woman. His words made the woman cry even more sadly. The man was at a loss. He didn't know whether to comfort her or not. Seeing this scene, Xianxia, who was not far away, sighed softly. No matter which era it was, as long as one person in an ordinary family fell ill, it could directly bring down the entire family. Xianxia was hesitant. If he saved the child, it was very likely that hundreds and thousands of cholera patients would come to him for treatment. However, the effectiveness of his prescription was still in the testing stage. If he gave it to so many people rashly and an accident happened, it would be a great sin. Generally speaking, a person's life wouldn't be in immediate danger after contracting cholera. Most people could hold on for 3 to 5 days. By that time, the results of Xianxia's prescription would be out. However, the child on the ground was only 4 years old. Looking at his complexion, if he wasn't treated in time, he wouldn't even last for 2 days. Save him. Even if there's trouble, I, Xianxia, will take care of it. Xianxia gritted his teeth and was about to dismount from his horse to talk to them. In the end, he was still soft-hearted. However, 2 more couples came. Xianxia recognized them. They were old Nio and his wife from the Han family village and maid Jun and his wife from the Plum village. "Where's Miracle Dr. Lin? Miracle Dr. Lin, please save my child. Miracle Dr. Lin, please save my child." Old Nio and his wife were pulling the bullock cart. Brothers de Nio and Heir Nio were lying on the bullock cart. As for maid Jun's wife, Han Xiaoyan, she was carrying a 1-year-old child. Her face was covered in tears, and she looked very anxious. Xianxia's heart sank. Only then did he realize how troublesome the situation was. Sigh. 2 more families came to seek treatment. This is the 10th family today. How many people have contracted cholera? Who knows? What a sin. Look at the child. He's only a little over a year old. How are his parents taking care of him? That's right. However, it's useless to beg now. Miracle Dr. Lin may be skilled in medicine, but he can't cure cholera. Sigh. It's a pity that this child is still so young. The onlookers pointed at the Nio couple and Mei Jun from afar and whispered. Of course, most of them sympathized with them. "Hey, look, the hanging pot hall closed early." At this moment, someone exclaimed. The hanging pot hall had closed early in the morning. That was rare. Looks like the hanging pot hall is afraid of being harassed by cholera patients. Sigh. Even the hanging pot hall is closed. Are these cholera patients just going to wait for death? Let's go back. Don't get infected. The onlookers watched for a while and dispersed. Li Zixuan picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Mei Jun. Ouch! Who threw that at me? Mei Jun covered his head and turned around. He was shocked. Marquis? Boo-hoo. Mei Jun, what are you looking around for? What are you doing looking around for? Han Xiaoyan said angrily as she wiped her tears and pinched Mei Jun's waist. Hey, Xiaoyan, let go. Marquis is looking for me. Take care of our Huan heir. I'll be back soon. Mei Jun pulled Han Xiaoyan's hand away and whispered to her. Then he walked towards Li Zixuan. Marquis, Mei Jun said in a low voice as he came to Li Zixuan. Bring your Huan heir and Uncle Niu to Yinshan to find me. If possible, bring that couple too. I might be able to save your child's life. But don't tell anyone about it, Li Zixuan said in a low voice. Then he ignored Mei Jun's confused, shocked, and ecstatic expression and left. Chapter 9:18. Marquis, please save my Huan. When it was close to noon, Mei Jun, old Niu and his wife, as well as the first couple who knelt on the ground, arrived at the Yinshan residence. Han Xiaoyan was carrying a baby boy. When she saw Li Zixuan, she immediately knelt and kowtowed. Li Zixuan quickly stopped her and said, Enough. If you want to see a doctor, just do it. Why are you kneeling? Come in. He hated it when others knelt before him. So, with Marquis Yong'an, when the couple saw Li Zixuan, they finally understood who Mei Jun had told them could save their child. Earlier, when they were rejected by godly Dr. Lin in front of the hanging pot hall, just as they were feeling hopeless, Mei Jun and his wife suddenly told them that there was someone who could cure cholera. At first, the couple thought that Mei Jun and his wife were swindlers. However, when they saw the dying child in Han Xiaoyan's arms, they decided to come and take a look. What if Mei Jun was telling the truth? Who would have thought that they would actually see Li Zixuan? They were originally from a village near Chang and City. Not only had they heard of Li Zixuan's deeds, they had even seen him in person. When they thought of Li Zixuan's reputation as the son of an immortal, their hearts were filled with hope and surprise. They hurriedly came forward to bow. Li Zixuan, who was afraid of being knelt, quickly waved his hand and said, All right. I don't like these formalities. Quickly bring the child in. With that, he turned around and entered the main hall. Inside the house, Old Man Li and Madame Li were nowhere to be found. Lana was also missing. As Li Zixuan had arrived at Yinshan before Mei Jun and the rest on horseback, Han Yushi knew why they were here. At this moment, she kindly poured a few cups of water for them. Mei Jun and the rest were too embarrassed to accept it. They all said that they didn't need it. Li Zixuan said, Just accept it. You all must be tired from running around with the child this early in the morning. Sit down and have a cup of water. Only then did everyone accept it. After running all morning, they were indeed thirsty. Li Zixuan took advantage of this time to check the physical condition of the 4 children one by one. Gradually, he frowned. Denyo and Ernyo were still fine. These 2 naughty children were as strong as 2 oxen. Although they had cholera, it had only been less than a day since the onset of the disease. At most, they would collapse from diarrhea. As long as they took 2 doses of medicine, they would definitely be cured. However, the other 2 children were troublesome. Due to his young age, the child named Xiao and had fainted after a night of diarrhea. Not only that, the child was now running a low fever. This was really troublesome. In this era, there wasn't any special medicine that could reduce fever. If he wanted to use Chinese medicine to reduce fever, he had to think of a good prescription. As for Mei Jun's infant child, how could he possibly withstand the torment of a disease as violent as cholera? At this moment, he could only be described as on the verge of death. His breathing was extremely weak, and if not for Li Zixuan's profound inner qi and extremely sharp perception, he would have thought that the child was already dead. Looking at the anxious expression in the couple's eyes, Li Zixuan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. In a few more years, perhaps he would also be a father, right? At that time, if his child also contracted a serious illness that he couldn't treat, he and Han Yushi would probably be as anxious as the Mei Jun couple now, right? Shaking his head, Li Zishuan took 2 steps back. When he shook his head, Han Xiaoyan thought that her child couldn't be saved. She immediately cried out and kept calling Huaner, Huaner. As for Mei Jun, the young man's eyes were also sparkling. He looked like he was about to cry, but was holding back his tears. Xiaodong sister, why are you crying? This marquis didn't say that your family's Huaner couldn't be saved. Only then did Li Zishuan realize that Han Xiaoyan had misunderstood him. So he spoke up. He shook his head just now because he felt that it was troublesome. After all, he had lived 2 lives and today was his first day as a doctor. But it wasn't that there was no way. There was so much information stored in his mind. If he thought about it carefully, he could still think of a way. What? Marquis, you're saying that my family's can be saved? That's great. That's great. Marquis, if you can save my family's both of us are willing to be your slave for the rest of our lives. When Han Xiaoyan heard this, she immediately raised her head and said with a face full of surprise. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, this marquis doesn't need you to be my slaves. Just live a good life in the future. If your family's wants to be cured, it's a little troublesome. I'll tell you later. Uncle Nyo, Annie Nyo, your family's Nyo, and Aaron Nyo's conditions are relatively mild. I have 3 prescriptions here. Logically speaking, it should be able to cure your 2 children, but I haven't had the time to test it yet. If you're willing to give it a try, I'll get Pang Feiji to get the medicine for you. If you're worried about the risks, I won't force you. After 2 days, when I've tested the effectiveness of this prescription, it won't be too late for you to come and get the medicine. The main problem now was that Li Zishuan's 3 prescriptions had not been tested in clinical trials. Although there were no problems with the prescriptions from a pharmacological and pathological point of view, whether they would be effective or not still needed to be tested. To a certain extent, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the others had become test subjects this time. However, this was all tacitly approved by Li Er, Zhang Sun, and Cheng Yaojin. After all, these people were experienced and knowledgeable. They knew that there were very few people in the world who could cure cholera. It was already very rare for Li Zishuan to have 70 to 80% confidence in curing cholera. The reason why Li Zishuan's 3 prescriptions had not been promoted was that they were waiting for Li Tai's test results. This was also one of the reasons why he had specially instructed Mei Jun not to spread the news. Marquis, even if I don't trust anyone, how can I not trust you? We're willing to try this prescription. Even if we can't cure it, we won't blame you. Now, in the entire Chang'an city, only you are willing to cure our families Nyo and Air Nyo. The moment Li Zishuan finished speaking, Old Nyo answered without hesitation. Old Nyo's wife, Feng Chunmei, wanted to say something. However, after hearing Old Nyo's words, she immediately shut her mouth. This was because she knew that Old Nyo was right. Cholera was not only an illness that no one could cure, but also no one was willing to get involved. It was just like what happened in the hanging pot hall this morning. That's good. You guys carried Nyo and Air Nyo back first. I'll get someone to send the herbs over to you later. Li Zishuan nodded. Old Nyo subconsciously said, Marquis, how can we let you spend money on this? I'll go get the herbs myself later. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Uncle Nyo, there's no need to say anything more. You should quickly send Nyo and Air Nyo back to rest, so that I can treat the other 2 children. Old Nyo also knew that Li Zishuan did not care about this small amount of money at all. Hearing this, he could only bring his wife and 2 children out. As for Li Zishuan's kindness, Old Nyo made up his mind to find a way to repay it in the future. Chapter 919. Which village are you from? After the Nyo family left, Li Zishuan didn't rush Pang Feiji to Chang and City to get the medicine because there were still 2 more patients. It wouldn't be too late to get them together. At this moment, he looked at the couple from the outer village and asked, Marquis, we are the villagers of Liujia village. My name is Lu Dazhuang, and this is my wife, Mei Xianglan. Marquis, Liujia village is now your fief. Lu Dazhuang couldn't help but remind Li Zishuan when he saw that he was still calm after the introduction. Oh, Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. Since he was made a marquis, his fief had expanded a lot. However, He had been busy with the academy and hadn't had the time to check it out. He had asked butler Wang Zhong to do the handover. Therefore, when the burly man mentioned Liujia village, he didn't react immediately. Lu Dazhuang, your child has not only contracted cholera, but also a cold. If you want to treat cholera, you have to bring down his fever first. I can give you a prescription to bring down your child's fever quickly. As for cholera, you heard it just now. It's up to you whether you want your child to continue receiving treatment or not. In just a short while, Li Zishuan had already selected an excellent prescription to reduce fever in his mind. In ancient times, due to the lack of medical technology, it was common to die from minor illnesses like colds and fevers. However, this didn't mean that traditional Chinese medicine couldn't cure colds and fevers. On the contrary, traditional Chinese medicine had many ways to deal with colds and fevers. Generally speaking, they could be divided into 3 categories. First, the method of removing the firewood from under the cauldron was equivalent to the method of ventilating the internal organs and releasing heat in Chinese medicine. That was to use medicine that was bitter and cold to clear bowels to reduce fever. However, this child was still suffering from cholera. He was already vomiting and having diarrhea. If he were to use this method to clear bowels, wouldn't it be adding insult to injury? Second, the method of treating heat with cold was also one of the most commonly used methods of reducing fever in traditional Chinese medicine. That was to use medicine that was cold, sweet, or bitter to reduce fever. However, cold medicine could easily damage the spleen and stomach, so it was not suitable for this child's situation. In the end, after much consideration, Li Zishuan chose the third method, which was the method of stopping the boiling. It was equivalent to the method of dispersing fever in traditional Chinese medicine, which was to use Xianxia to achieve the goal of reducing fever. The main principle was to reduce the fever through sweating. It just so happened that cholera was a type of cold disease, and sweating could also be used as an auxiliary treatment for cholera. However, sweating profusely was also quite taxing on the human body. This child was still young, so he would definitely not be able to withstand the excessive use of medicine. Therefore, when writing the prescription, it was a test of Li Zishuan's calculation ability. Lu Dazhuang and his wife had just experienced the experience of being rejected by many medical centers in the morning. Old Cow's choice just now gave them a certain amount of confidence. At this moment, they did not hesitate and bowed to Li Zishuan. We believe in Marquis. We beg Marquis to treat our Shaoan. Even if he is not cured, we will only be grateful to Marquis. We will definitely not have any complaints. Okay, since that's the case, you two can wait here for a while. I will get someone to get the medicine for your child in a while. I will also tell you how to decoct this medicine. Since they trusted him so much, Li Zishuan would do this good deed to the end. He was definitely going to save this child. Lu Dazhuang and his wife bowed to Li Zishuan sincerely. Thank you, Marquis. Marquis's great kindness. Dazhuang will remember it for the rest of his life. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said that there was no need to be so courteous. Then, he turned around and looked at the child in Han Xiaoyan's arms. Give the child to me. Let me take a closer look. Li Zishuan looked at Han Xiaoyan and said. Han Xiaoyan naturally agreed. She carefully handed the child to Li Zishuan. Although Li Zishuan had died tragically before he could become a father in his previous life, this did not mean that he did not know how to carry a child. In his previous life, his sister's child had been carried by him many times. He skillfully carried the child over. At the same time, he kept the child's spine and elbows at the same level. This was beneficial for protecting the child's fragile spine. What a fragile little life. Li Zishuan used his hand to press against the child's tender feet. A trace of pure Taoist Jinshi began to enter the child's body. It was said that newborn children were the purest, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they had an innate body. However, Li Zishuan used his Jinshi to examine the child's abdomen and found that there were a lot of impurities. This must be the cause of cholera. Li Zishuan was in a dilemma. He could try to use his Jinshi to open up this part of the blockage and alleviate the child's condition. However, the child was only a few months old. It could be said that the child's meridians were as fragile as thin paper. Li Zishuan had to be very careful when using his Xianxia to examine the child's body. How could he dare to use his Xianxia to help the child unblock his meridians? However, the child's breathing was so weak that it would be difficult to wake him up with just the power of the medicinal stone. Unless Sun Simiao came personally, there would be a chance. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan could not help but frown deeply. The situation was far more difficult than he had imagined. Mei Jun and Han Xiaoyan saw the expression on Li Zixuan's face. Their hearts sank, but they did not say anything to disturb him. Just as Li Zixuan was about to give up, something strange happened. Li Zixuan suddenly felt a trace of very active and full of vitality in his body. It directly flowed to his arm, and then tried to enter the child's body through his palm. Li Zixuan was shocked. He subconsciously thought that the Xianxia in his body was out of control. He hurriedly used the Taishan Sutra to suppress the trace of Xianxia. However, as the saying goes, weak water is shapeless, and this trace of Xianxia also seemed to be shapeless. Li Zixuan tried everything, but he still could not stop it. Then, the trace of Xianxia directly entered the child's body. Li Zixuan's expression changed, thinking that he had accidentally harmed the child. However, the tragedy he had expected did not happen. He saw the child's pale face blush at a speed visible to the naked eye, making him look exceptionally adorable. Wah, wah, wah. What shocked everyone was that the child had woken up at this moment and was crying loudly. Li Zixuan was a little confused, but Mei Jun and his wife were very surprised. They wanted to go forward and hug their child, but they were afraid to disturb Li Zixuan's meditation. They were in a dilemma. Spiritual qi. That was spiritual qi, not Xianxia. There is a spirit in heaven and earth. Things with spirituality are really attracted to each other. In this way, the child's future is destined to be extraordinary. Li Zixuan thought for a while and seemed to have grasped the truth of the matter. His heart could not help but set off a storm. Chapter 9:20. Husband, the child is crying. Did you hurt him? Han Yushi came up and looked at the little guy who was crying in Li Zixuan's arms. Her heart immediately melted, and her face actually lit up with a motherly glow. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and felt speechless. He was saving the child's life? Okay. Why did his wife say that he was a weird uncle who bullied children? Seeing Mei Jun and his wife looking at the child in his arms with longing, Li Zixuan coaxed the child in his arms and said to Mei Jun and his wife, "The child's body is very weak now. I just used my sex internal true qi to help him recuperate. If you want to cure the cholera in his body, I'm afraid it will be more troublesome than in Yo and Ernyo." Han Xiaoyan had just seen her child wake up. She was full of joy, but when she heard the second half of Li Zixuan's words, the tears in her eyes couldn't stop falling. "Marquis, please say my honor. Jun and I will remember your great kindness for the rest of our lives. I beg you." With that, she was about to kneel down. Han Yushi hurriedly pulled her and comforted her. "Sister Xiaoyan, don't be like this. Since husband can wake Huan up, he must have a way to cure your Huan." Han Xiaoyan and Han Yushi used to be sisters from the same village. They had a very good relationship. In Han Yushi's impression, Han Xiaoyan had always been an extremely strong woman. Now that she knelt down to Li Zixuan, it showed that she cared about the child very much. This kind of motherly love touched Han Yushi very much. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "Sister Xiaodong, you don't have to be like this. I didn't say that I won't save the child. How about this? The two of you stay here first. I'll help the child recuperate for 2 days. At the same time, I'll prescribe some mild medicine to relieve his illness. What do the two of you think?" Hearing that Li Zixuan was willing to help with all his strength, Han Xiaoyan immediately stopped crying. However, she hesitated and said, This isn't very good? Marquis, we are already very grateful that you are willing to save our family's Huan. How can we disturb you here?" Mei Jun echoed, That's right. That's not good. Why don't we send Huana here every morning and pick him up at night? This way, Han Yushi advised, "Sister Xiaoyan, why don't you stay? We've been good sisters for so many years, so why are you being so polite? It just so happens that we haven't caught up in a long time. I'll sleep with you tonight." Let's have a good chat. When Li Zixuan heard this, his face darkened and he almost vomited blood. In the end, Han Xiaoyan agreed to stay at the Cloud Mountain residence. However, Mei Jun was chased away by her. The reason was that the clothes at home still needed to be collected, and her parents-in-law still needed someone to take care of them. At night, Li Zixuan groomed Huan Er's body twice before tragically returning to the guest room to sleep. Alas, it's hard to be a good person in this world. It was even harder to be a good man. Wow, Yushi, this bed in your house is so comfortable. You're so happy now. In the bedroom, after Li Zixuan left, Han Xiaoyan gradually let go. This woman lay on the big bed with a latex mattress and springs without any care for her image. Then, she sighed with emotion to Han Yushi. Actually, she wanted to say these words when she entered the residence in the morning. However, at that time, she was worried about her son's condition. How could she have the mood to care about the magnificence of the Li family's residence? Now that she saw that her son's complexion was getting better and he could cry and make a fuss again, she had the mood to gossip with her good sister. No way. Sister Xiaoyan, aren't you doing well too? Mei Jun is willing to endure hardships and is good to you. He's also honest. You guys are very happy too. Han Yushi was coaxing Huan Er to sleep. The child had just finished pooping. After some tossing and turning, the two of them could go back to their room to rest. These chores should have been done by the servants. However, there weren't many servants in the residence. Secondly, Han Yushi liked this child very much. Naturally, she did it herself. At this moment, after hearing Han Xiaoyan's words, she smiled slightly. Speaking of Han Xiaoyan and Mei Jun, this couple was also famous in the Han and Mei villages. The reason for their fame was naturally that Mei Jun was famous for being afraid of his wife. They were comparable to Feng Xianling and his wife. He's so dull. How can he be as good as you say he is? Han Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and curled her lips. However, although she said this, she couldn't hide the happy smile at the corner of her mouth. He, whether he is good or not, Sister Xiaoyan, you know clearly. You don't have to tell me. Han Yushi used her hand to gently touch the little fellow's tender face. Then, she turned her head and smiled to Han Xiaoyan. I don't know if you have accumulated some great merit in your previous life. In this life, you actually found a good husband like the Marquis of Yuan. Young, rich, powerful, and capable. I don't know how many ladies in Chong and City are jealous of you. Han Xiaoyan sat up from the bed and rolled her eyes at Han Yushi. A touch of warmth flashed in Han Yushi's eyes. However, she said embarrassedly, Actually, I don't know why my husband likes me. Han Xiaoyan hurriedly said, Okay. I don't want to hear about the love between you two. If I know too much, I will be silenced. At this moment, she suddenly said, half-jokingly, Yushi, since you like children so much, why don't you have one with the Marquis of Yuan? Speaking of which, you two have been married for a long time. Moreover, the Marquis of Yuan is young and strong. It doesn't seem like, if Li Zixuan, who was lying in the guest room, knew that someone was slandering him for not being good in that aspect, he would definitely vomit 2 mouthfuls of old blood. Sister Xiaoyan, what are you saying? Han Yushi was extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly freed up a hand and covered Han Xiaoyan's mouth. Han Xiaoyan chuckled and broke free from the devil's claws. After a moment, she said seriously, Yushi, don't blame your sister for talking too much. Women, you only have a few years when you are young. Moreover, the Marquis of Yuan is young, promising, and handsome. If you don't give the Li family a little Marquis as soon as possible, you won't have a good time in the future. Han Yushi's face was slightly pale. She said, but my husband said that it's not good for a woman's body to have a child too early. Tisuke, the Marquis of Yuan is really considerate of you. When Han Xiaoyan heard this, she clicked her tongue and sighed. Then, she revealed her gossipy nature and said, However, this kind of thing is destined by the heavens. How can he control it? If you two sleep together a few more times, who knows, you might have it one day. Yushi, don't tell me that you two haven't slept together yet, right? No, you've obviously slept together before. Fortunately, it's still all right, Han Yushi said in her heart. My husband really can control himself. Sigh. I don't know how he calculates sex through his menstruation. Although she thought so in her heart. How could Han Yushi have the nerve to tell Han Xiaoyan such a secret? She changed the topic and said, all right, Sister Xiaoyan, don't talk about this anymore. Tell me about the situation when you gave birth to a child. I heard that it was very painful, right? Giving birth. Of course it was painful. At that time, I was about to faint from the pain. However, when I saw Huan I felt that all the pain I suffered was worth it. Chapter 921. The epidemic in and around Chang and city was far more serious than Li Zishuan had expected. On the first day, Li Er had received reports that more than 800 people were infected with cholera. On the second day, the number had risen to more than 2,000. The sudden outbreak of the epidemic had more or less caused panic among the commoners. Previously, the government had sent people to warn the commoners not to drink water from the murky river. Therefore, the commoners understood that cholera was transmitted from the river. Therefore, no one dared to fetch water from the river. No one even walked by the river. Many fishermen were unwilling to go into the river. In order to prevent the spread of panic, a detailed explanation of the source, pathology, and mode of transmission of cholera appeared on the headlines of Datong Daily. The name under the headline was Li Zishuan, which greatly increased the credibility of the news. Now that the Tang Dynasty Dictionary had been implemented for almost half a year, there were more and more literate people. Basically, there were children in every family who could read the newspaper according to the dictionary. Therefore, the news in the Tang Dynasty Daily could be immediately known to ordinary people. When they saw the news that cholera was mainly transmitted through water and was not contagious through mutual contact, many people heaved a sigh of relief. When they saw that boiling water could eliminate the source of cholera, those who were drinking cold water hurriedly spat out the water in their mouths and shouted for their wives to quickly boil some hot water. Boiling water was not a big deal for the villagers. At most, they would need some firewood. However, there were plenty of firewood in the mountains. If they simply chopped some, it would be enough to last them for a few days. No one would take the risk of cholera just to save firewood. This was not a joke. However, what made the commoners most happy was that the imperial court had ordered the imperial physician department to research a cure for cholera. It was currently in the testing stage. They would only need to wait for a few more days to get results. The family members of the cholera victims who were in despair suddenly saw hope. The people's fear of cholera was greatly alleviated with this news. Early in the morning, Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, groomed Han Xiaoyan's son's body, and reminded Han Xiaoyan to remember to feed the little guy medicine on time. After that, he rode out. A day had passed. He had to go and see how Cheng Chumo, Li Tai, and the others were doing. He ran from house to house. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to return home before noon. At this time, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Old man's son has been traveling for so long. Why hasn't he reached Chang'an yet? Now, as a half-baked doctor, I have to do it personally. It's so stressful. Although Li Zishuan appeared to be a strategist in front of others, it was all an act. When he was free in the dark, no one knew how many times he had gone over the prescription in his mind. He also flipped through many medical books that he had collected from the Imperial Physician Department because he knew that it was a matter of life and death. The slightest carelessness could lead to a large-scale medical accident. At that time, he would really have done a bad thing with good intentions. Now that Li Zishuan's Taishan Sutra had reached the 8th level, his spiritual power was no longer what it used to be. Once his brain seriously thought about something, a day of thinking was equivalent to a month of thinking without sleep or rest. The more he thought about it, the more confident Li Zishuan was in the 3 prescriptions to treat cholera. But for this kind of thing, it was better to see it with your own eyes. The first stop was to go to the Sun family. Sun Fujia was in the morning court now. Before she left, she must have instructed the gatekeeper. Li Zishuan revealed his identity and was directly welcomed in. When Madame Sun saw Li Zishuan, she was naturally full of grateful words. When he finally saw Sun Zifan lying on the bed, Li Zishuan asked about the child's condition. Marquis Yong, and after my fan was sent back yesterday, I asked someone to give a medicine on time according to your instructions. This medicine of yours is really magical. Last night, only got up twice and pooped, and now his complexion is much better. I didn't expect Marquis Yong and to not only be good at learning martial arts and medicine at such a young age. It's a pity that I didn't give birth to a girl back then, otherwise. Sun Ziffin's mother was a little sociable and a little talkative. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop. In the beginning, she was clearly talking about Sun Ziffin's condition, but in the end, she actually talked about becoming in-laws with Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was a little impressed by this woman's imagination. He quickly interrupted. Ahem, Auntie, let's talk about Ziffin's condition. I'll take his pulse again. Madame Sun came to her senses and quickly said, Oh, right. Marquis Yeoman, you should take his pulse personally. Only then will you be at ease. Li Zishuan nodded, then picked up Sun Ziffin's wrist and began to pretend to take his pulse. Actually, how would he know how to do this? He was only using the pulse as a cover and taking the opportunity to use his true qi to explore Sun Ziffin's body. After a moment, under the eager eyes of Madame Sun and Sun Ziffin, Li Zishuan nodded and said, He's recovering well. After taking the medicine for another day, Ziffin should not have diarrhea anymore. He should be fully recovered within 3 days. Thank you, Yamacho. Sun Ziffin cupped his fists gratefully. Speaking of which, to have such a knowledgeable and talented Yamacho, who was also skilled in martial arts and medicine, was really his good fortune as a student. I've really troubled Marquis Yong in this time. When my master comes back, I'll definitely personally thank you. Madame Sun smiled warmly. Li Zishuan repeatedly said that there was no need and then ran out of the Sun residence. After that, he went to the Chung residence. Unexpectedly, after Ching Chumo took the medicine yesterday, he was completely recovered today. Li Zishuan used his true qi to repeatedly examine him several times. After confirming that there was no source of illness in this guy's body, he stopped. He could only attribute this to Chung Chumo's super recovery ability. Sometimes, a simple mind and strong body might not have no advantages. Sun Ziffin was still lying weakly in bed, but Chung Chumo could already jump out and play. This was a living example. After visiting Chung Chumo, Li Zishuan went to the Yuchi residence and Prince Wei's residence. The results were very satisfactory. Yuchi Baolin's recovery was only a little worse than Chung Chumo's, and Li Tai's situation was similar to Sun Ziffin's. The current situation of these 4 people was enough to prove that his prescription could treat cholera. The epidemic was like a fire, and Li Zishuan felt that now was the time to fully implement his treatment method. Thinking of this, he directly rode his horse towards the palace. At this moment, there was a rush of horse hooves behind him. Li Zishuan had always disliked riding horses in Chang'an City, so he was quickly caught up. He could only control Big White and stand by the side of the road. In the blink of an eye, a group of soldiers galloped by on horses. Li Zishuan inadvertently glanced and saw an acquaintance. He immediately shouted excitedly, F***CK, Daoist son, you're finally back. Chapter 922. At this moment, Sun Simiao was riding on a sturdy black horse. As the black horse galloped up and down, Sun Simiao's beard and hair swayed. If it weren't for the fact that he had practiced some Taoist Qigong for the convenience of practicing medicine, his entire body would have been shaken to the point of falling apart. The cavalry was as fast as the wind. It only took a moment for them to pass by Li Zishuan, so Sun Simiao didn't notice Li Zishuan on the side of the road. Besides, he was already dizzy from the bumps along the way. How could he have the time to pay attention to the pedestrians on the side of the road? Li Zishuan waved his hand and fanned away the smoke around his nose. Then he got on the horse and chased in the direction of Sun Simiao's group. In the imperial palace, it was already close to noon. Lier had just come out of the Suite du Hall and was about to go to the harem to have a meal with Empress Xianxia. At this time, a guard came to report that Dugu Xin wanted to see him. Li Er's heart moved, and he immediately summoned him. Then he turned back to the Suite du Hall. After a while, he saw Dugu Xin enter the hall with 2 soldiers. Behind them was a white-haired old man, Sun Simiao. Dr. Sun, Without waiting for Dugu Xian and the others to greet him, Li Er came down from above and greeted Sun Simiao. He said excitedly, "Dr. Sun, you are finally back. I was just trying my luck by sending the guards to the Taibai mountain area to look for you. I didn't expect to find you. It's great that you can come back to Chong and haha, I don't have to worry about the epidemic in Chong and now." Sun Simiao shook his head and then cupped his hands to Li Er. He said, "Your Majesty is too kind. This poor Taoist took my disciple to travel around the world and planned to return to Chong and soon. A few days ago, I happened to be picking herbs in the Taibai mountain. I didn't expect to meet your Majesty's Imperial Guards. This poor Taoist was shocked to hear that there was a cholera in Chong and City, so I rushed back without stopping. I hope this poor Taoist is not too late." Cough, cough. Actually, this old Taoist was still dizzy. Who knew how he'd come all this way? Sun Simiao had been traveling day and night without rest, and had even lost a few of his horses. Although he practiced energy arts, he had never trained his body and was only slightly stronger than the average person. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even as strong as the Imperial Guard around him. Therefore, the entire journey had been a huge test for Sun Simiao's body. At this moment, Dugu Xian finally had the chance to bow and say, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard were on a fast march last night. Yesterday afternoon, they found Priest Sun in the depths of Taibai Mountain. Then, they rushed back with Priest Sun in the middle of the night. During the journey, 20 of the best war horses were killed, and 10 of the war horses were severely damaged. They might not be able to return to the battlefield. Apart from the 5 soldiers who escorted Sun Daozhang's disciple, the remaining 27 of the 32 Imperial Guards have all returned." Li Er nodded in satisfaction. He didn't care about the war horses that had been damaged. To him, it was completely worth it to be able to exchange for Sun Simiao, this old immortal, to return to Chong and in time. The Imperial Guards have performed meritorious service by finding Dr. Sun in time. All 32 of them will be promoted by 1 rank. They will be given 2 days of rest before returning to the barracks to report on their work. Dugu Fang cupped his fists and said, "I thank your Majesty on behalf of my brothers. You may go and rest." After saying that, Li Er looked at Sun Simiao and said, "Dr. Sun has returned at the right time. Now that the number of cholera patients in Chong and is increasing rapidly, the Imperial Court is, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience." As Li Er was speaking, a chamberlain walked in and said carefully. Sun Simiao was puzzled. He remembered that when he left Chong, and this year, the title of Marquis of Yong and didn't exist. His puzzlement didn't last long. "Summon." Li Er's expression changed, and he quickly gave the order. A moment later, Li Zishuan walked in travel-worn. When Sun Simiao saw that the person who came was Li Zishuan, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. When he left Chong, and Li Zishuan was clearly just a county boy. How did he become Marquis in the blink of an eye? When did the Marquis of the Great Tang become so worthless? "Your subject greets your Majesty." "Rise." "Li Zishuan, you came at the right time. I was just discussing the epidemic in Chong, and with Priest Sun." After a round of greetings, Li Er smiled and said. Li Zishuan nodded, then cupped his fists at Sun Simiao and said, "Priest Sun, long time no see. I've been thinking about you day and night, and you're finally back. Now, I can finally heave a sigh of relief." Li Zishuan couldn't be more happy that Sun Simiao could return so early. After all, his half-baked medical skills couldn't compare to Sun Simiao's. Now that Sun Simiao was in charge of Chong and City, the pressure on Li Zishuan's shoulders would undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. Sun Simiao stroked his beard and smiled. "Little Xian, you've already been conferred the title of Marquis after not seeing you for a few months. Congratulations." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Fame and fortune are just fleeting clouds. Priest Sun, if you're interested in an official career, I believe His Majesty will not let a bright pearl be covered in dust." To be honest, it wasn't that Li Er didn't want to recruit Sun Simiao, but this old Taoist always liked to wander around and was unpredictable. Naturally, he wouldn't accept Li Er's invitation. Sun Simiao shook his head and said, "Haha, Let's not talk about this for now. Right now, the epidemic in Chong and city is like a raging fire. We should discuss how to quell the epidemic as soon as possible. Lier agreed and said, "Yes, Dr. Sun's words are very good. Li Zishuan, quickly tell us about your current progress." Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, I'm here today to tell Your Majesty a piece of good news. This morning, I went to the Sun, Cheng, Yuqi, and Prince Wei's residence. After my diagnosis, Cheng Chimo's cholera has been completely cured. Yuqi Baolan has basically recovered. As for Sun Zifan and Xianxia, due to their weaker physiques, their recovery is slower. However, they only need one more day of medicine to basically recover. This means that the 3 doses of medicine I prescribed can be used to treat cholera. The imperial court can immediately start distributing medicine to the people to treat cholera." Lier heard this and said in surprise, "Is this true? Xianxia and the rest are fine?" Li Zishuan nodded affirmatively. Sun Simiao, who was at the side, asked curiously, "Little Xian, can you tell me about the prescription?" To be honest, the ancient books have always lacked records on cholera treatment. I've also been researching cholera treatment methods all this time. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course. My medical skills are not good, so I can ask Priest Sun to help me. After all, it's a matter of life and death." Seeing this, Lier waved his hand, and a young eunuch went to fetch a brush and ink. Li Zishuan quickly wrote down the prescription he had written earlier. Sun Simiao took it and began to read it seriously. His mouth was still muttering in a low voice, as if he was mumbling something. He was trying to figure out Li Zishuan's prescription. Chapter 923. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. These 3 prescriptions advance layer by layer, attacking the source of the disease endlessly. First, it warms the meridians to stop the bleeding, replenishes the yang, strengthens the yang and stops diarrhea, dispels the cold and stops the pain. Finally, it warms the stomach and reduces the nausea. Especially the hearth soil, it's really wonderful. I didn't expect Xiaoshuan's medical skills to be so brilliant, to be able to think of such a wonderful prescription. It seems that even if I don't rush back to Chong, and the epidemic will be fine." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Sun Simiao exclaimed in surprise after reading Li Zishuan's prescription. Of course, Li Zishuan's prescription wasn't complete. Li Zishuan didn't mention the method of using toilet paper to smoke the patient. If he did, even the divine Dr. Sun Simiao would be stunned. Li Zishuan thought that this prescription was the crystallization of the wisdom of dozens of generations of Chinese doctors. Of course, it was awesome. However, he still had to be humble at this time. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, "Priest Sun, you flatter me. This prescription was summarized by my master. I don't dare to take credit for it. Do you think there's anything that needs to be changed?" Sun Simiao sighed and said, "Spiritual Master Ling Su is worthy of being an expert. I can't compare to you. Since this prescription has already cured cholera before, it naturally means that there's no problem with the prescription itself. Right now, we should prepare a large amount of medicine to pacify the epidemic as soon as possible. Fortunately, the herbs in this prescription are all common herbs. Even if we prepare a few thousand portions of medicine, it shouldn't be a difficult task for the imperial court." Lier agreed and said, "Yes, I'll order the Imperial Medical Department to prepare the medicine quickly. Tomorrow morning, we'll start distributing the medicine to the people in the city. Priest Sun, you've been running around and must be tired. Go back to the official residence and have a good rest. If the treatment of the epidemic doesn't go well, I'll need you to take charge of the situation." It wasn't that he didn't believe in Li Zishuan, but he always felt that Li Zishuan didn't seem to be confident in his medical skills. With Sun Simiao, an experienced doctor, by his side, there was no doubt that it would be safer. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave." Sun Simiao did not force him. He had been traveling day and night, so he was indeed tired. Li Zishuan had achieved his goal in coming to the imperial palace, so he took his leave. The 2 of them left the palace together. On the way, Li Zishuan told Sun Simiao in detail about the source of the cholera in Chong and the infection situation. After listening to him, Sun Simiao said in surprise. Little Xian, your explanation of the cause of cholera is rather novel. According to the ancient books, the cause of cholera is clear qi in the yin and turbid qi in the yang. The yin qi flows in the meridians while the defensive qi flows in the opposite direction. If the stomach was in chaos, it would be cholera. What you're saying is that some small creatures that can't be seen with the naked eye can cause cholera to infect the human body. I've never heard of such a thing before. But if you think about it carefully, what you said might not be unreasonable. A long time ago, this penniless priest knew that it was easy to get sick from drinking raw water, but it was not easy to get sick from drinking boiled water. If there were really all kinds of small insects in the water, then it would be very easy to explain. But if there's a way to see the appearance of these small creatures, then it would be even more convincing. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that? Just because they can't be seen with the naked eye doesn't mean that they can't be seen. To be honest, in a while, the Academy will have a tool that can directly see the general appearance of the moon hundreds of thousands of miles away. If such an incredible thing can be realized, then why can't it be possible to observe the small creatures in the water?" Sun Simiao had been a doctor for half of his life. Even though he had traveled all over the world and was very knowledgeable, he had never heard of such a bizarre thing. At this moment, the surprise on his face was even stronger. Ordinary people can actually see the appearance of the moon in the sky. "Little Xian, are you serious?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Of course. When the time comes, you can also go to the academy to see for yourself." Academy? Sun Simiao only just realized that Li Zishuan had mentioned the academy in a previous sentence. He asked curiously, "Little Xian, what academy are you talking about? Where is it located?" Li Zishuan replied, "Daoist son, the academy that I'm talking about is Yinhuang College in Yinshan. Currently, many engineering talents have gathered there. In the future, they will create even more novel things." Yinhuang College? Sun Simiao thought for a while and suddenly realized, "Oh, I remember now. A month ago, I heard of Yinhuang College in the Sui province area. Moreover, you're the Yamacho of Yinhuang College. I almost forgot about this. Speaking of which, little Xian, did you set up this academy just to spread this so-called engineering?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "I mainly want to carry forward my master's knowledge and not let it be lost." Sun Simiao said with a gratified face, "Not bad, not bad. If spiritual master Lingxiu has a disciple like you, he would be very pleased." Li Zishuan secretly muttered in his heart, "If spiritual master Lingxiu really has a spirit in heaven, he would definitely send down a bolt of divine thunder and blast this evildoer to death." "Oh, by the way, Daoist son, since you are living in the Chong, an official residence, why don't you live in Yinshan? There are mountains and rivers, and the environment is very quiet and secluded. I have prepared a courtyard for you. When you're free, you can go to the academy to take a look. It is also convenient for me to ask you about medical skills." Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and began to have evil thoughts. This guy actually started to have ideas about Sun Simiao. "Courtyard? No need, no need. I am used to traveling. Even if you give me a courtyard, it will only be a waste. What's more, how can I accept such a valuable thing for no reason?" Sun Simiao hurriedly waved his hand. Li Zishuan smiled and persuaded. "In the spring of this year, I was attacked by bandits in Zhongnan Mountains and was beaten down a cliff. If it weren't for Daoist Sun's help, I am afraid that I would not be alive to continue standing here. Therefore, Daoist Priest Sun, you absolutely cannot say that you don't deserve a reward without any effort. As for the courtyard, it is a very simple house and is not worth much. Daoist Sun, please don't refuse. No matter how many days you stay, I will always keep the courtyard for you. Keep it. What if you need it in the future?" Li Zishuan had already mentioned Sun Simiao's favor to him at Zhongnan Mountains. How could Sun Simiao refuse again? He could only agree and said, "Well, I will go to the Yunshan courtyard to rest." Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He suddenly thought of Sun Simiao's disciple, Hu Jing, so he asked, "That's great. Oh, by the way, Daoist son, has Hu Jing's eyes been cured? Did she come back with you this time?" Sun Simiao said, "It has been cured." Hu Jing's eyes were completely cured 2 months ago. This time, because I was in a hurry, I rode alone. Hu Jing fell behind and was protected by 5 Imperial guards. There will be no danger. Chapter 924. After verifying the effectiveness of the prescription and Sun Simiao's return, the epidemic in Chang and city finally had hope of quickly calming down. The next step was for the Imperial Physician Department to prepare the antidote for the people. Chang and city had never experienced a large-scale epidemic in the Tang Empire since its founding more than 10 years ago. Looking at the previous dynasties, once an epidemic broke out in the country, it would usually cause thousands of deaths. It was extremely rare for an antidote to be developed less than 3 days after the outbreak of the epidemic. It was a blessing for the people to be born in this era. The 3 prescriptions that Li Zishuan had provided were all ordinary herbs. Therefore, even if it was more than 2,000 sets of antidotes, it would not be a difficult task for the Imperial Physician Department. Moreover, with the current financial situation of the Imperial Court, even if it was 10 times the amount, they would still be able to support it. However, there was one herb that was not easy to buy, and that was the stove earth. The main reason was that before this, no one had thought that it could be used as medicine. Naturally, no one would collect it and sell it for money. However, it was unrealistic to ask people to collect the stove earth because there was not enough time. Therefore, the antidotes prepared by the Imperial Physician Department's medical officers were lacking the stove earth. Presumably, every household had it. When the antidotes were distributed, they just needed to inform the people in advance. On Li Zishuan's side, when Sun Simiao agreed to stay in the Cloud Mountain courtyard, he immediately gathered people to tidy up the 3rd courtyard and quickly arranged all the commonly used furniture inside. Sun Simiao took some luggage from the official residence and arrived at Yinshan Villa. First, he stood outside the academy and sighed at the luxury of Yanwang College. When he saw the temporary residence that Li Zishuan had arranged for him, Old Sun suddenly lost his calm. In the morning, Li Zishuan had told him that the villas in Yinshan were very simple and crude houses that weren't worth much. But now, what he saw was a flat cement floor, a 2-story building, and clean and bright glass windows. No matter how he looked at it, it couldn't be considered simple and crude at all. Ahem, Taoist son, this courtyard only looks good on the surface. In fact, the materials provided by my workshop and the manpower provided by the academy are really not worth much. When Li Zishuan saw Sun Simiao's expression, he knew what the old Taoist was thinking. Sun Simiao expressionlessly nodded his head. He was too lazy to argue with Li Zishuan. After all, he had been a doctor for so many years that he had long become indifferent to money. To him, wealth and glory were not as important as a medical book or a medicinal herb. Thus, this house was nothing to him. A few servants from the Imperial Physician Bureau brought Sun Simiao's luggage into the courtyard before taking their leave. When Li Zishuan saw that Sun Simiao was willing to stay in Yinshan Villa, he felt a little relieved. At this time, he went up to Sun Simiao and cupped his hands. "Ha, Taoist son, I didn't expect that we would become neighbors now. Yesterday, I saved a baby who was infected with cholera. Now his body is very weak. Although Han Xiaoyan's son was out of danger after Li Zishuan's initial treatment, his body was still very weak. The reason why Li Zishuan could come up with a prescription for cholera with his half-baked medical skills was all due to luck. Now, he did not have a good solution for the child. However, now that Sun Simiao was here, all the problems would naturally be solved. Speaking of the patient, Sun Simiao immediately put on a solemn expression. "Oh, there's a baby who was infected with cholera? Quickly bring this poor Taoist to have a look." He knew better than anyone else how much of a threat cholera was to a newborn baby. It was very likely that the baby would die within a few hours. It was much faster than an adult's illness. Li Zishuan nodded and brought Sun Simiao to the first courtyard not far from here. In the courtyard, Han Yushi was coaxing the child. Li Jingma and Madame Li were looking at the child with a kind expression. They were chatting and laughing. It seemed that they were very fond of Han Xiaoyan's son. Mei Jun was also there. This kid was trembling in the corner of the courtyard. He had a feeling that his son was going to be snatched away by Old Man Li and the others. Lan on the other hand, was staring at the little DD between Huan Er's legs. She was probably wondering why this thing grew on the child's body. Li Zishuan, who had entered the courtyard, saw the little girl's peeping behavior. He could not help but feel speechless. He secretly hoped that this little girl would not grow up to be a fujoshi in the future. After introducing Sun Simiao and explaining the purpose of his visit, everyone in the courtyard, except for Lan and Huan, showed a great welcome to Sun Simiao's arrival. After some pleasantries, Sun Simiao took Huan and placed his hand on the latter's wrist. He closed his eyes and carefully checked the child's pulse. The courtyard fell into silence. Only the sound of birds chirping in the nearby forest could be heard. No one disturbed them. After a while, Sun Simiao's eyebrows twitched. He looked very surprised. After a while, he put down Huan Er's arm and handed it over to Han Xiaoyan. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, he said, "This child is truly blessed. To be able to survive the cholera is truly a blessing from the heavens. According to my diagnosis, this child's pulse is obviously very weak, but there's another kind of vitality in his body. The vitality is very strong. I guess it's this vitality that has supported the child until now. Strange, strange. This is the first time I've seen such a strange thing in my life." Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and explained, "Tao's son, you don't know. Before this, Huan only had one breath left. The situation was very critical. If we rashly used medicine in such a situation, the child might not be able to withstand it. I used Taoist genuine qi to carefully nurse the child's body several times. Fortunately, Tao's son, you came back at this time. As for the possibility that there was a second kind of qi in his body other than genuine qi, Li Zishuan himself called this qi spiritual qi. He did not intend to tell anyone. Firstly, he was not completely sure. Secondly, this kind of thing sounded too strange. Genuine qi? Sun Simiao looked puzzled. He glanced at Li Zishuan. Then, as if he had accepted Li Zishuan's explanation, he said, "No wonder. But no matter what, this child has survived a great disaster. He will have good fortune in the future. At present, he is just a little weak. I'll give him a prescription to replenish his vitality. At the same time, Xiaoxian, you can give the child only 20% of your prescription for cholera. With these two approaches, the child will be fine within 5 days." Chapter 925. The next day, early in the morning, under the escort of Wu Ho, the medical officers of the Imperial Physician Department set up cholera antidote distribution stations on the streets of Chang, and with a relatively large flow of people. Anyone who had cholera in their family could come here to get the antidote for free with a certificate issued by the Fangzheng or the Lizheng. When the news came out, the whole city cheered. The people rushed to spread the news. Those who had family members with cholera quickly went to the Fangzheng or the Lizheng to issue a certificate and then went to the distribution station to get the antidote. The people outside the city knew the news a little later. After the people who came to Chang and city in the morning heard the news, they had to run back to the village to pass the news to the people who had cholera. Therefore, the first batch of people who received the antidote were mostly people in Chang and city or people who lived in villages close to Chang and city. What? There's still a missing ingredient? This medical officer, what is the missing ingredient? Is it expensive? When an old man heard the medical officer from the Imperial Medical Department say that the ingredients were missing, he immediately showed a worried look and quickly asked. The medical officer did not show any impatience or disdain because of the old man's question. He smiled and replied, "It's not expensive, it's not expensive. Every family has it. It's called hearth soil. It's the charred soil at the bottom of the earth stove. Take it down and use a knife to cut off the charred parts and impurities. Put in the third set of ingredients you just received and fry it together." The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "What? The soil in the earth stove can be used to cure diseases? I didn't hear wrongly, did I?" The medical officer was about to answer, but the people behind him were a little impatient. "Hey, the one in front, if you're done, leave quickly. Don't block the others from getting the medicine." Yes, We still have to get the medicine after you're done." Suddenly, there was a wave of condemnation. The old man quickly stepped aside and apologized a few times before leaving with doubts. At the same time, at the entrance of the West Market, the most crowded place in Chang'an City, Sun Simiao and his disciple, who had actually set up a stall here to distribute medicinal ingredients to the commoners. Since Sun Simiao didn't like to be restrained and liked to wander around, Li Er let Sun Simiao temporarily take over the position of the head of the Imperial Physician Bureau. He was in charge of more than 300 medical students, medical officers, and doctors in the Imperial Physician Bureau. However, this temporary head of the Imperial Physician Bureau wouldn't have his freedom restricted. As long as Sun Simiao could come to Chang, and a few times every year, Li Er would be satisfied. "Annie, have you been prone to relapse recently? Are you short of breath, sweating easily, and catching colds easily?" "Ah, yes. Young lady, you are too amazing. Annie's recent problems were all pointed out by you. Then can I still be cured?" "Auntie, it's just a minor illness. Don't worry, I'll give you a prescription. You'll be fine after you take 3 doses. Don't be too tired." Thank you, miss. I only brought 50 coins with me when I went out." "Miss, do you think you can wait here for me to go back and get some money?" "Annie, my master and I don't charge any consultation fees. You just need to take the prescription to the pharmacy to buy the medicine." Sun Simiao and his disciple were not only here to distribute the cholera medicine, but also to provide free consultation for some people. In fact, it was mainly Hu Meng who was doing the consultation. Sun Simiao was distributing the medicine while listening to Hu Meng's diagnosis. In fact, he didn't know how many times he had done this kind of free consultation with Hu Meng during their travels. It was also a test and training for Hu Meng. Practicing medicine. If you only stopped at medical books, you would never become an outstanding doctor. During the reign of Sui Kai Wang, Sun Simiao lived in seclusion in Taibai Mountain. He concentrated on studying medical books while he went around to diagnose the diseases of the people. This seclusion lasted for more than 40 years. It was because of his 40 years of medical experience that he finally became a medical grandmaster. Therefore, Sun Simiao understood the importance of medical experience better than anyone else. Since Hu Meng was bent on learning medicine, Sun Simiao had been teaching a medical theory while practicing medicine to help Hu Meng lay the foundation. Of course, the results were also very obvious. After traveling for more than half a year, Hu Meng had cured at least hundreds of patients. In some places, many people called her the little fairy doctor. How can this be? How can you treat a patient for free? The woman who came to see the doctor suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Sun Simiao turned his head at this time and said, "Madam, today is a free consultation. Of course, we can't take any money. You'd better take the prescription and go get the medicine. There are still patients waiting to see the doctor behind you." A cough. "Thank you, Dr. Sunday." "Thank you, miss." The woman quickly said goodbye. The next patient was a middle-aged man. Looking at his clothes, he didn't seem to be from a poor family. Unexpectedly, he also came to participate in the free consultation. "Dr. Sun, this old man heard that you were holding a free consultation here and rushed over. Can you take a look at this, Meng?" The man didn't directly extend his wrist to Hu Meng. Instead, he respectfully asked Sun Simiao, "Now, what is the meaning of this?" The patients in the line behind began to talk. "He doesn't believe in that little girl's medical skills." "Hey, actually, I don't believe it either. Bullsh*T, don't look down on people. Although this girl is young, her medical skills are excellent. It is said that when Dr. Sun traveled to Liang province, there was a plague in a village. This girl didn't sleep for 3 days and cured all the people in the village who were infected with the plague. The local people call her the little fairy doctor. Hiss, she's so amazing. Of course, this time, I came specially to find the little fairy doctor to treat my illness. Some people are really blind." After hearing the middle-aged man's request, Sun Simiao, who was dispensing medicine, turned his head to look at the man. Then, he turned his head back to dispense medicine and said, "Your illness can be cured by my disciple. Don't worry. This old man still has to busy himself with dispensing medicine. But no buts. If you don't believe this old man's words, why bother looking for this old man? The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but he was instantly refuted by Sun Simiao. He had no choice but to sit in front of Hu Ming obediently and extend his arm. Hu Ming wasn't annoyed by being looked down upon. She smiled sweetly and said, "Uncle, don't worry. Even if it's an illness that I can't treat, my master will definitely help." As she spoke, Hu Ming's 2 fingers were already on the middle-aged man's wrist. Chapter 926. Uncle, your face is a little pale. Are you afraid of the cold recently? Your limbs are not warm, and you are often in low spirits? After a while, Hu moved her finger away, looked up at the middle-aged man, and asked. And yes. The man answered in a muffled voice. Hu continued, in addition to these, have your waist and knees been weak recently? Frequent urination and excessive urination at night? The man nodded again. When the patients in the queue saw this, they couldn't help but admire Hu's medical skills even more. At this moment, Hu said, Uncle, you have a deficiency of yang, and it's a deficiency of yang in the kidney. I will give you a prescription to replenish your yang qi. You have to pay attention to not be too tired recently. Deficiency of yang in the kidney? Huh, so this brother has a deficiency of the kidney. The patients in the queue were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help but laugh. A big man was actually recognized by a little girl as having a deficiency of the kidney. This was indeed very embarrassing. The middle-aged man was laughed at until his face turned red. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Hu's expression was calm. There was no ridicule or any other messy expression on her face. She was like a master who had seen through the world of mortals. In just a few breaths of time, Hu had actually finished writing the prescription. She glanced indifferently at the patients who were laughing behind her. With just one glance, it was as if there was some kind of magic power, and the mocking laughter gradually stopped. Master said that there is no need to be afraid of treatment. Mortals eat grains and miscellaneous grains, and there is no one who doesn't get sick for a lifetime. Everyone, please don't ridicule me for no reason. Don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. Hu said meaningfully. Then, she said to the middle-aged man in front of her, Uncle, this prescription was developed by my master. It is specially used to treat deficiency of yang in the kidney. Please keep it well. The middle-aged man felt both embarrassed and ashamed. He hurriedly said a few words of thanks and left. Next, today was Tuesday. Yinhuang College officially started classes today. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin went to the college. Although Li Tai and Sun Zifen had recovered, they were still weak and needed to rest at home. In addition to the few of them, there were a total of more than 30 students in Yinhuang College who were infected with cholera. Li Zishuan sent people to the students' homes one by one to understand the situation. After confirming that no students had died of cholera, he was relieved. Today, Chang in city was distributing medicinal herbs. After breakfast, he rode a horse to Chang in city and happened to be at the entrance of the West Market. Li Zishuan had seen how Hu treated the patients just now. Now, whether it was her temperament or appearance, it was as if she was a completely different person. She used to be a blind farmer girl, but now she had become the little fairy doctor who was respected by everyone and had an extraordinary temperament. She had changed a lot. Old Hu has suffered for half his life. Now, the bitterness is finally over and the sweetness is coming. One of his sons entered the college, and the other daughter is studying medicine under Sun Simiao. Both of them have a bright future, and their merits are immeasurable. Li Zishuan was sincerely happy for old Hu's family. Then, he quietly left and walked to the other places where the medicinal herbs were distributed. He wanted to see the effect of the medicine in the other places. Datong Daily reported that the Imperial Physician Department was distributing the cholera antidote for free today. However, for the people who live close to Chang and city, they had already heard the news before they saw the newspaper. Therefore, the newspaper was mainly for the villagers who lived far away from Chang and city to spread the news. As for the 6 villages that belonged to Li Zishuan, such as Hanjia Village, Plum Village, and Liujia Village, Li Zishuan would send enough medicinal herbs to all the families with cholera patients. The total amount of money was not much, so he treated it as a benefit to the villagers. Therefore, none of the people who came to Chang and city to collect medicine today were from Li Zishuan's fiefdom. Li Zishuan rode Whitey around almost half of Chang and city. Seeing that there were patients' family members lining up in an orderly manner in front of all the medicine distribution points, Li Zishuan felt slightly relieved. As long as all the people who contracted cholera received the medicine, this sudden outbreak of the epidemic would soon be quelled if there were no accidents. As far as he knew, there had not been a single case of death in this epidemic. It could be said that the epidemic was quelled at the cost of 0 casualties. It was truly a one-of-a-kind thing. At noon, Li Zishuan went to Shishiko again. He invited Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing to Zuaxian restaurant for lunch. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Hu Jingjing's personality hadn't changed. She was still quiet and calm. Sitting with this kind of girl, no matter what kind of mood you were in a moment ago, whether it was excitement or sadness, you would immediately calm down. During the meal, Li Zishuan asked Sun Simiao and his disciple about the things that had happened to them during their travels. The epidemic, the free clinic, and all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. There were also some diseases that Li Zishuan had never heard of before. The experience was so rich that it could be written into a book. Young master, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep the whole night when I received a letter from my brother saying that he had been admitted to Yanwang College. In the beginning, the two of us were blind and stuttering. If it wasn't for young master's help, I would probably still be playing cockfighting in the courtyard. I actually proposed a toast to young master. Young master, you have a kind heart. Good people will be rewarded. Halfway through the wine, Hu Jingjing held the wine glass and stood up to thank Li Zishuan sincerely. Although Li Zishuan was now Marquis, Hu Jingjing was still used to calling Li Zishuan young master as usual. After saying that, she raised her head, revealing her white neck, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The little girl's cheeks immediately blushed. Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. Okay, don't drink anymore. The one who saved you and your brother was Sun Daozhong, not a lazy person like me. Your brother was admitted to Yanwang College by his own ability. I didn't take care of him. Hu Jingjing opened her mouth and said, Young master and master have done us a great favor. We will never forget it for the rest of our lives. Li Zishuan said, Since you have made some progress in your medical skills, as long as you continue to spread your kindness, it will be the best reward for me and Sun Daozhong. Sun Simiao nodded and said, That's right. As people who practice medicine, we should save the dying and heal the injured. We should save the common people from suffering. Hu Jingjing nodded firmly and said, Yes, I will. After lunch, Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing continued to distribute medicine and provide free medical treatment. On this day, the Imperial Medical Department distributed more than 2,500 portions of medicine for cholera treatment. On the second day, more than 1,800 portions of medicine were distributed. On the third day, more than 950 portions were distributed. On the fourth day, 370 portions were distributed. On the fifth day, 130 portions were distributed. On the sixth day, there were only a few people receiving medicine. At this point, the sudden cholera epidemic had finally subsided. At this time, Li Zishuan suddenly received a piece of good news. Yanwang College's astronomical telescope was completed. Chapter 927. Ink Girl, I heard that you've made a telescope. Back in the Yanwang Academy, Li Zishuan was in Yin Xiaoning's office when he saw the couple he hadn't seen for a long time. In the morning, Mo Lingwei sent someone to inform him that the telescope had been completed. Li Zishuan immediately rushed over when he heard the news. Recently, he had been busy quelling the cholera and rarely asked about the matters of the college. He didn't expect Mo Lingwei to create such a big news all by herself. It was really shocking. Li Zishuan had expected that Mo Lingwei would make a telescope, but it was beyond Li Zishuan's expectations that she could make it so quickly. After all, although the principle of the telescope was simple, it wasn't simple to make it. Yes, Yamacho, little Ningzi, and I have already made the telescope yesterday. We even tried it last night. We can see the moon very clearly from here. Mo Lingwei said excitedly when she saw Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He said mischievously, "Yo, last night, you two have started to stay out all night to look at the stars and the moon together? TSK, TSK, shouting, not bad. You're quite capable. Your progress. Huh. Yamacho, you. It's not what you think it is." Mo Lingwei, who had always been fierce, blushed at this moment. Yin Xiaoning was also embarrassed by Li Zixuan's words. He pretended to be angry and said, "Humph. Little Xian, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with this barbaric girl." Yin, Xiao, Ning, who are you calling barbaric? The bashful look on Mo Lingwei's face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy look. Along with her deafening roar, a storm suddenly came. As long as Yin Xiaoning didn't know what was good for him, there would probably be an even more violent storm. Hey, hey, hey. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Why are you like this? You're a lady who keeps shouting and fighting. Who would dare to marry you in the future? Yin Xiaoning had obviously suffered from Mo Lingwei's attacks before. He seemed to be prepared. He used Li Zixuan's body to dodge Mo Lingwei's attack and said sarcastically while dodging. Mo Lingwei's lungs were about to explode. She pointed at Yin Xiaoning and said angrily, "What does it have to do with you whether I can get married or not? Even if I can't get married, I won't marry a bastard like you. Don't run. Stand if you dare." Yin Xiaoning made a disgusted face and spat. "Humph. Even if you don't marry me, I don't want to marry you. Don't flatter yourself. I, Yin Xiaoning, would rather be alone for the rest of my life than marry a barbaric woman like you. Yin, Xiao, Ning, I'm going to kill you." Mo Lingwei was really angry this time. She took a big step forward and appeared in front of Yin Xiaoning. She wanted to catch this bastard. Who knew that Yin Xiaoning was so cunning? He used Li Zixuan's body to play around with Mo Lingwei. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart for this pair of adulterous couple to show off in front of him. Forget about showing off your love, but you still King ran over to show off your love in front of him. That was unbearable. Li Zixuan didn't say anything. He grabbed Yin Xiaoning and threw him in front of Mo Lingwei like he was throwing trash. Their eyes met, and what followed was a pig-like scream. Li Zixuan didn't have time to care about this. He shook his head, turned around, and walked toward the atrium next to Guanghua Tower. Even if Mo Lingwei didn't say anything, Li Zixuan knew where the binoculars were placed. He opened the metal door and entered the open-air atrium. Li Zixuan saw a long cylindrical object supported by a tall metal frame. It stood on the roof of the building like a sharp sword piercing the blue sky. Hey, it does look like it. I wonder how far this thing can see. Li Zixuan glanced at the binoculars and mumbled to himself. He then approached the binoculars. When he got closer, Li Zixuan took a closer look. He realized that Mo Lingwei's binoculars were a typical Kepler telescope. She used two lenticular lenses as the objective lens and the eyepiece respectively. The two lenses were combined to magnify distant objects. The structure of the Kepler telescope was relatively simple, and it wasn't particularly troublesome to make. Even so, Mo Lingwei was already very impressive. After all, the industrial level of this era was very high. This girl didn't even know how many lenses she had to grind to make the two most suitable ones. Hey, Yamacho, give it a try. Using this thing to see the moon in the sky is much clearer than using the naked eye. Mo Lingwei didn't know when this adulterous couple had followed them again. Mo Lingwei walked cheerfully to Li Zixuan and shouted. Before she made the binoculars, Li Zixuan had promised her some conditions. Now, of course, she was hoping that Li Zixuan would quickly inspect the project so that he could fulfill his promise. Li Zixuan put his hands behind his back and rolled his eyes. He said, "Ink girl, it's almost noon. Where do you want me to find the moon? I'll come back at night after the moon rises." Astronomical binoculars can't be used for anything other than viewing during the day. What? You want to use an astronomical binoculars to look at the sun? If you have the guts, then give it a try. I guarantee that you'll be blinded by the brightness. The problem now was that Mo Lingwei's telescope was relatively large. It was fixed in the atrium of Guanghua Building, and the lens was pointing directly at the blue sky. Even if Li Zixuan wanted to use this thing to view the sun, it would be very inconvenient. Mo Lingwei also understood that Li Zixuan was telling the truth. She laughed awkwardly and said, Yamacho is right. Then, Yamacho, remember to come over tonight to try this telescope. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Of course. Mo Lingwei said again, Yamacho, don't forget what you promised Lingwei when the time comes. Li Zixuan asked subconsciously, Huh? What? Mo Lingwei's expression changed instantly. The speed at which she changed her expression was as fast as when she was with Yan Xiaoning. Li Zixuan didn't want to provoke this girl. He instantly recalled something and said, Oh, I remember now. And girl, don't worry. As long as this telescope doesn't have any major flaws, I'll definitely do what I promised you. When Mo Lingwei heard this, she immediately smiled and said, Hee, thank you, Yamacho. One moment it was thundering, the next it was raining, and the next it was cloudless. This girl was really incorrigible. Li Zixuan didn't want to get involved in trouble, so he quickly left the atrium. At the same time, he thought to himself, I hope Yan Xiaoning can get rid of this demon as soon as possible. Chapter 928. At night. After dinner, Li Zixuan went out and walked towards Yanwan College. Lana, his little tail, naturally followed him. Speaking of which, during the time that Han Xiaoying's son, Mei Jihuan, was in the Li family, Lan had found a new playmate. It wasn't easy to have someone younger than her in the family, and this girl naturally acted as the big sister. Many times, the way she pretended to be an adult always made others laugh. However, as early as the day before yesterday, Mei Jihuan's illness had already recovered, so the mother and son naturally went home. When the little guy left in the end, he was still a little reluctant and insisted on letting Li Zixuan carry him. Speaking of which, it was strange. In the Li family, this child was not close to Father Li, Madame Li, or Han Yushi. Instead, he was very close to Li Zixuan, who was often not at home. This made Madame Li laugh and scold this child for being a little heartless. The siblings walked on the small path of Yanshan. Although night had fallen, the paths of Yanshan were all cement and could be considered smooth, so they wouldn't trip because of the bumpy road. It was now late autumn, and the cool night wind blew on their bodies, making them feel a chill to their bones. You little girl, when we went out, I told you to wear more clothes, but you didn't. Now you know that it's cold? Li Zixuan saw that Lan Er's legs were still trembling as she walked, so he reprimanded her unhappily. Although he said this, he still took off the cloak on his back and wrapped it around the little girl's body. That's right, it was too long. Lan Er was rather short, and, at most, she could only reach Li Zixuan's waist. If such a long cloak was draped over the little girl's shoulders, half of it would drag on the ground. She might even step on the hem and trip herself. Thus, the cute Lan was wrapped up like a dumpling. Stinky brother, this is so ugly. Take it off quickly. Lana was just about to say brother is so nice when she was wrapped up like this by Li Zixuan. How could she, who always liked to be beautiful, stand this and immediately protested? Ugly your head. Let's see if you can still say it's ugly when you get sick from the cold. Li Zixuan knocked his sister's forehead in annoyance and dragged her toward the academy. Brother, can we really see the scenery on the moon later? Perhaps. Let's see if your brother Xiaoning and sister Wire can do it. Awesome? Brother, what do you mean by awesome? It's literally what it means. Smelly brother, you're lying to me again. You definitely didn't mean it literally. Awesome means to be energetic. Oh, then I hope that brother Xiaoning and sister Wire will do their best. Otherwise, it would have made a wasted trip. All right, big brother, is there a fairy Chang'e on the moon? Lan you'll know soon enough. The siblings chatted casually and soon arrived at Yanwan College. The two of them went straight upstairs to the atrium. Back then, Li Zixuan designed an atrium between the 4th and 6th floors of the Guanghua building. There was a semicircular glass dome at the top for lighting. Now, it could be used to place astronomical telescopes for astronomical observation. After entering the atrium, Li Zixuan realized that they were not the only ones here tonight. Li Tai, Sun Zif, and Cheng Chumo, and dozens of other students were all here, Yamacho. When the students saw Li Zishuan, they all greeted him with even more respect than before. Some of the lower-class citizens might not know that the cholera was quickly suppressed because of Li Zishuan's contribution of the prescription. But as Yanhuan college students, how could they not know? After all, quite a number of them were very well informed. One person spread the news to 10, and 10 to 100. Therefore, they basically all knew that Li Zishuan was the savior of the plague, especially those who had just recovered from the cholera. They looked at Li Zishuan with eyes full of gratitude. Others were apprenticed to a master to learn, but not only did they learn, but they also saved lives at critical moments. If word got out, who knew how many people would be envious? Have you all eaten? Li Zishuan nodded and said pleasantly. Now that the weather was cold, the students did not have to go for military training. Naturally, they did not have to rush to the bathhouse every day after school, so they still had some time to go out at night before going to bed. It was not that Li Zishuan did not think of introducing an evening self-study system in the academy, but the light at night was too poor. In this era, there were no electric lights, oil lamps, or candles. For a large classroom with 40 students, it was tantamount to the light of fireflies. If he forced an evening self-study system, it would only damage the students' eyes. In a few years, 8 out of 10 students would have similar eyes, and that would not be good. Yes, we have. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, the students all responded at once. At this time, Mo Lingwei walked over from the binoculars and said excitedly, Yamacho, quickly come and see if this binoculars are okay. Just now, the students were clamoring to see it, but I didn't let them see it. She was mainly afraid that the students would carelessly ruin the work she had put in for more than a month. Li Zishuan was both angry and amused. He nodded and walked to the binoculars. He bent down slightly and put his eyes on the binoculars. In this era, there was no plastic, and the binoculars were made of iron. It was very cold to the touch. The direction and angle of the binoculars seemed to have been adjusted in advance by Mo Lingwei. Li Zishuan basically did not need to make any adjustments. From the binoculars, he could see a big shining sphere. On the sphere, there were some bumpy grooves and winding mountain ranges. Li Zishuan went to the Capital Planetarium when he was studying at the Capital University in his previous life. He remembered that he had a student ID and the ticket was only about 10 yuan. There was a public observatory in the planetarium. There was a 400mm optical catadioptric telescope inside. It could be used to observe the moon, planets, nebulae, star clusters, and sunspots during the day. Li Zishuan went there at night. That was the first time he saw the moon clearly with his own eyes. The shock it gave him was far from what he could see on the television screen. Now, Mo Lingwei's binoculars were naturally not as clear as the super-large telescope Li Zishuan used in the planetarium in his previous life. However, this was the Tang Dynasty. It was already amazing to have a telescope that could see the moon's outline. Not bad, not bad. Although there are a few flaws, they do not obscure the jade. It is worth encouraging. Ink Girl, congratulations on making the first astronomical telescope in the Tang Dynasty. Tomorrow, I will help you persuade Mr. Mo to let you stay at Yanhuan College. Li Zishuan looked at it for a while, then walked down and said to Mo Lingwei, who was beside him with a face full of anticipation. Chapter 929. Cough, cough. The title is necessary for the plot, not to start a fight. Female compatriots, please don't misunderstand. Wow, that's great. Thank you, Yamacho. In the courtyard of Guanghua Building, Mo Lingwei jumped up excitedly after hearing Li Zishuan's words. Although she was the daughter of the Mo family and a female overlord, she was still a woman. Under normal circumstances, she could only stay at home and wait for her father to find a suitable husband for her to marry. Then, she could have children and take care of her husband and children. However, Mo Lingwei didn't want to walk down this old path. She liked to be active and didn't like to be locked up at home every day. Yanhuan College was a good place for her to do that. Therefore, when Li Zishuan promised to help persuade her father if she could build a telescope, Mo Lingwei's heart instantly became active. For more than a month, She dragged Yin Xiaoning along and worked tirelessly. Wasn't it all for the sake of successfully entering Yinhuang College as soon as possible? What about me? I should have a share of the credit if this telescope can be built, right? Yin Xiaoning, who was at the side, said softly. Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up. She pointed at Yin Xiaoning excitedly and said to Li Zixuan, yes, Yamacho. Little Ning also helped a lot when we built the telescope. His skills are not bad. Why don't you accept him into the school too? His position doesn't need to be too high. Just a special associate professor will do. Yin Xiaoning almost vomited blood when he heard that. That wasn't what he wanted to say. If the she-devil Mo Lingwei wasn't in the school, he wouldn't mind taking up a position there. Other things aside, he had a deep understanding of architecture. It was good to teach students. However, Mo Lingwei entering Yinhuang College was almost a foregone conclusion. Why would he still want to stay here? Wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Also, what did she mean by his position doesn't need to be too high? Just a special associate professor will do. Mo Lingwei was appointed as a special professor. But why was he, Yin Xiaoning, only an associate professor? This girl must be deliberately angering him. No, I don't agree. I don't want this credit anymore. Little Xian, I'm not feeling well. I'll head home first. Yin Xiaoning hurriedly waved his hand and said a few words. Then he fled as if he was fleeing. Hey, little Ningzi, stop right there. Mo Lingwei hastily called out, but Yin Xiaoning's figure was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. I'm so angry. Don't let me catch you, or I'll teach you a lesson. The last sentence was said in a low voice, as if he was talking to himself. Li Zixuan was speechless. Ink Girl, what have you done to Xiaoning in the past month? Why is he so afraid of you? This girl rarely acted rashly in front of Li Zixuan. When she heard Li Zixuan's question, her little face instantly turned red. After hesitating for a while, she said embarrassedly, I didn't do anything. Yamacho, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Huh? Li Zixuan shook his head. He couldn't be bothered with this crazy girl. He turned around and carried Lon. He teased the little girl to look at the moon for a while. After Lana realized that there was no fairy Chang'e on the moon, she lost interest and said that she wanted to go home. When the students saw that Li Zixuan and his sister had left, they immediately swarmed over and fought to see the moon. I came first. I want to see it first. Bullsh asterisk T. I was the one who came first. I came first. I came first. Seeing that the fight between the students was getting more and more intense, Mo Lingwei, who was next to them, immediately shouted, Stop! The word stop came out of her mouth, and it was deafening. Guanghua Building shook 3 times with it. A few students closer to her felt that their eardrums were about to burst. Li Zixuan and Lan who had just walked down the stairs, also heard Mo Lingwei's shout. The little girl was puzzled. Brother, what's wrong with Sister Wei? Li Zixuan touched his nose. I don't know. Maybe she's going through menopause? Let's not care about her. Let's go home quickly. The menopausal Mo Lingwei looked at the chaotic students in front of her with a straight face. She pretended to be strict and reprimanded. What are you squeezing for? All of you line up properly. If you don't line up, you're not allowed to use the telescope. After saying that, she stood in front of the telescope like an old hen protecting her chicks, separating the students from the telescope. Swoosh! The students immediately lined up. No one turned a deaf ear to Mo Lingwei's words. After all, Mo Lingwei's father was the discipline leader of the physics department. After returning to the villa, Li Zixuan suddenly saw that the lights were still on in Yunshan's second villa not far from the south. He had an idea and let Lanner go in first while he walked towards the second villa. The owner of Yunshan's second villa was Yin Xiaoning. When Yinhuang College was built, Li Zixuan found Yin Xiaoning to be the commander-in-chief. As a reward, he gave the second villa to Yin Xiaoning. And this guy was still up so late after escaping from Guanghua Building. What was he doing? In the past, I had countless friends, but only you were in the depths of my heart. I searched for you thousands of places in the mountains, but when I look back, you were in the depths of the donkey's shed, eating grass, leaning against a tree, with a towel wrapped around your head. Donkey, "Oh, donkey, you're still the most worrisome." Li Zixuan had just approached the second villa when he heard Yin Xiaoning reciting a poem. Oh, it wasn't a poem, nor was it a poem. There were no popular poems in the Tang dynasty. It sounded like he was just randomly reciting. But the content, Li Zixuan almost burst out laughing after hearing it. This guy was actually talking to his donkey. Ahem, good line. Good line. I didn't expect you to have such literary talent, Xiaoning. I'm impressed. Li Zixuan clapped his hands and interrupted Yin Xiaoning's affectionate confession and flattery. Yin Xiaoning paused, turned around, and said, "Little Xian, you're here." "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Xiaoning, are you still angry at a girl? It can't be, right? You're a man. Why are you getting angry at a weak girl?" "Weak girl?" Yin Xiaoning immediately exploded. Have you ever seen a weak girl as fierce as her? Look, the injuries on my arms and waist were all caused by her. Little Xian, let me tell you, don't ever trust women. Women are all drama queens, liars and pigs. I'm a good example." At the end, Yin Xiaoning almost cried. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. Thinking about Mo Lingwei's hesitant reaction, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, what kind of education did that crazy girl Mo Lingwei receive? She actually destroyed a 7-foot-tall man like Yin Xiaoning to this extent. Women are indeed terrifying when they become unruly. Chapter 9:30. Xiaoning, didn't girl hit you? Li Zixuan glanced at the bruises on Yin Xiaoning's arms and waist and asked. He had thought that the two of them were just quarrelsome lovers who would occasionally quarrel with each other. He didn't expect that domestic violence would be involved. This problem was a bit serious. Yin Xiaoning said angrily, "Isn't it? Xiaoxian, don't be fooled by her harmless appearance. She's very vicious. I don't want to stay with her in Yanhuang College forever." Li Zixuan wondered, "Don't you know how to fight back when she hits you?" Yin Xiaoning rolled his eyes and looked at Li Zixuan as if he was looking at an idiot. "Do you think I don't want to? But this woman knows martial arts. I'm no match for her." Li Zixuan suddenly understood. When he first saw Mo Lingwei, he saw that her lower body was extremely stable when she walked. He guessed that this girl might know martial arts. When Mo Lingwei showed her strength at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, Li Zixuan was even more convinced that Mo Lingwei knew martial arts. He just didn't expect that this girl would use her martial arts for domestic violence. Yin Xiaoning was really miserable. Girl was fine. Why did she hit you? Li Zixuan thought about it and asked curiously. Yin Xiaoning spread his hands and said helplessly, "How would I know? That's why I told you that this woman is the most difficult to understand. This girl is a heartless and unreasonable woman." Li Zixuan still felt that something was wrong, so he asked again, "Ahem, Xiaoning, tell me the details of the few times she's attacked you recently. I can help you with the details." It was rare for Yin Xiaoning to find someone he could confide in. He planned to complain about Mo Lingwei's atrocities. After seriously recalling for a while, he began to slowly tell Li Zixuan the story. One day, Mo Lingwei was tired from grinding the lenses and said, "Hey, little Ningzi, let's rest for a while. Let's talk for a while." Yin Xiaoning, "Say what?" Mo Lingwei, with a shy face, "Just tell me your impression of me." Yin Xiaoning, deep in thought, his eyes lit up after a while. "Do you know? I used to have 2 hearts, one kind and one evil. But ever since I met you, I only have kindness left." Mo Lingwei, a little happy, but also a little shy. "Then why?" Yin Xiaoning, with his hands on his hips and laughing loudly, "Because I'm so disgusting." Mo Lingwei, that day, Yin Xiaoning's waist was twisted in 7 places, his arms were twisted in 5 places, and his butt was kicked 4 times. Another day, Mo Lingwei, "Little Ningzi, do you think what you did was right?" Yin Xiaoning, "Pitiful, no, I apologize. I apologize for what I did wrong. I have a stubbornness in my bones. I couldn't hold it back just now. I'm very sorry." Mo Lingwei, she raised her chin like a winner. "Then tell me, why are you apologizing? What did you do wrong?" Yin Xiaoning, with his head lowered, enduring the humiliation. "Sorry, I was stubborn." Mo Lingwei, furious, "Go to hell. Even if you buy me Beauty Shop's pomegranate jiao, I won't forgive you." No, Beauty Shop is the biggest rouge shop in Chong, and and pomegranate jiao is the most expensive rouge in beauty shop. Yin shouting, waving hands, all right, then I won't buy it, I won't buy it. Don't be angry. Mo Lingwei. That day, Yin Xiaoning's waist was twisted in 3 places, his arms were twisted in 5 places, and his right foot was stepped on twice. He walked with a limp and only recovered after 5 days. Another day, Yin Xiaoning, haha, I finished grinding a lens and clapping my hands happily. Let's go to Zuaxian restaurant for lunch. Mo Lingwei, face full of joy, okay. Then she touched her purse. Mo Lingwei, but I didn't bring any money today. Yin shouting, face full of joy, are you stupid? It's okay if you don't have money. I'll go alone. Mo Lingwei, angry, little Ningzi. That day, Yin Xiaoning's head was hit in 3 places, his arms were twisted in 5 places, and his abdomen was punched. Another day, night, in Xiaoning's office. Mo Lingwei, who was assembling the binoculars and suddenly shivered, it's so cold. Yin Xiaoning, haha, I'm not cold. I told you to wear more clothes. Mo Lingwei, glaring at Yin Xiaoning with endless killing intent in her eyes. Yin Xiaoning, don't stare at me. I didn't mean it that way. After stuttering for a while, Yin Xiaoning took off his cloak. Mo Lingwei thought that this blockhead was finally enlightened. Who knew? Yin Xiaoning threw his cloak on the table and said, are you happy now? I'll be cold with you. Mo Lingwei didn't say anything. She picked up the iron rod in her hand, and, that night, Yin Xiaoning's legs were bruised in no less than 5 places, and his but was bruised in more than 10 places. After listening to Yin Xiaoning's story, Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. He couldn't react at all. He sympathized with Yin Xiaoning before, but now, Yin Xiaoning lost control of his emotions after talking about so many sad past. His eyes were red, and he said with grief and indignation, Little Xian, help me be the judge. Isn't this kind of woman asking for a beating? He was being unreasonable and making trouble out of nothing. When I have the chance, I'll teach this girl a lesson. Otherwise, she'll never know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Li Zishuan opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. What should he say about these 2 people? It was impossible to generalize and say which side was right and which side was wrong. It could only be said that this was the inevitable result of an iron-willed straight man meeting a violent woman. Both of them were King amazing. Little Xian, you're good at martial arts. Why don't you help me beat that girl up? Seeing that Li Zishuan didn't say anything, Yin Xiaoning rolled his eyes and suggested again. Li Zishuan's old face turned black. Not to mention that he didn't hit women. If he really hit her and Yin Xiaoning got together with Mo Lingwei in the future, wouldn't he turn around and fight with him? Besides, she was the daughter of the Mo family's master. How could he beat her up just because he wanted to? Okay, don't say any more. What kind of stupid thing is this? Li Zishuan waved his hand with a headache and said, Xiaoning, in fact, you deserve all the beatings you've received. You should reflect on it yourself. After saying that, he left without looking back. Yin Xiaoning shouted behind him, Hey, little Xian, what do you mean? What do you mean I deserve it? F***CK. To think that I treated you as a brother. Chapter 9:31. The next day, Li Zishuan got up early and prepared to go to the morning court. Old Li had sent someone to inform him yesterday. After breakfast, Li Zishuan went out with 2 guards before dawn. They rushed all the way to Yinxing Gate in the east of Chang'an City. At this time, the city gate was not open yet, but there was a long line of people outside the gate. Most of them were peddlers and civilians. Li Zishuan, a high-ranking official in his court uniform, stood out in the crowd. Many people subconsciously made way for him, not wanting to provoke Li Zishuan, an important member of the imperial court. But there were also people with sharp eyes who recognized Li Zishuan's appearance under the dim sky. Marquis, a middle-aged man in his 30s, tiptoed close to Li Zishuan and called out tentatively. Li Zishuan's night vision was good. He looked carefully and recognized the person who called him. It was Lu Dazhuang, who had taken a child to Yunshan to see a doctor. Lu Dazhuang, it's you? Are you going to the city to sell eggs? Li Zishuan sat on the horse and greeted Lu Dazhuang with a smile. He said so because he saw Lu Dazhuang carrying a basket of eggs on his back. Lu Dazhuang scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Eggs are becoming more expensive recently, so I collected all the eggs at home and sold them together, so I can buy some meat for my Xiao to eat. Speaking of this, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added, "Oh, the last time my family Xiao got cholera, it was all thanks to Marquis's help. Marquis's great kindness to our Lu family is like a new life. I, Lu Dazhuang, am willing to repay Marquis's kindness with the rest of my life." Saying this, he knelt down in front of Li Zixuan and kowtowed 3 times. All of this happened in an instant. Li Zixuan, who was on horseback, couldn't react in time. By the time he jumped off the horse, Lu Dazhuang had already finished kowtowing 3 times. When he bent down halfway, a few eggs rolled out of the bamboo basket. Get up, get up. I told you before, you don't need to repay anything. Go home, farm, and live a good life. That's the greatest repayment to me." Li Zixuan hurriedly helped Lu Dazhuang up and scolded him with a stern face. They made such a big commotion, kneeling and kowtowing. How could others not notice? "Marquis? This is Marquis Yong'an? It's really Marquis. Why does it sound like this person is implying that the Marquis of Yong and was the one who resolved the chaos? Shouldn't it be the Imperial Medical Department? You don't know about this, right? I heard that the reason why the Imperial Court was able to quell the cholera so quickly was mainly because Marquis Yong and contributed 3 prescriptions. Otherwise, too many people would have died. There's actually such a thing? How come I don't know about this?" "Nonsense. It's normal that you don't know. That's because Marquis keeps a low profile and doesn't like people to spread the news. If you ask around, you'll find out that the people who contracted cholera drank the exact same medicine as Lu Dazhuang's son. Second brother Yu is right. I've also heard about this. And it's said that when the Imperial Medical Department distributed the medicine, none of the 6 villages under Marquis Yong An's rule went to collect the medicine. This is because Marquis Yong and gave the sick villagers free medicine in advance. That means our Fu savior is Marquis Yong'an. After a round of discussion, more and more people found out the truth. Dozens of commoners started to surround Li Zixuan. Pang Feiji's right hand was on the hilt of his sword, as if he was facing a great enemy. He was afraid that an assassin would suddenly rush out from the crowd. "Thank you, Marquis, for saving our Xiaoyu. Marquis, you're our savior. Please accept a bow from this old man. Marquis, please accept a bow from us." The assassin that Pang Feiji was guarding against did not appear. The dozens of commoners all bowed towards Li Zixuan in unison. When the rest saw this, they all followed suit. Although they didn't contract cholera before, it was inevitable that some of their relatives would contract it. When they heard that Li Zixuan was the savior of this cholera epidemic, they were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the people in front of him who were bowing to him in unison, Li Zixuan felt a little touched. He didn't want to make the cholera prescription public, but it was still noticed by some attentive people. What a bunch of simple, hard-working people. Rise, all of you. The cholera epidemic wasn't caused by me alone. If it wasn't for His Majesty's love for the people and his constant concern for them, even if I had the antidote, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to prepare the antidote in such a short time and hand it to every cholera patient. So if you want to thank someone, you should thank His Majesty. Li Zixuan raised his hands and said loudly to the crowd. The cholera epidemic this time had infected more than 3,000 people, and these 3,000 people had close relatives that numbered in the tens of thousands. Li Zixuan felt a little pressure to be thanked by so many people, and also a little. In short, if his reputation was too high, he was worried that people would use this to make an issue out of it and badmouth him in front of Lier. His Majesty is wise. Marquis is wise. His Majesty is wise. Marquis is wise. The commoners shouted. Rumble. At this moment, the city gate was pushed open from the inside, and 2 city gate officers came out. Under Li Zixuan's persuasion, the commoners lined up again and began to undergo the security check. Yes, that's right. The city gate officers of this era were basically the same as the security guards of modern train stations and subway stations, but they didn't have high-tech equipment. After entering the city, Li Zexuan urged Bai to run a little faster. The three of them rode straight to the imperial city, and soon they saw the tall and majestic imperial palace. Li Zexuan left Bai in Pang Feiji's care and entered the imperial palace alone. After chatting with the officials of the imperial court for a while, a servant came out to inform everyone to enter the Taiji Palace for the morning court session. After listening to Old Li, Feng Xianling, Wei Zheng, and the others discuss national affairs for a long time, it was finally Li Zexuan's turn to take the stage. He heard Lier say in a deep voice, "Although the cholera epidemic has been quelled, we should still reward him according to his contributions. I'm sure all of you know that the epidemic situation was very critical. If it weren't for the Marquis of Yong and providing the prescription in time, the entire Chang and city would have experienced a large-scale outbreak of cholera. If that happened, the imperial court would have suffered a great loss. Now that the cholera epidemic has been completely quelled and not a single commoner has died from the disease, it's a miracle. I intend to reward the Marquis of Yong and generously. How do you think I should reward him?" As soon as Lier finished speaking, the imperial court instantly fell silent. The officials looked at each other. Reward? How else could they reward him? A 15-year-old marquis with a third-rank official position. How else could they reward him? If they rewarded him more, wouldn't they be invincible? Chapter 9:32. As for how to reward Li Zexuan had also thought about it for a long time. However, he realized that Li Zexuan was neither short of money nor status. As for his position, this fellow was naturally lazy, and he was even in charge of an academy now. If he was given another position, Li Zexuan would probably quit immediately. That was why he brought this matter to the imperial court. He wanted to see if the ministers had any ideas. However, Li Zexuan was a new noble who had just risen in the imperial court this year. The speed at which he rose was already unprecedented. How could the officials still think of a suitable reward? After waiting for a long time and seeing no one speak, Cheng Yaojin could not stand it anymore. Old Cheng took a step forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Your Majesty, it's not right for me to judge whether the Marquis of Yong and contributed to the cholera this time. However, if he didn't take action, my family's Chonyo might have died because of the cholera. Therefore, no matter how your Majesty rewards the Marquis of Yong, I am willing to take out 100 households of land and give it to him as a token of gratitude." Boom! The moment Cheng Yaojin's words came out, all the officials in the imperial court raised their eyebrows. In this era, not only did it mean an iron rice bowl, it also symbolized the glory of the family. This was especially true for people like Cheng Yaojin, who had been promoted to a duke. Normally, if people of their status had made military contributions, Lier would not give them a promotion. Instead, he would give them an increase in their food. Therefore, to them, living in a fief was a military merit, and living in a fief was glory. Cheng Yaojin's repayment to Li Zexuan could not be said to be not generous. Of course, Old Cheng's move was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. He was forcing the other officials in the imperial court and also forcing Lier at the same time. Li Zexuan saved my son, and I have already shown my sincerity. Do you still have the nerve to be indifferent? Moreover, Li Zexuan also saved your son. As the ruler of a country, don't you boast about being fair in rewards and punishments? If you don't show some sincerity now, how can you show that you are fair in rewards and punishments? As expected, Lier's expression changed slightly, and he revealed a contemplative look. Cheng Yaojin stood up. How could Yuqi Jingda not have the nerve to come out? Without any hesitation, he stood beside Cheng Yaojin and cupped his fist towards Lier. "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and also saved this old official's son. This old official is also willing to take out 100 households of land as thanks. Your Majesty, please allow it." The court gradually fell into silence. The ministers witnessed the most absurd scene in history. Two Grand Dukes actually took the initiative to transfer a portion of their territory to another person. How strange. When Sun Fujia and Zhang Sun Wuji saw this, they were about to walk out as well. However, Li Zixuan was one step ahead of them. He cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi for your kind intentions. However, this nephew cannot accept this gift. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin are both my nephew's students. When my students are in trouble, as their teachers, I should help them. On a personal level, Chumo and Baolin are my nephew's good friends. How can I stand by and do nothing when they are seriously ill? Even if their illness can only be cured by the 1,000-year snow lotus on the heavenly mountain, I will still step onto the heavenly mountain and find it for them. Now that their illness is cured, how can I accept such a generous gift from my two uncles? Then wouldn't I, Li Zixuan, become a vile person who seeks to repay kindness? Ha! Good. Good lad. I, Old Cheng, did not misjudge you. You have enough loyalty. It's a pity that you were born 30 years later. Otherwise, I, Old Cheng, would definitely become sworn brothers with you." Li Zixuan had just finished speaking when Cheng Yaojin's large palm landed on Li Zixuan's body. Following that, this old fellow's heroic laughter resounded throughout the entire Taiji Palace. The ministers in the palace were all speechless. They secretly thought that this old fellow was really shameless. Zhang Sun Wuji rolled his eyes. After a moment, he stepped forward and said, "Marquis Yong is righteous. However, you have saved my son. No matter what, this old man has to express my gratitude. If you have any requests, this old man will try his best to satisfy them." Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. He secretly thought that this old fox was really crafty and petty. What did he mean by "if I have any requests, I will try my best to satisfy them"? He had already boasted earlier. If he were to demand an exorbitant price from Zhang Sun Wuji, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? Lord Zhang Sun is too courteous. Your son is also my student. Saving him is something that this junior ought to do. Li Zixuan cupped his hands towards Zhang Sun Wuji and then said in an indifferent tone. Seeing that his ministers were going back and forth, Li Zixuan also couldn't sit still. Oh no, it should be that his face was a little embarrassed. After all, Li Zixuan had also saved his son. Cough, cough. All right. Li Zixuan's contribution to the rapid pacification of the cholera could not go unnoticed. This was a matter of the nation, not a matter of a few beloved officials. Naturally, the imperial court should reward him. Li Zixuan, tell me, what reward do you want? Li Er, who couldn't maintain his face, coughed lightly and said in a deep voice. Only then did Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and the others calm down and look towards Li Zixuan. Bestowing a reward was a form of knowledge. Wasn't wanting a reward also a form of knowledge? Furthermore, the knowledge to bestow a reward was undoubtedly even more profound and difficult to grasp. Li Zixuan pursed his lips. Actually, when he received Li Er's notice to attend the morning court session yesterday, he had already guessed what would happen. Thus, he had already thought about what reward he should ask Li Er for. At this moment, he stepped forward and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, quelling the cholera was not the work of this subject alone. Furthermore, this subject is a marquis of the Great Tang Empire. Doing something for the Great Tang Empire is also this subject's duty. This subject does not dare to ask for a reward. One should be humble when needed. After all, if one was humble, this reward wouldn't run away. Li Zixuan loved to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. Li Er said unhappily, if I want to give you a reward, you should accept it. When did you become so overcautious? Speak quickly. Li Zixuan didn't continue to pretend to be humble. Everything had to be done in moderation. He bowed and said, thunderbolts and rain are the grace of the emperor. Logically speaking, this subject should accept whatever your majesty gives me. Hearing this, Li Er frowned. He really wanted to kick this glib-tongued brat. However, he heard Li Zixuan continue. However, this subject has something to ask of your majesty. I would like to take the opportunity to say it today. I hope your majesty will allow it. This brat had finally returned to his original appearance. Li Er said seriously, speak. Li Zishuan said this subject wishes to set up a medical school in Yanwang College. At that time, this subject will train medical students together with the Imperial Medical Department. When the time is ripe, this subject intends to open medical schools all over the Great Tang Empire to relieve the suffering of thousands of people. This subject will let the people of the Great Tang Empire be able to treat illnesses and afford medicine. I hope your majesty will allow it. Silence. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the court immediately fell into silence. No one, including Cheng Yaojin, expected Li Zishuan to make such a strange request. Wasn't he wasting the opportunity? Chapter 9:33. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Lier heard Li Zishuan's words, he muttered in his heart. He thought to himself, why did this brat suddenly change his personality? He didn't even want to take the advantage that was sent to his mouth? Is this the only request? Lier waited for a long time and didn't see Li Zishuan continue speaking. He asked uncertainly, Your Majesty, I only have this one request. I hope that Your Majesty will grant it. Li Zishuan said lightly, Xianxia. Cheng Yaojin anxiously glared at the side. He wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Xianxia. Lier looked deeply at Li Zishuan and then nodded. He said in a deep voice, Okay, I grant it. Among the officials in the palace, some let out a sigh of relief, while others sighed. Thank you, Your Majesty. No matter how others looked at him, Li Zishuan still had a calm and at ease look on his face. He had the demeanor of an expert who didn't care about material gains and didn't care about personal losses. Who knew that before Lier finished speaking, Lier changed the topic and said, I have always adhered to the principle that meritorious deeds should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. Li Zishuan, whether it is saving the 3,000 people from the cholera or establishing the medical school in the future, they're all acts of meritorious deeds for the country. They should be rewarded. Marquis Yong and Li Zishuan, come forward and listen to the decree. Li Zishuan secretly thought that old Li still had a conscience. His move of retreating in order to advance was not in vain. Putting away the messy thoughts in his mind, Li Zishuan walked to the front under the stunned gazes of the officials. He solemnly bowed and cupped his fists, saying, This subject obeys the decree. Lier's eyes narrowed as he scanned the officials in the palace. He then said, Marquis Yong, and has meritorious deeds for quelling the cholera. With the strength of one person, you saved thousands of people from life and death. At the crucial moment, you didn't claim the credit and didn't become arrogant. You are still able to worry about the country. You're truly a role model for all officials. I have decided to grant you 400 households and 100,000 gold. I will also bestow upon your mother the title of Lady Yi and your wife the title of a Korean third-rank noble lady. Your father, Li Jingma, is a secondary 7th-rank winged cavalry officer. Are you satisfied? Previously, Cheng Yaojin had jumped out and said that he wanted to give 100 households worth of land to Li Zishuan. This gave Lier a little inspiration. Since he could not raise Li Zishuan's title and position, and Li Zishuan did not lack money, he might as well increase his land and land. At the same time, he could also reward his family members with some empty positions. If everything was calculated, the reward would be very generous. In addition to the 600 households that were given to Li Zishuan when he was conferred the title of Marquis Yong, and Li Zishuan now had a total of 1,000 households. What kind of concept was 1,000 households? One must know that the Duke of Lu Country, Cheng Yaojin, only had 700 households. The Duke of Yi Country, Xianxia, also had 700 households. The Duke of Wei Country, Li Jing, only had 400 households. Li Zishuan's current land was almost catching up to the Prince of Hejian County, Li Shaogong. According to the records, Li Shaogong had 1,200 households. Li Zishuan was only a small marquis, but his land had already reached a shocking 1,000 households. It was truly inconceivable. Furthermore, 1,000 households' land meant that Li Zishuan was now in charge of the life and death of 400 to 500 people. This subject thanks your majesty for your great kindness. Li Zishuan was also shocked by Lier's sudden generosity. He had to admit that old Li's all-round, multi-layered reward plan made him very satisfied. Your Majesty is brilliant. Cheng Yaojin was overjoyed. He quickly followed behind Li Zishuan and sang praises. Zhang Sun Wuji hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Majesty is brilliant. The Marquis of Yong, and cared for the people and even quelled the cholera single-handedly. None of the ancient sages could do this. Your Majesty's generous reward is definitely worthy of the Marquis of Yong's name. No matter what, Li Zishuan had saved his son, Zhang Sun Chong. If he, Zhang Sun Wuji, didn't do anything, it wouldn't make sense. Furthermore, the rewards that Li Er gave were all within the rules. It wasn't too out of line. He had no reason to make things difficult for Li Zishuan on this matter. Instead, he might as well fulfill his wish. Since Zhang Sun Wuji had already agreed, who else in the imperial court would dare to come out and cause trouble for such a small matter? Strictly speaking, Li Er didn't give Li Zishuan a promotion. This was the most important thing. Most people could accept this result. Li Er nodded and said, Yes, Li Zishuan, I heard that Yinhuang College has made an astronomical telescope. Through this mirror, one can observe the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Is this true? Once he said that, everyone was shocked. The officials couldn't help but look at each other. They were shocked and speechless. What kind of mirror could observe the sun, moon, and stars in the sky? Why does this sound so much like nonsense? It had to be said that even though these people were high-ranking officials in the imperial court, they weren't as knowledgeable as most of the students in Yinhuang College. Li Zishuan was already prepared. It should be said that from the moment Yin Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei finished making the telescope, he had already expected that Li Er would know about this news soon. Furthermore, he had never thought of exchanging a national treasure like the telescope for money. He would definitely hand it over to the country. At this moment, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and answered, Your Majesty, the Academy has indeed made an item that can see the moon and stars from hundreds of thousands of miles away. It's called the astronomical telescope. Many teachers and students of the Academy have tried this mirror. Hearing Li Zishuan's confirmation, the officials couldn't stay calm anymore. The quiet and orderly imperial court suddenly exploded like a drop of water in a pot of oil. What? Yinhuang College actually has a magical item that can see the sun, moon, and stars clearly? This can't be right. I wonder what it's like on the moon. Other than these officials who were just here to watch the show, the eyes of many military bigwigs lit up. Pharmacists, since this astronomical telescope can see the sun, moon, and stars clearly from hundreds of thousands of miles away, can it also see enemies from tens or even hundreds of miles away? It can predict the enemy's moves. This is what it means to predict the enemy's moves first. This magical item must not fall into the enemy's hands. That's right. We must fight for this item. This is a national treasure, not a toy. Seeing that the officials were all discussing in private, Li Er coughed lightly and said, I heard that the astronomical telescope is more effective at night. Is this true? Hey, old Li's information is quite complete. Li Zishuan muttered to himself, and then replied, That's true. Your Majesty, the light in the day is too strong. If you use the telescope to look at the sky, it's very easy to hurt your eyes, so the effect is better at night. Li Er nodded, then made a decision that stunned everyone. Tonight, at 5 p.m., all officials of the third rank and above shall follow me to the Cloud Mountain to see the moon. The officials were stunned, but after they recovered from their shock, they all hurriedly cupped their hands and said yes. Your Majesty, those officials of the third rank and below opened their mouths and had a bitter look on their faces. In fact, they also wanted to go and see it. Unfortunately, they didn't have that fate. Chapter 9:34. After the morning court session, Li Zishuan finally revealed a proud smile on his face. This morning court session was not in vain. Now, this young master has truly become a big landlord. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. Now he had 1,000 households. In this era, there were at least 5 people in a household, and they owned about 100 mu of land. 1,000 households meant 100,000 mu of land. Although the yield of grain was very low in this era, 100 mu of land is only 300 dan, about 30,000 caddies. It could not cover the total amount of land. 100,000 mu of land could produce millions of caddies of grain every year. Even if he only collected 10% of the tax, he would still have millions of caddies of grain. This landlord could really just sit at home and wait for death. It could be said that with Li Zixuan's family business, even if his descendants did not achieve anything in their lives, it would be very difficult for them to squander the family business. Marquis, is there good news? Pang Feiji saw that Li Zixuan was very excited and came up to him with a smile. Li Zixuan mounted his horse and said with a smile, "And great news. Let's go. Let's go back. The academy also needs to prepare. Tonight, His Majesty and the civil and military officials will go to the academy." What? His Majesty is going to the academy at night? Pang Feiji's eyes widened in disbelief. Ever since the world was peaceful, the emperor had never left the city at night. It was not because of the curfew. Why would an emperor care about that? The main reason was that it was not safe to leave the city at night. After all, there were no street lights in this era. Everywhere outside the city was dark, and it was easy for assassins to hide. Pang Feiji did not have time to think, because Li Zixuan had already rushed out. He quickly mounted his horse and led his men to chase after Li Zixuan. Yin Mountain. After Li Zixuan returned home, he was not in a hurry to tell his family about the reward that Li Er had given him. This was because he knew that in the afternoon, the imperial edict from the palace would be sent down. When that time came, they would naturally know. Sure enough, someone from the palace came in the afternoon. The person who came to deliver the decree was Zhao Song, Li Zixuan's old acquaintance. The two exchanged some pleasantries. Zhao Song saw that Li Zixuan's family members were all present, so he cleared his throat and took out an imperial edict from one of his followers behind him, reading it aloud. "The Emperor of the Great Tang has decreed that we rule the world through literature and subdue chaos through force. Moreover, military commanders and generals were the pillars of the imperial court, the backbone of the country. They were capable of both civil and military affairs, and their contributions to the imperial court could diminish their achievements and not be rewarded with favor. Li Zixuan, the Marquis of Yong'an, has quelled the cholera and has rendered great service. He has single-handedly saved the lives of tens of thousands of people in Chang, and saving the lives of millions of people from the ravages of cholera. Therefore, he will be granted 400 households and 100,000 gold coins." By the emperor, Li Zixuan said, "This subject, Li Zixuan, accepts the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty." When Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Han Yushi heard the good news, they were all stunned. This was really good news from the heavens. When Li Jingma came to his senses, he was about to send a servant to fetch the money when Zhao Song took out another imperial edict from the servant behind him. He paused, looked at Madame Li, and said, "The Marquis of Yong'an's mother, Madame Yi, accepts the decree." Madame Li's eyes widened. She could not react for a long time. She tugged at Li Jingma and pointed at herself in disbelief. Old master, is eunuch Zhao talking about me?" Li Jingma hurriedly urged, "Go quickly. Who else could it be if not you?" Madame Li was convinced that she did not hear wrongly. She straightened her clothes and stepped forward. "This old one, Yi Yuzhu, accepts the decree." Zhao Song continued reading. "The Emperor of the Great Tang has decreed that the Marquis of Yong'an's mother, Madame Yi, is virtuous and prudent, diligent and gentle and pure, gentle by nature, and good at educating her son. She will be conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady by the emperor." Madame Li was a little confused. A third-rank noble lady. This status was comparable to the wives of important officials in the imperial court. Even a provincial governor would not dare to look down on her. Such a prominent status was bestowed from the heavens, just like that. "Madam, accept the edict quickly." Li Jingma was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. He urged softly from behind. In fact, he was a little jealous at this moment. His status in the family was low. Now that his wife was conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady, Wouldn't his status be even lower in the future? Madame Li hurriedly said, "This old one accepts the edict. Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Zhao Song was not angry because he had to wait a little longer. He handed the imperial edict to Madame Li with a smile and said a few pleasing words. Then he took out the third imperial edict and said, "The Marquis of Yong'an's wife Han accepts the decree." Han Yuxi's heart trembled, and her little heart thumped. She walked forward and bowed. This concubine, Han Yuxi, accepts the decree. Zhao Song saw that although Han Yuxi's eyes were a little nervous and flustered, her actions were still natural and unrestrained. He could not help but nod and say, "The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that the Marquis of Yong'an's wife Han is gentle and virtuous, graceful and elegant, dignified and virtuous. She is conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady, your majesty." Han Yuxi's heart was immediately filled with great surprise. She bowed and said, "Han Yuxi accepts the decree. Thank you for your grace." Li Jingma's face was full of shock. Fortunately, his hand was not on his chin, otherwise he would have pulled off his beard. Although the title of a noble lady was only a symbol of honor and did not have any real power, two third-rank noble ladies in one family had almost never appeared in the 10 years since the establishment of the dynasty. Even the previous dynasty, very few people could receive such an honor. It was no wonder that he was so surprised. However, apart from being surprised, Old Man Li could not help but feel a little disappointed. His wife was conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady because of her son, and his daughter-in-law was also conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady because of her husband. As the father, why did he have nothing? Could it be that he did not contribute to the birth of Li Zishuan, this son? Just as Old Man Li was feeling sour, Zhao Song spoke again. Li Jingma accepts the decree. Li Jingma immediately came back to his senses, and a smile finally appeared on his old face. "I, Li Jingma, accept the decree." Zhao Song recited, "The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that a family that accumulates good deeds will have more to celebrate. Those who have not done good deeds will not be affected. How can I be stingy with my praise? Your son, Li Zishuan, has a righteous character and good conduct. He is adept in literature and martial arts. You have taught your son well. I hereby grant you the title of a 7th-rank winged cavalry officer, your majesty." 7th rank? Li Jingma was not a novice. He still had some common sense. Even though this winged cavalry captain didn't seem to be of the same rank as a third-grade noble lady, this was a genuine military merit. Normally, only those soldiers with military merits would be able to obtain it. Therefore, Old Man Li was grinning from ear to ear. "Li Jingma accepts the decree and thanks for your grace." No matter what, he would never have thought that he would have the opportunity to become an official at such an age. The wonders of life were truly indescribable. Moreover, the 4 imperial decrees had arrived at Yinshan today. It could be considered as 4 consecutive blessings. Chapter 9:35. 4 imperial edicts to reward the same family was a rare sight in the Tang Empire. The fact that Li Zishuan was favored by the emperor made people look at him in a different light. But were these rewards really a lot? Not at all. Although there were 4 imperial edicts as rewards, the real benefits were only 400 households and 100,000 gold coins. The rest were nothing more than empty titles. Compared to Li Zishuan's contributions, these rewards were really not much. Think about it. If Li Zishuan did not help, even if Sun Simiao could rush back in time, it was unlikely that he would be able to produce the antidote immediately. With the epidemic spreading like wildfire, the delay in producing the antidote would increase the number of people infected with cholera. When the number of people could not be controlled, the Tang Empire's capital, Chang'an, would be in great danger. Therefore, the rewards given by Li Heir were not much at all. Haha, good, good. Today is really a day of great joy. Ha ha. After Zhao Song left, Li Jingma laughed heartily. It was rare that Madame Li did not dampen old Li's enthusiasm. She looked at her son lovingly and said, "Xian'er is getting more and more favored by the emperor. Thanks to you, Xianxia, offering the antidote for cholera. Not only did you save the people, but you also earned a title for your father. Your father will be happy for a while. Old Li was immediately unhappy. Huh, madam, weren't you unwilling to let Xianxia help the king of Wei treat cholera? Madam Li said unhappily. I was afraid that our son would accidentally contract cholera too. So you're not afraid now? You're just a 7th-rank winged cavalry captain. How dare you talk back to a 3rd-rank honorary lady? You're offending your superiors. Hey, madam, this is not how things are supposed to be. Seeing their parents quarreling, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi couldn't help but look at each other and smile. This was life. Brother, why are you all rewarded but not Lan? Lan is your sister. I also contributed. The little cutie tugged at Li Zixuan's arm and looked up at him. Overjoyed, Li Jingma and Mrs. Li discussed and decided to return to the Li mansion in Chang and for a while. According to Li Jingma's father, such a joyous occasion should be celebrated with the servants in the mansion. Although it was comfortable to live in Yanshan, it was not as lively as Chang'an. Before leaving, Madame Li specially called Li Zixuan to the side and said, Xin, you and Yushi have been married for quite some time now. It's time for you to have child. Mother and your father going back to Chang and stay, and will bring Lan back as well. You and Yushi must hurry up. Mother is waiting to hold a grandson. Li Zixuan was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood why the old couple had suddenly clamored to return to Chang'an. It turned out that they wanted to create a couple's world for him and Han Yushi. Mother, we are still young. What's the hurry? Mrs. Li Zixuan couldn't help but slap Li Zixuan's arm. What's wrong with being young? Look at Mei Jun and Han Xiaoyan. Aren't they the same as you? Look at how adorable his Waner is. You and Yushi should hurry up. Li Zixuan didn't want to disappoint his mother, so he didn't say much. He just vaguely agreed. Around 3 in the afternoon, Li Jingma and Madame Li brought Lan who also missed Chang'an. They dressed lightly and rode down Yanshan in a carriage. Rushing towards Chang, Li Zixuan asked Pang Feiji to bring a team of personal guards to follow behind them. He entrusted them to stay in Chang and protect his parents. As for himself, Li Zixuan felt that he didn't need protection at all. The academy had 3 great grandmasters guarding it, so it was very safe. After watching his parents leave, Li Zixuan didn't have time to spend some alone time with his wife. He was called over by Mo Zhong to Yanwan College. Li Gang heard that Li Zixuan was going to bring the civil and military officials to the academy to admire the moon with binoculars tonight. He wanted Li Zixuan to return to the academy in advance to take charge of the situation and make arrangements in advance to prevent any accidents. The old teacher had already treated the academy as his home. The students of the academy were his children. If something happened to Li Zixuan in the academy, the entire academy wouldn't have an easy time. Therefore, the old teacher was especially attentive. At 5:45 p.m., the sky gradually darkened. A full moon appeared in the sky, but it didn't look very bright. The civil and military officials who were admiring the moon, led by Li Zixuan, ascended Yanshan and arrived at the gate of the academy. They saw that there were big lanterns hanging on both sides of the road leading out of the academy. They were hung up every 5 steps, making the entire academy as bright as day, even at night. Li Zixuan brought the leadership of the academy to the school gate to welcome them personally. I'm just here to try the binoculars. You're so good, making such a big fuss. I wonder how much money you've spent. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Zixuan pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded him jokingly as he walked. Li Zixuan cursed in his heart, but he said, Your Majesty and the officials of the imperial court came to the academy to admire the moon. Of course, the academy should prepare in advance. Otherwise, if Your Majesty and everyone accidentally knocked or bumped into each other in this pitch-black darkness, wouldn't it be my fault? You're getting more and more glib-tongued, Li Zixuan said unhappily. After exchanging a few more words, they arrived at the courtyard of Guanghua Building. A huge binoculars came into view. Li Zixuan looked at it with interest. He touched and knocked on it for a long time before asking, How do I use this? Li Zixuan explained, Your Majesty only needs to put your eyes in front of the cylinder. Then you'll see a whole new world. The angle of the binoculars had been adjusted in advance. There was no need for Li Zixuan to do anything. He just needed to look. Li Zixuan nodded. Under the gazes of the officials, he bent his knees slightly and put his eyes in front of the binoculars. Suddenly, Li Zixuan opened his mouth in shock. He saw a bumpy sphere in the binoculars. When the attentive officials saw this, they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Even before Li Zixuan ascended the throne, he didn't show his emotions on his face, let alone now that he was the emperor. He didn't show his emotions on his face. But now, Li Zixuan looked so surprised that people couldn't help but think, what kind of scenery could surprise Li Zixuan, the emperor of a country? The more they thought about it, the more eager they were to use the binoculars. But here came a problem. Li Zixuan had been in front of the binoculars for almost 15 minutes, but he still didn't have any intention of leaving. What could the officials do? Could they go up and kick Li Zixuan away? So they could only wait at the side for Li Zixuan to finish using it. Chapter 9:36. TSK. I didn't expect the moon to be like this. There's no moon lord, no jade rabbit, and no trees. It looks like there's only barren mountains and dry rocks. The moon lord refers to Chang'e, and the moon star refers to the moon in the ancient language. The Book of Changes states that Tai Chi gives birth to Yin and Yang, and Yin and Yang give birth to the four symbols. Yin and Yang refers to Yin and Yang, and the four symbols refers to Taiyang, Taiyin, Shaoyin, and Shaoyang. After the Qin and Han dynasties, they gradually referred to the eastern god Azure Dragon, the western god White Tiger, the southern god Vermilion Bird, and the northern god Black Tortoise. Yinhuang College, Guanghua Building, Atrium. Lier looked at it for a long time and finally couldn't help but sigh. However, he still didn't have any intention of moving. It seemed like he hadn't seen enough. The ministers all sighed in their hearts. Encountering such a boss who liked to eat alone, they, as little brothers, felt very helpless. Li Zixuan, can you point this telescope somewhere else? I want to see the Milky Way. Well, the origin of the word Milky Way is unknown, but there was the word Milky Way before the Sui dynasty. There were earlier names like Milky Way, and so on. Lier reluctantly moved his eyes away from the telescope and said to Li Zixuan. All the officials were cursing in their hearts. Lier was really pushing his luck. They hadn't even seen the moon yet, but Old Li wanted to see the Milky Way. He was pushing his luck. Most of the ministers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, there were always one or two brave ones. Your Majesty, why don't you let me see what the moon looks like? I've lived for most of my life and have seen everything, but I've never seen what the moon looks like. Sheng Yaojin couldn't help but mutter. Old Li didn't take it to heart. He laughed and said, Jijia, there's no hurry. The night is long, and there's still a long time. Besides, it'll be late at night, and the moon will rise. You'll see it more clearly, right? Everyone was speechless, thinking that Li Er was really a shameless old scoundrel. Seeing Li Zixuan looking at him again, Li Zixuan had no choice but to bow and say, Your Majesty, this telescope is just a prototype. There are still many imperfections, so it is not enough to see the celestial bodies outside the moon. If you want to see other celestial bodies in the Milky Way, you have to wait for the Academy to make a greater technological breakthrough in the future. To be honest, this telescope was still very crude, and its image was not very clear. It could barely be used to see the moon, but as for other celestial bodies, forget about it. Lier shook his head and said with a smile, It's fine. I just want to see what's the difference between using this telescope and using the naked eye. When Li Zixuan heard this, he could only nod in agreement. He looked up at the night sky. Fortunately, the weather was very good tonight. He could clearly see a band of light in the night sky. That was the Milky Way. Li Zixuan stepped forward and pointed the telescope at a random location in the Milky Way, then said, Okay, Your Majesty. Lier nodded. Under the covetous gazes of the officials behind him, he once again put his eyes in front of the telescope's eyepiece. What he saw made Lier feel as if he was in a sea of stars, surrounded by boundless stars. Further away, there were dreamy and magnificent nebulae and star clusters, giving people a strong visual impact. In the vast, dark space, everything seemed so small. Emptiness, vastness, loneliness, shock, and all kinds of complicated emotions poured into Li'er's heart in an instant, making him the supreme ruler of the human world, a little confused at this moment. Seeing that Li'er was silent for a long time, the officials couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know what Li'er had seen that made him silent for so long. Cheng Yaojin was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. If the person squatting in front of the telescope was not Li'er, but someone else, old Cheng would probably go forward and kick him away and take his place to enjoy himself. In fact, Li Zishuan quite understood Li'er at this moment. In his previous life, when he went to the cinema to watch Interstellar, he had been severely shocked. Some movies were not worth going to the cinema to watch. The big screen also exposed the shortcomings. Some movies were born for the big screen. When he went to the cinema to watch Interstellar, he was deeply shocked by the visual effects on the screen. Even after walking out of the cinema for a long time, his heart was still in a state of accelerated heartbeat, and he did not calm down for a long time. It was also because of this that he had specially gone to the capital's planetarium in order to feel the vastness of space and the brilliance of the interstellar. Those who had seen the star chart in space, regardless of whether they were men or women, could not resist its charm. At that time, his dream was really the sea of stars. If a technology company wanted to recruit volunteers for interstellar travel, he really might have given it a try. However, this was just his unrealistic dream at that time. Later, his dream became a house, a car, and money, and he completely became a layman. As a modern person, he was so shocked when he saw space. How could Li'er, an ancient person, be indifferent when he saw space for the first time? After about 15 minutes, perhaps he felt that his legs were a little tired from standing. Li'er finally came back from space. His face was full of absent-mindedness. He walked to the side and stood beside Li Zishuan, giving up the position of the telescope. Cheng Yaojin could not wait any longer. This old guy was afraid that someone would beat him to it. He rushed to the front of the telescope and shouted, "Xiao quick! Quickly point this guy to the position of the moon. Old Cheng, want to see if there are any fairies on it." Hearing this guy start talking nonsense, everyone could not help but laugh. Li Zishuan had no choice but to step forward and point the telescope at the position of the moon. Old Cheng smacked his lips and began his journey to the moon. Li Zishuan returned to his original position. Seeing that Li'er was still in a daze, he said, "Your Majesty, what do you think after seeing this Milky Way?" Li'er murmured, "Vast, vast. I feel that I am so tiny in the midst of all the stars in the heavens. Previously, you said that the ground under our feet was a sphere. At that time, I didn't believe it. Tonight, I completely believe it. In the past, I was still complacent about conquering this land, but compared to the universe, this land is probably as small as a speck of dust." After a pause, Li'er looked at Li Zishuan with a burning gaze and said faintly, "Marquis Yoan, is it possible for Yinhuang College to let me go to the sky, to take a look at my lifetime?" Li Zishuan was speechless. He never thought that old Li's feelings after seeing space were to actually want to go to the sky. Could it be that Li'er wanted to conquer the sea of stars in the future? Wasn't that too ridiculous? Chapter 9:37. Your Majesty, when engineering is developed to the extreme, it is indeed possible to achieve interstellar flight. However, there is still a long way to go. It could take decades or even centuries. Li Zishuan was speechless for a while. He looked into Li'er's burning eyes and replied, "In his previous life, the United States of America, which had been established for more than 100 years, relied on its advanced and complete industrial system to launch the Apollo program, which started in May 1961 and ended in December 1972. They achieved the first moon landing in history. The entire Apollo program lasted for about 11 years and cost more than $25 billion. It accounted for about 0.57% of the United States GDP and about 20% of the United States total scientific and technological research and development funds. At the peak of the project, there were more than 20,000 companies more than 200 universities, and more than 80 research institutions that participated in the project. The total number of people involved was more than 300,000. It could be said that the United States of America had mobilized the entire country to complete the first moon landing project. Even a powerful country like the United States of America had done so. For a feudal dynasty like the Tang dynasty, which did not even have a complete industrial system, to complete space travel was tantamount to a fantasy. Not to mention a few decades, even 100 or 200 years would be difficult. A few decades? A few hundred years? Li'er's eyes suddenly dimmed. He muttered, "How I wish to live for a few hundred more years." Li Zishuan thought to himself, if Li'er had heard Han Lei's borrow another 500 years from the heavens, would he also sing a song to his heart's content? Feng Zhidai, who was standing behind Li'er, could not help but feel shocked when he heard the conversation between Li'er and Li Zishuan. According to his official position, Feng Zhidai was actually not qualified to stand here tonight. However, as the vice minister of the guard, he had the responsibility of accompanying the emperor. Moreover, for some reason, Li'er seemed to be afraid that he would forget, and specially sent someone to inform him to accompany the emperor at Yanhuang College tonight. Hence he came. Although he had not used the binoculars before, from Li'er's expression and words, he could roughly imagine what Li'er was describing. After hearing Li Zishuan's reply, he could not help but feel a huge wave of emotions surging in his heart. This was because Li Zishuan did not give Li'er a direct negative answer. Instead, he said that it would take decades or centuries. This was a mission that seemed impossible to ordinary people, but Li Zishuan had turned it into a goal that could be achieved. This had completely overturned Feng Zhidai's understanding of the world. During his stay in Chang, and he had collected a lot of information about Li Zishuan. The more he read, the more surprised he became. He was even more confused about Li Zishuan. Tonight was the first time he came to Yanhuang College. The majestic college was like an immortal palace standing on the top of a mountain. However, Li Zishuan, a mortal younger than him, seemed to have the ability to surpass immortals. He could talk about interstellar flight, which completely broke his understanding. Feng Zhidai felt that Li Zishuan's ability was even more terrifying than the so-called martial arts of the Grandmaster realm. He could win in terms of individual bravery, but what could he use to fight against this kind of power that he couldn't understand? If he made an enemy of such a person, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this moment, Feng Zhidai was deeply grateful for his original decision. Li Zishuan was very difficult to defeat, and with the help of someone like Li Zishuan, Feng Zhidai felt that if the Feng family had the slightest disloyalty, they would definitely die a horrible death. At the same time, he also rejoiced for his father's wise decision. Earlier on, some of the tribes under the Feng family had tried to persuade Feng Ong to establish himself as the king, but Feng Ong had refused. Now it seemed that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. At this time, Chang Yaojin had already come down from the platform where the telescope was placed. The other ministers went up to look at the moon according to their ranks and qualifications. Old Cheng kept muttering things like there are no fairies and no energy. He looked very disappointed. At this moment, Li'er had already recovered a little. He whispered to Li Zishuan earnestly, "Develop Yanhuang College well. Although I won't have the chance to go up and see it in my lifetime, I hope that one day my descendants can jump out of this land and go to other places to see it." Li Zishuan inexplicably felt a toothache. Old Li said it so lightly, but he didn't want to dampen Li'er's enthusiasm, so he replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. We will definitely not disappoint Your Majesty." Li'er nodded and looked up at the sky. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the vast starry sky he had seen earlier. That scene would probably stay in his mind for a long time, and he wouldn't be able to forget it. Before Panga died, he turned into the sun and moon. His left, I was the sun, and his right, I was the moon. The mountain and sea scripture. Western scripture of the Great Wilderness also states that Emperor Jun's wife, Xianxia, gave birth to 2 moons. At this time, there were rabbits and toads in the moon. But for what I see, this moon seems to be barren. Sure enough, Everything in this world is seen with your own eyes. In ancient legends, the sun and moon were transformed from the eyes of Pangu. The mountain and sea scripture also states that Emperor Jun's wife, Xianxia, gave birth to 12 moons. Emperor Jun was a mythical figure in the Shang dynasty. After looking at the moon with a telescope, Old Fong couldn't help but sigh. Hey, I say, Old Fong, if there are no fairies on the moon, then there are no fairies. You are complaining so much here. Aren't you afraid that sister-in-law will? Hee hee. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but make fun of Fong Xianling after listening to him for a long time. Everyone roared with laughter. Few people didn't know that Fong Xianling was afraid of his wife. You, Cheng Jijia, if you continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I won't go to your house and tell sister-in-law what you muttered before? Fong Xuanling's face turned red, and he pointed at Cheng Yaojin angrily. As the saying goes, don't expose a person's shortcomings. Cheng Yaojin was too immoral. While these people were making fun of each other, there was never a shortage of people around the telescope. The courtiers who had never used it came up one by one to try it. After about 2 hours, almost all the courtiers had tried the telescope. At this time, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe walked out of the crowd. He had a jade-like complexion and a graceful demeanor. It was Li Chunfeng. He was only a minor official in the Imperial Historian Bureau. Logically speaking, he wasn't qualified to be here tonight. He heard from the Imperial Historian Bureau that Li Er was going to bring courtiers above the 3rd rank to the Cloud Mountain to use Li Zishuan's newly made telescope to observe the moon. He was curious, so he asked Li Er personally for a spot. When Li Chunfeng met Li Er for the first time this year, he left a deep impression on Li Er with his knowledge of the calendar. When Li Er heard that Li Chunfeng wanted to go to the academy to observe the moon, he thought about it and agreed. At this moment, seeing that this man in a Taoist robe also wanted to use the telescope, Li Zishuan was curious. He couldn't help but ask, "May I know who you are?" Li Chunfeng smiled and bowed. "I am Huang Guanzi. Greetings, Marquis Yuan." Chapter 9:38. Huang Guanzi? Li Zishuan found the name familiar. It didn't take him long to remember. When the results of the entrance exam of Yanwang College were announced, Li Zishuan had investigated the families of the top students. Li Zishuan was ranked 2nd among the freshmen. Li Chunfeng's information was on Li Zishuan's desk. Therefore, Li Zishuan knew a thing or two about Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng's Taoist name was Huang Guanzi. In the first year of Jingguan, he made 18 comments on the Wuyin Yuan calendar written by Fu Rinjun, a Taoist priest. Li Er appreciated his talent and accepted 7 of his comments. Li Chunfeng was appointed to serve in the Bureau of Imperial History. Right now, Li Chunfeng was just a young man who had just made a name for himself in the imperial court. Few people would pay attention to him. However, Li Zishuan, who had transmigrated from the modern world, knew what Li Chunfeng's name meant. For this reason, he even asked someone to look into Yuan Tiangong's information. He didn't give up until he found out that Yuan Tiangong wasn't in the imperial court. In fact, Yuan Tiangong only entered the imperial court in the 5th year of Jingguan. "Oh, it's Taoist Li. Sorry for the disrespect." Li Zishuan bowed to Li Chunfeng and said politely. Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan seriously. This made Li Zishuan uncomfortable. He felt that Li Chunfeng's eyes had a penetrating power that could see through everything. Under this kind of gaze, no secrets could be hidden. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly used the Taishin Sutra to maximize his mental strength and stay alert. Li Chunfeng's face suddenly turned pale. Sorry. I was surprised by Marquis' appearance just now. I couldn't help but look at you a little longer. I hope Marquis won't blame me." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's fine. You and I are both Taoists, so how can we blame each other? This Marquis has heard that Taoist priest is quite accomplished in calendar, astronomy, and mathematics. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely ask for your advice. I hope Taoist priest won't hold back." Li Chunfeng cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, you flatter me. Marquis has been taught by a famous sect since he was a child. How can my insignificant skills be compared to Marquis'? I'm here today to use Yanhuang College's binoculars to verify some of my past conjectures. I hope that Marquis can help me." "Confirm some conjectures? It was probably related to the calendar, right?" Li Zixuan thought to himself. At the same time, he promised, just use it, Taoist priest. In the future, the door of the academy will always be open for you. If you want to use this telescope, you can come anytime. Li Chuanfeng's face lit up, and he said, Marquis, are you serious? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Of course. If I'm not wrong, you probably want to use the telescope to calculate the calendar, right? Since ancient times, the calendar has been very important to the people's agriculture. If this telescope can help you, then it's Yanhuang College's and my good fortune, isn't it? Li Chuanfeng's face turned serious, and he bowed sincerely. Marquis, you are a righteous man. This humble Taoist is very impressed. The people of the world will definitely remember your kindness, Marquis. Li Zixuan was right. His main purpose for coming today was to see if Yanhuang College's telescope could help him improve the accuracy of his calendar deduction. Simply put, the so-called calendar was based on the natural law of the changes in the sky to measure the longer time intervals, judge the changes in the climate, and predict the arrival of the seasons. The calendar based on the cycle of the moon's phases, the synodic month, was called the lunar calendar. The calendar based on the cycle of the Earth's rotation around the sun, the solar year, was called the solar calendar. China's ancient calendar used the solar year as the unit of year and the synodic month as the unit of month. It was a combination of the solar and lunar calendars. When the rulers of the dynasties ascended to the throne, they would usually organize officials to revise the calendar. This was because the people's annual spring plowing, autumn harvest, and other agricultural activities were all based on the calendar. The importance of the calendar to the country could be seen from this. Many people who knew about China's lunar calendar would sigh in their hearts. How could the 24 solar terms in the lunar calendar, which had existed for thousands of years, be so accurate in predicting agricultural activities? At the beginning of spring, people would start to cultivate the land to raise seedlings. The rain would weed the wheat, the insects would fertilize the wheat would grow at the spring equinox, and so on. Every mid-autumn festival, the moon would never be round. The creator of the calendar and the discoverer of the laws of the calendar for thousands of years was truly admirable. Compared to it, the modern Gregorian calendar was so weak. In fact, China's lunar calendar used the 24 solar terms to determine the year, the leap month, the leap year, and a lunar moon to determine the month. The 24 solar terms were based on the solar calendar. Thus, it was very accurate in predicting the farming season. Thus, China's lunar calendar was based on the solar calendar. The 24 solar terms were based on the solar calendar. Its cycle was the same as the Earth's revolution. Observed from the Earth, the moment when the sun passed the spring equinox in the ecliptic was the beginning of a new year and the end of an old one. The ancient dynasties set up the imperial astronomer to observe and correct the equinox every year to ensure that the spring equinox was accurate and the farming season was accurate. Li Zixuan felt that giving the telescope to Li Chunfeng was like giving a sword to a hero. This way, Li Chunfeng might be able to perfect the calendar even more. This was something that would benefit the country and the people. Furthermore, if Li Chunfeng discovered the 8 planets of the solar system through the telescope and came up with a heliocentric theory or solar system theory, wouldn't that be a contribution to the Tang dynasty's astronomy? You Marquis Yeoman, I don't know what tricks you used to make Dr. Sun move to Yinshan, but now you want to use the telescope to poach my man? The two of them were chatting happily, as if they regretted not having met earlier. Li Er walked over from the side and said angrily. He had always been a good judge of character. Li Er had high hopes for Li Chunfeng. I am afraid I, Li Chunfeng, will always be loyal to your majesty and the Tang dynasty. Perhaps Li Er was joking, but Li Chunfeng had not known Li Er for a long time, so he did not know much about Li Er's personality. As the saying went, being in the king's company was akin to being in the company of a tiger, so he did not dare to treat Li Er's words as a joke. Li Zixuan wasn't afraid at all. He could tell that old Li was joking. He cupped his hands and said helplessly, Your Majesty, I would like to borrow the Academy's technology to help Li Shurlang perfect the calendar. We are both working for your Majesty, the Tang dynasty, and the people. How can you say that we are poaching him? Although Li Zixuan did have this idea, He couldn't say it out loud. Chapter 9:39. In fact, Li Zixuan wasn't the only person he wanted to poach. He wanted to poach a few other people as well. Previously, he had mentioned in the imperial court that he wanted to establish a medical school in Yanhuang College. This wasn't something he said on the spur of the moment. He truly wanted to contribute to the development of Tang Dynasty's medical science, not only for others, but also for himself. As the saying went, how could people not get sick after eating grains? He had a strong internal energy, so he wasn't worried about getting sick. However, what about his family? What if they got an incurable disease? What could he do with his half-baked medical skills? Sun Simiao had great medical skills, but how could he be in Chang in every day? Therefore, Li Zixuan had to push the development of Tang Dynasty's medical science on the right track, even if it was for the sake of his family's health and longevity. The cholera incident had given him a huge warning. Just think about it. If he didn't happen to know a few prescriptions for cholera, Chang might have been hit by a large-scale cholera outbreak. As the saying went, when the nest was overturned, no egg would remain unbroken. When that time came, how would their family be able to stay in one corner of the country? The only way was to develop medical science and establish a medical school. However, establishing a medical school required a large number of medical-related talents. That was why Li Zixuan had made a request to Li Er in the imperial court. He wanted the Imperial Physician Bureau to help Yanhuang College train medical students. Of course, it was not a bad idea to poach a few imperial physicians with excellent medical skills and noble medical ethics into the Yanhuang Academy during the process of nurturing them. The moon viewing event lasted until around 9 in the morning. When they were about to leave Yanhuang College, a group of military officials asked Li Zixuan if the telescope could be used in the military. After Li Zixuan gave a positive answer, the military officials requested Li Er to ban the telescope manufacturing technology in Yanhuang College and put on the list of prohibited weapons. Only Tang Dynasty's fourth-rank generals and above had the right to own it. Reality had proven that none of these bigwigs who had been able to make it to their current positions in the imperial court were fools. Even without Li Zixuan's reminder, they could imagine just how great of a threat it would be to their side if the telescope were to fall into the enemy's hands. Li Er naturally understood this as well. He didn't think too much about it and agreed to Li Jing, Qin Xiong, and Niu Jinda's request. However, before leaving, Li Er asked Li Zixuan in front of all the officials, "You're now an adult. Do you have a courtesy name?" According to the weekly system, a man will be crowned at the age of 20. However, in order to take control of the country as soon as possible, the emperor and the dukes will do it earlier. Legend has it that King Wen of Zhou crowned at the age of 12 and King Cheng crowned at the age of 15. Later generations changed according to the time and place. Among the people, it was held from the age of 15 to 20. Li Zixuan was about to reach the age of 15, so he could be considered an adult. Li Zixuan naturally replied that he didn't have one. Li Er smiled and said, "You're multi-talented and you're proficient in both literature and martial arts." Zhuge Liang once said in the Book of Commandments that a gentleman should cultivate his body with quietness and cultivate virtue with frugality. Without living a simple life, there is no way to show one's aspiration. Without being tranquil, there is no way to reach far. I hope that you can look at the big picture and have lofty aspirations. You'll be ambitious. In ancient times, people not only had names, but also had names and even nicknames. For example, Zhuge Liang had a name called Kong Ming and was called Crouching Dragon. Another example was Bai Juyi. His name was Bai Juyi and his courtesy name was Letian. He also had a nickname, Fragrant Mountain Hermit. Therefore, the names of the ancient people should be divided into 3 types: name, courtesy name, and nickname. The name was the official name for oneself. The courtesy name was the continuation of this name, and the nickname represented one's ambition. Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Feng Xianling clapped his hands and laughed. "Wonderful! Wonderful!" In the Zhuozhuan, Zipai once said that a gentleman knows the big picture and knows the big picture. A villain knows the small picture and knows the small picture. One knows the big picture and the other knows the big picture. Marquis Yong is so lucky. Li Zixuan thought about it carefully for a long time and felt that Li Er's words were not bad. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the words. I will remember Your Majesty's admonition today." Li Er, who liked to trick people, finally didn't trick him this time around. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. The rest of the officials looked at Li Zixuan with envy. This was the first time Li Er bestowed words to a court official. They never thought that this great honor would fall on Li Zixuan, who had just entered the court for less than a year. It really made them feel a little jealous. Li Zixuan, who had a big heart and nerves, was naturally not afraid of the envy and jealousy of others. After Li Er and the ministers left, he returned to the courtyard and spent a rare two-person world with Han Yushi, cough cough, although there was still Xiao He and Xiaoxi in the courtyard. But these two girls had heard the word bed too many times, so Li Zixuan no longer treated these two girls as outsiders. They shamelessly fooled around until 1 o'clock in the morning before going to sleep. Li Zixuan slept comfortably until the sun was high in the sky the next day before he woke up. Li Zixuan stretched his body and ate the breakfast that Xiaoxi had prepared. He then went to the academy. There were still many things to do there. First of all, he had promised Mo Lingwei that he would persuade her father, Mo Lingwei. However, there were a lot of things to do yesterday. He had to attend court, receive the imperial edict, and receive Li Er and the other big shots who came to the academy to look at the telescope. Therefore, Li Zixuan did not have time to do this. However, since he had promised Mo Lingwei, he had to get it done as soon as possible. Otherwise, when that girl went crazy, not many people could control her. Back then, Mo Lingwei said that the principle of the telescope was proposed by Li Zixuan. She did not want the credit for inventing the telescope. She only wanted a little effort to make Li Zixuan persuade her father to let her stay in the academy. However, from the looks of it now, this credit was undoubtedly more worth it for her. This was because Li Zixuan realized that it was very difficult for his current noble rank and official position to be promoted, unless he made a very significant military contribution, such as the war that destroyed the country. Li Er would not let him be promoted. This could be seen from the reward given to him for the cholera incident. Therefore, it was better to use the credit of inventing the telescope to exchange for some substantial rewards for Mo Lingwei. This would force old man Mo to agree to let Mo Lingwei continue to stay in the academy. Hurry up and go back. I thought you were just fooling around in Yanhuang College. I didn't expect you to want to stay in the academy for a long time. You're simply fooling around. Sure enough, just as he approached Mo Huai's office, he heard old man Mo's angry roar from inside. Li Zixuan shook his head and quickly pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 940. Father, why can't I study at Yanhuang College? Don't you just dislike your daughter for being a girl? But back then, Grandmaster Liang not only became a general as a girl, but she also became the head of the Mo family. Why can't I come to the academy to study? Li Ying, the 42nd generation head of the Mo family, was also the first female head of the Mo family. She fought with the Northern Wei many times and once fought with the Erju family and defeated them. She commanded the cavalry and was one of the valiant generals of the Southern Dynasty. As soon as Li Zixuan entered, he heard Mo Lingwei arguing with Mo Huai. Mo Huai slammed the table and said angrily, "Bastard, how can the present be compared to the past?" At that time, the 5 barbarians were in chaos and the world was in turmoil. The Mo family was facing internal and external troubles, so Grandmaster Liang stepped forward. But now that the world is peaceful, the Mo family has no internal and external troubles. Why do you need a girl to show her face in public? Yamacho. Mo Huai only realized that Li Zixuan had pushed open the door and entered at the end of his sentence. Awkwardness immediately appeared on his old face. After all, this was a family scandal. Li Zixuan smiled and walked to a spot not far from Mo Huai. Then he said, "Haha, I was looking for Mr. Mo for some matters, but I accidentally came in without permission. I hope Mr. Mo won't blame me." Mo Huai waved his hands awkwardly and said, It's fine. It's my daughter who is naughty and has embarrassed herself in front of Yamacho." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Mr. Mo, you're wrong. Also, Mr. Mo said something wrong just now. Mo Huai asked, "Oh, may I ask what Yamacho is referring to?" Li Zixuan glanced at Mo Lingwei and gave her a look that said, "Leave it to me." Then he said to Mo Huai, "Mr. Mo just said that now that the world is at peace, the Mo family no longer has any internal or external troubles. Why would they need Ink Girl to show her face in public alone?" In the past, Confucius, Li Zixuan said Confucius, not Confucius, in order to avoid provoking Mo Huai. After all, in the eyes of the followers of the school of Mo, there was only one saint, and that was Mozi said, "Only women and villains are difficult to raise." Later on, the Western Han Confucian Grandmaster Dong Zhongshu was given an important position by Emperor Wu of Han due to his 3 strategies for heaven and man. Emperor Wu then adopted Dong Zhongshu's theory of heaven and man interaction, the 3 cardinal principles and 5 constant principles, and officially proposed abolish the 100 schools of thought and respect Confucianism. The result of this was that men were superior to women, and women were inferior to each other. Originally, I thought that the concept of men being superior to women would only exist in Confucianism. Who would have thought that it would also exist in Moism? But Mr. Mo, don't forget that when the Mo family's divine ancestor was recruiting followers of the school of Mo and promoting Moism, did he mention anything about men being superior to women and women not being allowed to show their faces in public? Confucianism has changed a lot since then. I don't want, and I believe that Mr. Mo and the Mo family's divine ancestor don't want Moism to follow in the footsteps of Confucianism, right? Women's rights. Although Li Zixuan wasn't a woman, he also felt that the excessive concept of men being superior to women was very detrimental to the development of society. Perhaps he could use the Mo family and Mo Lingwei to set an example for women's rights in this era. Moreover, if he let go of women's rights appropriately, it would also help to liberate society's productivity. Good, good, good. Yamacho, what you said is too good. Every word that Li Zixuan said was in Mo Lingwei's heart. She also wanted to say these words, but she felt that they weren't as imposing as Li Zixuan's. As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, Mo Lingwei excitedly clapped and cheered. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. To be able to say such words, it was obvious how much respect Li Zixuan usually had for Han Yushi. What an enviable couple. Mo Lingwei was happy to hear this, but Li Zixuan's words were like a heavy hammer that smashed fiercely into Mo Huai's chest. His expression changed drastically, and his brows were tightly knitted. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to his chin and landed on the ground with a plop. After a long time, Mo Huai spoke. His voice was a little hoarse. "Thank you, Yamacho, for your reminder. Mo's legacy has indeed deviated from its original path. Yamacho's words today are like a warning bell. I will definitely keep them in mind at all times." Actually, Mo Huai's feelings for Li Zixuan were very complicated. Cough, cough, don't misunderstand. These feelings weren't ordinary feelings. When he first met Li Zixuan, he looked down on this young brat and was slapped in the face on the spot. However, the way Li Zixuan slapped his face made him realize that Li Zixuan had too many similarities with the Mo family's divine ancestor. He couldn't help but treat Li Zixuan as the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. Although Li Zixuan had explained that he wasn't, Mo Huai still subconsciously treated Li Zixuan as the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. It was precisely because of this that he was willing to bring the few remaining members of the Mo family to Yanhuang College. He felt that this might be a better way to continue Mo's legacy. Li Zixuan's words just now made Mo Huai feel that the Mo family's divine ancestor was beating him to his face. That was why his expression changed drastically and he broke out in cold sweat. Li Zixuan saw this and hurriedly said, "Mr. Mo, you're too kind. That was just my opinion. If you feel that it's wrong, please don't take it to heart." Mo Huai said with shame, No. Yamacho is right. This old man brought the Mo family's disciples into the world for several months. I didn't expect that they would be tainted with the vulgarity of the world. I really shouldn't have. Oh, by the way, Yamacho, didn't you say that you wanted to talk to this old man about something? Li Zishuan finally revealed his foxtail at this moment and said, Ahem, Mr. Mo, I'm sure you've seen the telescope upstairs. His Majesty is very satisfied with it. And this telescope was mainly completed by your daughter. I see that your daughter is very talented in this area, so I want to invite her to the academy as a specially appointed professor. What do you think? Mo Huai frowned. Li Zishuan saw this and hurriedly said, Don't worry. Ink Girl will only be responsible for research after coming to the academy. She won't be responsible for teaching students. What do you think? Unexpectedly, Mo Zhong waved his hand and said, Yamacho, you're mistaken. This old man isn't worried about that. This old man thinks that the identity of a professor in the academy is very noble. How can this girl be qualified with her little cleverness? Li Zishuan laughed and said, Mr. Mo, you don't have to worry about that. Ink Girl's knowledge and ability are obvious to everyone. As the saying goes, a hero doesn't care about his background. A person's ambition doesn't depend on his age. The academy needs to promote talent. Ink Girl is completely worthy of the title of a specially appointed professor. Mo Huai couldn't help but feel happy when he heard Li Zishuan praise his daughter. After all, she was still his biological daughter. In that case, this old man has no objections. Mo Huai glanced at his daughter and nodded. Wow, Dad, you finally agreed. That's great. You're so open-minded. Mo Lingwei, who had gone through a lot and finally got what she wanted, immediately flattered him without hesitation, causing Mo Huai to roll his eyes. Chapter 9:41. Hee. Yamacho, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have to stay at home and do needlework every day. Mo Lingwei followed Li Zishuan out of Mo Huai's office. The girl caught up to Li Zishuan and smiled sweetly. Li Zishuan shook his head with a smile and said, There's no need to thank me. This is what I promised you. I'm just fulfilling my promise. Yamacho, your businesslike manner makes you very boring. Mo Lingwei complained. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. If I don't do business with you, do you want me to say some witty words to make you laugh and flirt with you? I can't bully my friend's wife. I won't do such a wicked thing. Ink Girl, I know why you want to stay in the academy so much. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to make Xianxia stay in the academy too. Li Zishuan changed the topic and said with a faint smile. Mo Lingwei's cheeks flushed red. She hurriedly said, Yamacho, what are you talking about? What does it have to do with me, whether Xianxia is in the academy or not? Li Zishuan saw that the girl was not saying what she meant and deliberately teased. Oh, since that's the case, then forget it. Xianxia doesn't seem to be willing to continue staying in the academy anyway. Don't. Mo Lingwei immediately panicked and shouted subconsciously. Then, she saw Li Zishuan's teasing face and knew that she had been fooled. She said angrily, Yamacho, you're playing with me again. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. But Ink Girl, seeing that the two of you are progressing so slowly, there's something I have to say in my heart. Mo Lingwei asked curiously, What is it? Li Zishuan looked at the girl seriously and said in a deep voice, Since you love him, then teach him well. Time waits for no one, and neither does love. Faced with such straightforward words, Mo Lingwei couldn't help blushing no matter how shrewish she was. However, the meaning of Li Zishuan's words aroused her curiosity and anticipation, making her unable to care about her embarrassment. Train? Yamacho, what is training? Seeing that Mo Lingwei had taken the bait, Li Zishuan's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He said, Well, for example, you have a dog and you play with it all day long. You comb and bathe the dog carefully. When the dog makes a fuss, you play with it. When the dog lies down and doesn't speak, it looks at you. You look at the dog and stroke its head. Everything is going well, but the only thing that makes you feel awkward is that the dog doesn't go to the designated place to pee. It always pees here and there, leaving behind either a wet mark or a small pile of dog poop. Tell me, what should you do? Mo Lingwei stared at him, and said with a disgusted expression, "If it were me, I would beat it until it doesn't dare to pee anywhere." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "This is the problem I want to talk to you about today. Sometimes violence, oh no, force, sometimes blindly using force can't solve the problem. Take this dog, for example. If you blindly beat it, it might not do as you wish. I have another method here. You can see if it's better. You can first lead the dog to the designated place to pee 5 or 6 times a day for a week. After a week, you can start doing something. When you find the dog peeing at the designated place, you should try to gently hug its neck and stroke its head. Let it know that it will be praised by its owner if it pees here. When you find the dog peeing somewhere else, you should severely reprimand it on the spot. Poke its nose and scold it. After a period of time, the dog will obediently go to the designated place to pee." Mo Lingwei frowned and thought seriously for a while. She said, It seems that Yamacho's method is better." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course. In fact, this process is training. Training is a reward and punishment. The purpose of training is also very direct. It is to make the other party obedient. Obedient is the so-called obedience. Dogs need to be trained, but some people also need to be trained. If you blindly use force on Yin Xiaoning, it will only make him more afraid of you. In this way, the distance between you and him will naturally increase. I believe that you don't want to see this result, right?" Mo Lingwei's little face was a bit pale. She was probably frightened by Li Zishuan's analysis. At this moment, the girl nodded pitifully and said, Yes. Although Yin Xiaoning is usually quite hateful, I know that he has a good heart. Yamacho, did you just say that you want me to train him like a dog? Underscore. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. He resisted the urge to vomit blood and said, Cough, that was just an example. Mo Lingwei blinked and said, I know. I mean like training a dog. You have to clearly punish and reward Yin Xiaoning. This way, he won't be afraid of me in the future. Li Zishuan said in his heart, That's what you mean, but can't you put it in a nicer way? Logically speaking, he was already regretting telling Mo Lingwei these things. He didn't know if it was good or bad for Yin Xiaoning. He waved his hand and turned around. All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. If you feel that this relationship is worth cherishing, then manage it well. You can't always let your emotions affect your decisions. When you encounter problems, you have to think for the other party. Things like relationships are not simple at all. I'll leave first. Think about it carefully. Oh, Mo Lingwei replied sullenly. She was a little curious as to why Li Zishuan knew so much about relationships. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly chased after him. Hey, Yamacho, I'm now a professor of the academy. Can you give me a courtyard in Yinshan? Li Zishuan's face darkened. Not only did he have to be a relationship consultant for this girl for free, he also had to give her a house. What the F***CK is going on here? According to the rules of the academy, it's like this. Li Zishuan's face tightened as he said sullenly. Mo Lingwei was instantly amused. Ha. Then Yamacho, can you give me the third courtyard? Li Zishuan was a little curious as to why this girl wanted the third courtyard, but he couldn't give it to her. He shook his head and said, No, Sun Daozhong just moved into the third courtyard. You'd better choose another courtyard. Mo Lingwei's face was filled with disappointment. Suddenly, she raised her head and said with bright eyes, Yamacho, can you arrange for me to live in the fourth courtyard and then move little Ning from the second courtyard to the fifth courtyard? Li Zishuan was suddenly enlightened and then immediately retreated. He was completely defeated by this girl who dared to love and hate. Chapter 942. In the end, Li Zishuan didn't agree with the girl's nonsense and slipped away. At this time, he came to the third courtyard, Sun Simiao's temporary residence. The old Taoist was drying herbs in the front yard. Hu Jingyao was also there to help. The little girl was wearing a white dress and had a reserved temperament. Coupled with her smile, she looked a little ethereal and was becoming more and more like the fairy doctor. Young master, you're here. Hu Jingyao saw Li Zishuan at the entrance of the courtyard and greeted him with a smile. Sun Simiao heard and turned around with a smile. Xiaoxian, you're here? Oh, no. Now that you have a courtesy name, I should call you Ziyuan. Ha! Li Zixuan smiled. Actually, he hadn't gotten used to the name Yuan yet. If someone else were to call him Ziyuan next to him, he probably wouldn't know who they were calling out to. Haha, Tao is son. Ziyuan is me. Xiaoxian is also me. You can call me whatever you like. I don't mind at all. Hey, are you guys drying medicinal herbs? Li Zixuan greeted Sun Simiao, then looked at the medicinal herbs in the courtyard and asked. Sun Simiao nodded. Yes. A few days ago, I and Xiaoxian picked some herbs on the west side of Yanshan. Since the weather is good these 2 days, let's take them out and dry them. Li Zixuan asked curiously. There are herbs on Yanshan? Sun Simiao handed the bamboo sieve to Hu Jingyao and smiled at Li Zixuan. Heaven and earth have spirits and nurture all things. Every blade of grass and tree can be used as medicine. Yanshan has abundant rain and water, and the west side of the mountain is uninhabited. Of course, there will be many mature herbs. Li Zixuan thought about it. Indeed, very few people went to the west side of Yanshan. According to Second Master Lu, the terrain there was dangerous, and there were often some ferocious beasts. At the end of the Sui dynasty, many farmers risked hunting in the mountains in order to get food. There were often casualties when they went to the west side of Yanshan. Thinking of this, he said worriedly, Taoist son, the west side of Yanshan has dangerous terrain, and there are often some ferocious beasts. In my opinion, you shouldn't go there to pick herbs in the future. Besides, there aren't any rare herbs there, so why would you take the risk? Sun Simiao waved his hand and chuckled. Ha, it's fine, it's fine. Over the years that I've been traveling the world, I've also picked herbs from various places. Qinling Mountains, Taibai Mountains, Zhongnan Mountains, Mount Shu, and Wudong Mountains. Which of these places is not more dangerous than Cloud Mountain? This poor Taoist has a way to avoid wild beasts. Little Xian, you don't have to worry. To be honest, Sun Simiao was still not used to calling Li Zixuan by his courtesy name. Li Zixuan was helpless. After thinking for a while, he suddenly had a bright idea and said, Pre-Sun, since there are medicinal herbs in this Cloud Mountain, why don't we mobilize the people and let everyone go into the mountain to gather the herbs together? First, it will be safer with more people. Second, the herbs that the villagers gather can be sold to us. For them, it can be considered a considerable income. Third, Pre-Sun, your medical skills are superb. There are countless patients waiting for you to treat, yet you often go out to gather herbs. This is simply a waste of talent and will delay the treatment of many patients. At this moment, Hu Jing looked up and said to Sun Simiao, Master, what the young master said is very reasonable. Previously, Anhan's son had an intestinal abscess, appendicitis, and came here to look for you, but you went to gather herbs alone. If you hadn't taught me how to treat this disease, Anhan's son might have died. Sun Simiao frowned and looked troubled. He thought for a moment and sighed. How can this poor Taoist not know that what you said is reasonable? Little Xian, many times, saving a life is far more important than gathering a basket of herbs. But if this poor Taoist doesn't go to gather herbs, then I can only go to the pharmacy in Chong and to buy herbs. The prices of all kinds of herbs there are generally very high. This poor Taoist's entire fortune is not enough to treat the people's illness for 3 days. Li Zixuan understood when he heard this. It turned out that Old Sun not only did not charge a consultation fee, but also did not charge for the herbs when he treated the people. Even if he did charge, it was probably just a token charge, right? How could this be? Li Zixuan, who had experienced all kinds of unreasonable charges in the modern era, felt that where could he find such a good doctor like Old Sun? If there really was, even 1,000 of them wouldn't be too much. That, Taoist son, I came here today because I have something to discuss with you. Li Zixuan changed the topic and cupped his hands towards Sun Simiao. It's about the medical school, right? Sun Simiao smiled. Although he was not in the imperial court, he still knew some news about the imperial physician department. Li Zixuan nodded and said, That's right. Since Taoist son already knows the news, then I'll just say it. It has been more than 200 years since the imperial physician department was first established during the northern and southern dynasties. Although the current size of the imperial physician department in Great Tang is much larger than before, how many students are there in total? Only about 300 people, right? But the Great Tang has more than 360 states and counties. These 300 students of the Imperial Physician Department are like a cup of water to the entire Great Tang. Furthermore, the Imperial Physician Department only serves the important officials in the Imperial Palace and the Imperial Court. If the common people want to see a doctor, they can only seek help from the private medical centers. The inheritance of medical skills among the common people is mostly passed down through the family. How can the common people's medical skills improve if they keep it to themselves? Dao's son, although your medical skills are superb, you're still just one person. Once there are more patients, you won't be able to do anything else. My original intention of establishing the medical school is to cultivate thousands of medical experts like you. Then, I'll set up joint hospitals in the various states of the Great Tang, also known as joint medical centers. In this way, not only will the problem of the inheritance of medical skills be solved, but it will also allow the common people to be treated. Daoist son, won't your wish come true? Sun Simiao originally thought that Li Zixuan only wanted to imitate the talent cultivation method of the Imperial Physician Department, cultivate a group of medical students, and then set up a medical center. However, he never expected that Li Zixuan would have such a huge plan behind it. He couldn't help but be shocked. If he really followed this plan, perhaps all the common people would really be able to be treated. Sun Simiao started his medical career at a young age and painstakingly studied medical skills for more than 40 years. Didn't he travel to hundreds of states and counties all for this dream? Little Xian, are you serious about what you said? You have to know that opening medical centers in all the states and counties of the Great Tang will cost tens of millions. Don't tell me you want to earn back this money from the patient's fees. That won't do. Sun Simiao was excited at first, but then he thought of a realistic problem and quickly shook his head. Li Zixuan said seriously, Daoist son, do you think I'm that kind of person? You have a kind heart. Although I'm not as good as you, I'm not evil. Hearing his witty words, who couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Zixuan glanced at the little girl and said, Daoist son, don't worry. I'll find a way to get the money for the establishment of the joint hospital. The purpose of this joint hospital is definitely not to make money. When the time comes, the consultation fees will definitely be cheaper than ordinary medical centers. Sun Simiao saw that Li Zixuan was speaking so confidently. Moreover, based on his understanding of Li Zixuan, he really wasn't a greedy person, so he was relieved. That's good. Little Xian, if you really want to set up this joint hospital, I'll definitely give you a hand. You don't have to worry about the medical center. Since His Majesty has agreed, the doctors of the Imperial Physician Department will definitely help you set up the medical center. I'm afraid there won't be enough time to enroll students this year. Wait until next spring to enroll students. At that time, if I'm free, I can also help teach the students. Li Zixuan said happily, Thank you, Daoist son. Chapter 943. Li Zixuan did not have much confidence in getting Sun Simiao to join them. Now that the results were out of his expectations, he left the third courtyard with satisfaction. Then he prepared to go down the mountain to find his father-in-law, Han Tianhu, to discuss the matter of organizing the villagers to go into the mountains to collect herbs. Recently, he had planned to set up a school hospital department in Yanwan College. When the time came, he would need to buy a batch of herbs. It would be better to buy them from the villagers. As for the herbs that Yinshan did not have, he would buy them from the pharmacies in Chang'an. After all, Yanwan College was a highly ranked institution. If it did not even have a school hospital, wouldn't it be lacking in style? As for the doctors in the school hospital, Li Zixuan had also thought about it. He wanted to poach some old imperial physicians who were about to retire from the Imperial Medical Department. For doctors, the older they were, the more diseases they had seen and the more experience they had. When the time came, the old imperial physicians would bring in a group of apprentices. Wouldn't the problem of inheriting talents in the school hospital be solved? Marquis, Master, and Madam want you to go back to Chang'an. Li Zixuan had just reached the mountain gate when he saw Pang Feiji walking quickly towards him and saying such a strange sentence. My parents want me to go back to Chang'an? For what? Li Zixuan stopped in his tracks and asked with a strange expression. Pang Feiji's face showed a trace of difficulty. Under Li Zixuan's gaze, he finally answered, Marquis, it's your grandfather, grandmother, and uncle who have come to Chang'an. They are in a mansion now. Li Zixuan opened his mouth and took a long time to recover. What? What the F***CK? I have a grandfather and grandmother? It was no wonder that he was surprised. In the memories of his predecessor, there was not a single bit of information about his mother's family. After transmigrating for so long, he sometimes wondered why his mother's parents and brothers never came to visit him. It was impossible to say that they were too far away. After all, he was his mother's precious son and had finally returned from Mount Longhu with great difficulty. His body had also fully recovered. No matter how far away his mother's family was, they would still have to come and visit, right? Although he had many questions in his mind, he had never asked them in his long time in the Great Tang, because he was afraid that he would be exposed. What if the previous owner of the body knew about this, but the fusion of memories wasn't complete? Wouldn't that be exposed? Now that Li Zixuan suddenly heard that his maternal grandparents had come to Chang, he was a little dumbfounded. Hearing Li Zixuan's strange words, Pang Feiji's face twitched a few times and said, Marquis, everyone has a maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother. Li Zixuan came back to his senses, and his expression returned to normal. He waved his hand and said, That's not what I meant. I was asking where my maternal grandparents came from. Cough, cough. When I left home to go to Mount Longhu, I was still young, so I don't remember some things clearly. This last sentence was purely to deceive others and prevent them from being exposed. Pang Feiji didn't have such thoughts. Besides, he was just a guard. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never think that Li Zixuan in front of him was an outsider who had transmigrated from more than 1,000 years in the future. At this time, when he heard Li Zixuan's question, he bowed and answered, Marquis, your maternal grandparents came from Nanyang. Madam used to be for Nanyang. Nanyang? Li Zixuan was even more puzzled. Nanyang was not far from Chang, and only about 400 li. If they rode a horse carriage, they would arrive at Chang and in at most 5 days. But his grandson, who had been away for treatment, had returned to Chang'an for so long. Why hadn't his maternal grandparents come to visit him? It didn't make sense. Pang Feiji definitely didn't know the answer to this question, so Li Zixuan was too lazy to ask. He ordered, Feiji, go to the Han family village and find my father-in-law. Tell him to inform the 8 villages under my rule that there are large amounts of herbs in the west of Mount Yinshan. Each village can organize young adults to go into the mountain to collect herbs. The herbs that they collect can be sold in Chang and by themselves, or they can be sent to the academy to exchange for money. The academy recently wants to purchase a batch of herbs. In short, this matter is voluntary and not forced. But you must travel together to ensure your safety. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji bowed and left to receive the order. Li Zixuan turned and walked towards the side yard. He definitely couldn't go back alone and leave Han Yushi here alone. When he returned to the side yard, he explained the situation to Han Yushi. The husband and wife took the 2 young maidservants and boarded the horse carriage back to Chang'an. On the way, Han Yushi seemed to be very uneasy. Li Zixuan saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Wife, don't be nervous. You're just going to see the 2 elders. They won't eat you. Han Yushi said uneasily, but, husband, what if grandfather and grandmother don't like me? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said, My wife is so beautiful. How could they not like her? Besides, we are officially married under the orders of our parents and the words of the matchmaker. Even if they don't like her, what can they do? You're living with me, not with them. Husband, don't say such nonsense. If grandfather and grandmother don't like me, then it must be my fault. How can we say that the elders are wrong? If others hear this, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to your reputation. Han Yushi said hurriedly. In this era, filial piety was greater than heaven. Unfilial people would be despised wherever they went, and it was extremely detrimental to their official career. If someone used this as an excuse to impeach them, they would basically be demoted. Li Zixuan said carelessly, Filial piety lies in one's heart, not in one's mouth. Besides, grandfather, grandmother, and wife have never met before. How could they not like you for no reason? Wife, don't think too much. Han Yushi nodded and felt a little relieved. In the midst of their conversation, the horse carriage rolled towards Chang and city. It didn't take long for them to enter Chang and city. Around noon, the horse carriage entered Yong'an Lane. Looking at the familiar streets and neighborhoods outside the window, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't been back for a long time. Ever since he built Yanhuan College in Yinshan, he spent most of his time in Yinshan and rarely came back here. If this continued, he would probably forget that he was from Chang'an City. It was quite funny when he thought about it. He was born and raised in the capital. Instead of being a rich second generation in the capital, he insisted on running to the suburbs of the capital to start a business. If this happened now, he would probably be called a fool. Young master? Young master, you're back. While his thoughts were running wild, the horse carriage had already arrived in front of the Lord Protector's mansion. When San Bao saw the horse carriage, she hurriedly ran out and greeted him. Li Zishuan nodded and asked, "Where are my parents?" "Young master, old master, and madam are in the front hall. You should go quickly." Chapter 944. Yong'an Lane, House of Marquis. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi's hand and walked toward the main hall. However, he felt that the atmosphere in the house was a little strange. If he had to describe it, it would be that it was oppressive. The house was not like this in the past. With doubts in his heart, the couple came to the front hall. He saw an old man with a dignified face and a slightly plump figure sitting on the left side of the main hall. The old man was wearing a black robe and a hat similar to a Taoist crown on his head. Next to him sat a kind-looking old lady in her 60s. Mrs. Li sat below the old lady and was whispering something to the old lady. Below the old man was a middle-aged man in his 40s who wore a Taoist robe. He had a stern face and a stern look on his face. He looked very serious. Old man Li sat next to the middle-aged man, holding a cup of tea in his hand. His face revealed a trace of an awkward fawning smile. Below Li Jingma sat a handsome young man in a white robe with his hair tied up. The young man looked to be no more than 12 or 13 years old. From his appearance, he looked very young and inexperienced. At this moment, he was sitting upright on the special armchair of the Marquis estate. His eyes were slightly closed, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. There was a kind of calmness and sage-like aura that did not match his age. Li Zishuan had just stepped into the main hall with Han Yushi when he saw this scene. At the same time, he also felt the oppressive atmosphere in the house. "Father, mother, your son is back." Li Zishuan's expression did not change as he entered the house and shouted to his parents. As for the other people's expressions, he did not have the time to care. Xianxia, Mrs. Li got up and was about to greet her son when she heard a cold snort from the seat above. It was the old man. "Your grandfather and grandmother are here. Why don't you greet them first?" Mrs. Li's expression changed as she hurriedly said, "Father, when you came to Chang'an, Xianxia was still young. Mother, please sit down." Li Zishuan frowned as if he understood something. He stepped forward and interrupted his mother. Then he looked straight at the old man and said, "So, you are my grandfather. So you're my grandfather. Pardon my rudeness." Grandson left home when he was young and followed master to Mount Longhu to treat his illness. After cultivating for 8 years, there are many things that I don't remember clearly. I hope grandfather won't blame me. After all, I haven't seen you for so many years, and you don't have the label of grandfather on you. Grandson can't possibly call everyone grandfather every time he meets, right? When the old man heard the first half of Li Zishuan's words, he felt quite comfortable in his heart. However, when he heard the second half, his face suddenly changed, and he said angrily, "How dare you? One eloquent tongue. Jade Bamboo. Did you hear that? Is this how you talk to your elders? Is this how you and Li Jingma teach your children? Humph. I've already told you more than 10 years ago that the two of you aren't suited to be together, but you refused to listen. In the end, you gave birth to such an unfilial son who's plagued with misfortune." When Li Jingma heard this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on his teacup. Madame Li reprimanded her son, "Xianxia, don't be rude." Then, she hurriedly said to the old man, "Father, Xianxia doesn't mean any harm. Please don't blame him." The old woman sitting to the right of the old man finally spoke. Old man, don't be so picky. Let bygones be bygones. Xianxia is already grown up, and Jade Bamboo and Jingma are also living happily. Why do you have to bring up the past again? The old man's face flushed red. He wanted to say something, but in the end, all he could say was a sigh. The old woman looked at Li Zishuan and said lovingly, Xianxia, come, let grandmother take a look at you. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. I've missed you so much. Li Zishuan stopped in his tracks and looked hesitant. Madame Li nudged her son and whispered, Xianxia, go, your grandmother is calling for you. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then finally walked forward and called out to the old woman, Grandmother, hey, good grandson, come to grandmother's side. The old woman held Li Zishuan's hand, the smile on her face never fading. The last time grandmother saw you, you weren't even a month old. There was one time when grandmother hugged you, and you even peed on grandmother's body. It's been almost 15 years since we last met, and in the blink of an eye, you're even taller than grandmother. You're also in the imperial court, and you're valued by the current emperor. Grandmother can even hear news about you from Nanyang. Grandmother only found out that you've returned to Chang and from Mount Longhu when she heard that you've been conferred a title. Thinking that your body has recovered, grandmother happily ate 3 big bowls of rice that night. After that, I heard that you created some kind of newspaper, so I asked your uncle, Hui Ming, to buy a copy for me every day. There were all kinds of interesting things in the newspaper. Every time I read the newspaper, I would think, is my good grandson happy now? Is he healthy? Is he well? In July, grandmother heard that Xianxia had founded an academy and was recruiting students from all over the Great Tang Empire. Grandmother originally wanted to send your cousin, Fa Shan, to add to your popularity, but this child's ambitions were not there, so she gave up. Then, grandmother heard that Xianxia had been conferred a title of Marquis, and she was so happy. Good child. Sigh. It's all your grandfather's fault. Otherwise, grandmother wouldn't have worried about you every day and not come to Chang to see you. If you blame grandmother in your heart, grandmother will accept it. To be able to see my good grandson today, grandmother is satisfied. Perhaps it was because she was old that she spoke more than usual. The old woman rambled on for a long time, and by the end of it, her eyes were filled with tears. Beside her, Madame Li was already sobbing. Mother, don't say that. Xianxia won't blame you, right? Xianxia, come here and tell grandmother. Madame Li held Li Zishuan's other hand and cried. Li Zishuan had never seen his mother like this, and the hostility in his heart dissipated by half. Moreover, the old woman's love for him came from the bottom of her heart, and it touched him. At this moment, he pursed his lips and said, Grandmother, grandson has never blamed you. The sadness on the old woman's face disappeared without a trace, and she revealed a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. She held Li Zishuan's hand tightly and said emotionally, Good grandson, you really are grandmother's good grandson. Xianxia, don't blame your grandfather, okay? There were some things that you didn't know back then, but your grandfather did it for your mother's sake. Now that we're finally reunited, let's forget about the past. The old woman sighed and said suddenly. When the old man next to him heard this, he snorted softly. He did not think much of it. Sitting below, Li Jingma's face was a little pale. When Li Zishuan heard this, he secretly thought that there were many secrets that he didn't know. He frowned and asked, Grandmother, what happened back then? Can you tell me? Chapter 945. Ahem. Xianxia, come out with me. I have something to tell you. In the main hall, Li Jingma, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly coughed and said. Li Zishuan nodded and was about to move when he heard the old man sitting at the top snort. What can't you say here? If you don't want to say it, I will say it for you. Li Jingma turned around and said helplessly, Father-in-law, it's not that I don't want to. You don't need to say more. After so many years, your nature of wanting to save face still hasn't changed. Let me say it for you. The old man mercilessly interrupted Li Jingma again. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said, You were sick when you were young and followed spiritual master Ling Su to Mount Longhu to recuperate. There are many things you don't remember. I don't blame you, but you don't have a right to blame me. Speaking of this, the old man stood up and walked to Li Zixuan's side and continued, I am Yi Guozhong, and this is your uncle, Yi Huiming. The Yi family has cultivated for 4 generations and is also a prominent family in Nanyang. Although I didn't have much opinion about family background, I also hoped that my only pearl could find a good husband to entrust her life to. But I never expected that your father, who is just a traveling merchant and a poor boy, would cheat away my beloved daughter's heart. Being poor is nothing. Although the Yi family is not a wealthy family, we still have some money to spare. As long as your father is someone who is worthy of being entrusted with her life, seeing that both of them are in love with each other, it is not a big deal even if this old man marries my daughter to him. But when I first saw your father, I noticed that your father's middle was flat and there was a deep vertical line between his eyebrows. I have cultivated for decades. Although I'm not as good as your master, spiritual master Ling Su, I know that your father's face is the child-killing sword in the study of physiognomy. It's hard for someone with this face to have a son. Even if he does have a son, he won't have a good ending and will most likely die prematurely. At that time, it will be another tragedy of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. I only have one daughter, your mother. How can I marry her to someone like your father, who curses children? Even if your father's family is rich and powerful, this old man will never marry my daughter to him. But at that time, your mother was already deeply in love with him and was unable to extricate herself. Even though your grandmother and I tried to stop her, your mother still tried to find a way to secretly meet your father. With no other choice, this old man locked your mother up and arranged another marriage for her. The other party was the son of the Nanyang County chief. He had a dignified appearance and was quite talented. When your mother found out, she resisted with her life. She didn't eat or drink for 6 days and 6 nights. In the end, she fainted in her room. When your father heard the news, he tried to break into the mansion several times, but he was beaten out of the mansion by the servants of this old man. Later, the doctor woke your mother up, but your mother still refused to eat, drink, or take medicine. Seeing that your mother's eyes were gloomy, I was afraid that she was about to die. Your grandmother's heart softened, and she begged me to agree to this marriage. How could this old man agree? But if this old man didn't agree, your mother definitely wouldn't have lived for more than 3 days. In the end, this old man's heart softened. But because of this, your mother was expelled from the family by the elders. This old man was also angry at that time, so I broke off my father-daughter relationship with your mother. We agreed that we would never meet again. But because of this matter, the Yi family also thoroughly offended the local chief. Both sides had constant friction. The Yi family sacrificed a lot of benefits, and their vitality was greatly damaged. However, in exchange for a temporary peace. Fortunately, not long after, Emperor Yang was killed in Jiangdu, and the Great Sui dynasty collapsed. The heroes of the world rose in revolt, and the Central Plains fell into the flames of war. The chief of Nanyang County died in the hands of a group of bandits. The Yi family accumulated virtue and did good deeds. They built roads and bridges and had a good reputation in the Nanyang area. That was why they were able to survive in this chaotic world and gradually recover. Your mother gave birth to you many years after your father and your mother got married. At that time, your mother remembered that this old man once said that your father was a jinx. She was worried, so she came to Nanyang with your father and asked to see this old man. She wanted this old man to take a look at your face and examine your body. But because your mother and father eloped that year, it brought great losses to the Yi family. Many people in the Yi family hated your mother, and no matter what, they wouldn't let your father and mother take half a step into the Yi family. Later, your grandmother couldn't bear it and secretly went out by herself. She met your mother and you at the inn. After your grandmother returned, she begged this old man again and again, saying that this old man must see you no matter what. This old man couldn't persuade her, so I also went to the inn. But after looking at your face and taking your pulse, this old man only said 2 words, 6 years, and then left. From then on, this old man never saw you, your father, or your mother again. This old man also didn't let your grandmother go to Chong, and because this old man knew that you definitely wouldn't live past 6 years old. Why should I let her go? If she saw too much, when the time came and you died, wouldn't your grandmother be even more sad? Besides, all of this was caused by your father. This old man doesn't want to see him for the rest of his life. Later, I heard that after you grew a little older, you often fell ill and your health deteriorated. Your father and mother began to take you everywhere to find a doctor, but all of this was already predestined. Your illness was congenital. So how could ordinary doctors in the world cure you? The facts prove that this old man wasn't wrong back then. Your father shouldn't have been with your mother at all. But later, even this old man didn't expect that spiritual master Ling Su would take a fancy to you and bring you back to Mount Longhu. But even so, this old man still didn't think that your illness could be cured. So I didn't tell this news to your grandmother. It was better to let her treat you as a dead person, so that she wouldn't be happy about it. But this old man still underestimated spiritual master Ling Su's ability. He could actually help you go against the heavens and change your fate. Now, your face is already. Now, your physiognomy. At this point, Yi Guozhong subconsciously looked at Li Zixuan's face. With this look, Yi Guozhong's face suddenly changed. There was shock and even more disbelief. Seeing this, Mrs. Li immediately panicked. She walked over and asked anxiously, "Father, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Xian Er's face?" Li Zixuan also looked at Yi Guozhong curiously. His predecessor had cultivated for 8 years. Although he wasn't very proficient in the 5 Taoist metaphysics, mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination, he had dabbled in all of them. As an atheist from the 21st century, Li Zixuan didn't believe in these things at first. But after merging with the memories of his predecessor, he started to believe. A few days ago, Li Zixuan also stared at his face for a long time, but he was interrupted. Now, Yi Chongyang's expression made Li Zixuan curious. "What's wrong with my face? Why does this old man have such a reaction?" Chapter 946. Marquis Mansion, Main Hall. Yi Guozhong was shocked for a long time before he recovered. He shook his head and sighed. The problem isn't his physiognomy, but that I can't see his physiognomy clearly. Could this be the person of destiny? If this old man came from the modern world, he would definitely scold. Why the F***CK is your face covered in mosaic? Yes, Li Zixuan's face is indeed covered in mosaic. Ordinary people can't see it, but if a physiognomist looks, they will find that his fate is gray, as if he is in a fog, making it difficult for people to see through. Mrs. Li didn't understand and hurriedly asked, "Father, what do you mean? What is the destined person? Is this physiognomy good or bad?" Yi Guozhong looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression. He was speechless and said, "The destined one. The destined person is also called the person outside of fate. The person who has this kind of fate is already out of the control of the heavens. In the future, he may conquer the world, intimidate the world, or he may be the enemy of the world and die an unnatural death. In short, it is difficult to predict whether it is good or bad. It is either great luck or great misfortune. It is all up to the destined person to choose." At this moment, the young man who had been sitting quietly on the chair stood up and said as he walked over. Madame Li and Li Jingma were both stunned. They never expected that this unremarkable little fellow would actually say such words that did not match his age. Li Zixuan was also a little surprised. From the moment he entered the room and saw this young boy, he felt that this child was somewhat different. Now it seems that his guess was not wrong. This child is most likely a Taoist, and his cultivation time is definitely not short. While talking, the young boy had already walked in front of Yi Guozhong. He raised his head and stared at Li Zixuan's face with burning eyes. But don't forget, he is only 11 or 12 years old. His face is still childish. Coupled with such a mature expression, it will make people want to laugh and think that he is pretending to be profound. Yi Guozhong's face didn't show any surprise. He was probably used to his grandson's behavior. At this moment, he put his hand on the boy's head with a comforted look on his face. A trace of kindness flashed across his solemn face. At this time, the old lady also stood up and walked over. She took the boy's hand with a smile and said to Li Zixuan, "Xiaoxian, this is your cousin, Xiaoshan." Since he was 4 years old, He liked to go to your uncle's study to read books about Taoist cultivation methods and talisman seal scripts. He is always mysterious and always likes to wander. This time, I brought him here to let him see the world in Chang'an. Xiaoxian, you are familiar with Chang'an. Take your cousin out for a walk when you have time. After listening to Yi Guozhong's narration, Li Zixuan didn't have much resentment towards his maternal grandmother. Instead, he had a lot of respect for her. It was said that in a big family, there were all disgusting and filthy fights for power. It was already not easy for his maternal grandmother to help his mother time and time again. At this moment, he nodded in response. Well, grandmother, don't worry. I will often take Xiaoshan out for a walk. Then, in order to show the care of an elder brother to his younger brother, he reached out and patted the boy's head. He didn't expect that the boy deftly avoided it. Cousin, please don't call me Xiaoshan. That's what grandfather and grandmother call me. My name is Yi Fashion. Please call me by my name. The boy raised his head and frowned slightly. He said with a serious face. It seemed that he was very dissatisfied with Li Zexu's behavior and the way he called him. The old lady laughed, and everyone laughed. Li Zixuan was amused and wanted to laugh too. But after hearing the boy's real name, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Haha, father, mother, Xiaoshan is so cute. By the way, father, what Xiaoshan said about the Destined One, is it true? Mrs. Li smiled and returned to the topic she was worried about. Yi Guozhong stroked his beard and said with emotion, Of course it is true. No one can say for sure about this child's future. No one can affect it. Only he can decide. But Yuzhu, you don't have to worry. From the fact that Xiaoxian has been conferred the title of Marquis at such a young age, his future will definitely be smooth. Mrs. Li heard this and felt a little relieved. She smiled and said, Father, mother, sit here. I'll go to the kitchen to arrange the food. The old lady smiled and nodded. At this moment, she saw Han Yushi, who had not made a sound since she entered the door. She smiled and said, Oh, this is Xiaoxian's wife, right? Come and let grandmother take a look. A trace of panic flashed across Han Yushi's face. Mrs. Li saw this and came over to pat her on the shoulder. She smiled and said, Yushi, go and talk to your grandmother for a while. Mother will go to the kitchen to arrange lunch. Yes, mother. Han Yushi nodded reluctantly. Then, she walked to the old lady's side and bowed. She shouted, Yushi greets grandmother, grandfather, and uncle. The old lady held Han Yushi's hand and smiled from ear to ear. Yushi, right? Your name is nice, and you're really handsome. You and my good grandson are really a match made in heaven. Yi Guozhong did not show any expression this time. Instead, he nodded at Han Yushi rather kindly. Yi Huiming, who was sitting on the chair, also stood up and nodded in greeting. The old lady of the Yi family looked Han Yushi up and down. The more she looked, the more satisfied and happy she was. She pulled Han Yushi to the side and sat down. She rolled up her sleeves and took off the bracelet on her wrist. She smiled kindly and said, Come. Grandmother came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare a gift. This bracelet has accompanied grandmother for most of her life. Today, I'll give it to you as a greeting gift. I hope that you and Xian'er can give birth to a great-grandson for grandmother as soon as possible. He. Mother. Yi Huiming was shocked when she saw this. Just as she was about to say something, the old lady glared at her. The expected difficulties did not appear. Han Yushi could not help but heave a sigh of relief in her heart. Facing the bracelet that the old lady had worn for her entire life, how could she dare to accept it? She hurriedly said, Grandmother, Yushi appreciates your kindness, but this bracelet is too precious. What's so precious about it? It's just a dead object. Come. Grandmother will help you put it on. The old lady grabbed Han Yushi's hand without any explanation. Then, she put the bracelet that had accompanied her for decades on Han Yushi's fair and slender wrist. The old lady sighed and said, Beautiful jade matches a beauty. Grandmother is old. This jade bracelet is just right for you to wear. The old lady's eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of reluctance. It happened to be seen by the attentive Han Yushi. She was moved and said, Thank you, grandmother. Grandmother, you're not old. You look very energetic. Chapter 9:47. Yuri Fashion. Seeing that his wife was fine, Li Zixuan looked at his cousin again. He paused and asked in a low voice. Yes. The young man nodded. His words were as precious as gold. Li Zixuan swallowed his saliva and asked again, Which Dharma is it? Which is good? The young man looked at Li Zixuan strangely and paused for a while before answering. The Dharma is not passed on to others. The best is like water. Water benefits all things and does not compete for the goodness. Li Zixuan was finally shocked. He took 2 steps back and looked at the young man in front of him in horror. He muttered to himself, Yi Fashion, you are really Yi Fashion. Previously, Li Zixuan still had a trace of luck, thinking that it was possible that they had the same pronunciation but different characters. At this moment, his heart really grasped the grass. He never thought that his cousin was actually Yi Fashion. Yi Fashion, in the Tang dynasty, other than Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, the most famous Taoist priest was Yi Fashion. His disciples were rare in the history of Taoism. According to historical records, Yi Fashion had the skills of nourishment and divination. He was good at writing talismans. He lived in Gaozong, Wuxia, and Zhongzong for 50 years. He often went to the mountains and was summoned to the palace. In the Gaozong dynasty, Yi Fashion completely became the leader of Taoism in the world. Not only did he win the respect of the world, including the emperor, but he also actively participated in politics. He made a great contribution by helping Li Dan to ascend the throne and Li Longji to rise to the throne. He was once titled as the National Celestial Master and Duke of Yu. The status of the Yi family of Nanyang also reached the peak because of this. In the 10th year of Emperor Minghuang's Kaiyuan, Yi Fashion, who was 107 years old, died without any illness. It was said that the courtyard he lived in at that time was full of fragrance and celestial music. It was even more confirmed that Yi Fashion had ascended to immortality. 19 years after Yi Fashion's death, Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty wrote the inscriptions of honored mastery, describing in great detail Yi Fashion's diving into the water palace, flying into the fire room, cutting open the stomach and cleaning the intestines, cutting open the eyes and selecting the membranes, conscripting the ghosts, running away from the gods, and other mystical techniques. Gradually, Yi Fashion became the god worshipped by the Yulu believers. In the official history, Yi Fashion was a human, a noble and virtuous person. But in the folklore, he was a god, a Tao immortal with remarkable abilities. Such an awesome national heavenly master and immortal of the mortal world had become his cousin? At this moment, Li Zixuan's brain couldn't wrap itself around the situation. At this time, he couldn't help but feel that his mother was really awesome. She was actually born in such a big family, and she even had such an awesome nephew. Yi Guizhong also noticed the commotion. He walked over and frowned. He looked at Li Zixuan and asked, Xiaoxian, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the name Shan? Logically speaking, the 2 words Shan and Shan were originally based on the Book of Changes and the Taoist principles of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. It took him a lot of effort to come up with a name. How could there be a problem? Li Zixuan came back to his senses and quickly waved his hand. No. This name is very good, very good. Grandfather, please take a seat first. I'll bring my cousin around the mansion to familiarize himself with the environment. After saying that, he dragged Yi Fashion out without any explanation. Shan, how many years have you been cultivating? Who is your master? Outside the house, Li Zixuan didn't bring Yi Fashion around the mansion. Instead, he went to the pavilion in the west courtyard to fish for information from his kid. After all, he was very curious about the legendary heavenly master Yi. Moreover, most of the historical records about Yi Fashion were too fantastical and legendary. Li Zixuan more or less had doubts in his heart. Cousin, please don't call me Shan. Yi Fashion frowned and said seriously, Okay. I won't call you Shan. Meeting such a serious kid, Li Zixuan felt helpless. He could only change the way he addressed Yi Fashion. Then, Fashion, how many years have you been cultivating? Who is your master? Yi Fashion then answered, Cousin, I started cultivating when I was 4 years old. Now, I've been cultivating for more than 8 years. However, the Tao that I cultivate comes from my own family. I haven't found a master yet. For next year onwards, I plan to leave Nanyang and travel around the famous mountains to find a master and find a way to transcend the Tao. The 4 generations of Yi family cultivators all used Yin arts and impeachment to save people. It could be said that the family had a long history. Even if Yi Fashion didn't go out, he could still learn the profound Tao. Before Yi Fashion, the Yi family had many famous Taoist priests. For example, his granduncle Yi Jingning was good at Tao, but he was good at literature. When his grandfather was still alive, he was a Taoist priest and a Taoist priest. He had more than 100 disciples. Yi Jingning's status in the Tao world was even higher than Yi Guozhong's. The Old Tang Book, biography of Zhongzong Wei Shuren, stated, the Taoist priest Yi Jingning was good at charms and restrictions. He often served Qin Ku and was also good at medicine. Guanglu Xiaoqing Yangjun was good at cooking meals. They all went in and out of the palace. Yi Jingning not only obtained the position of Taoist priest because of his knowledge and Tao skills, but also became the favorite of the Empress. He went in and out of the palace. His political status was extraordinary. This was really a mature child. Li Zixuan muttered in his heart. He didn't know what kind of education Yi Fashion received in his childhood to develop such a strange personality. This was the Yi family's fortune. At the same time, Li Zixuan also felt that this was Yi Fashion's misfortune. This kind of life meant that he was destined to lose his carefree childhood. Li Zixuan was surprised to hear that this child was going to travel alone next year. He said with a straight face, Fashion, do your father and grandfather know that you're going to travel? Even though Yi Fashion was young and mature, he was still afraid of his father and grandfather. At this moment, he shrunk his neck and showed a rare guilty look on his face. He answered crisply, so what if they know? So what if they don't? My goal is to cultivate and save the world. No one can stop me from going out to search for the Tao. What a stubborn child, Li Zixuan said helplessly. Fashion, have you heard of the saying that parents should not travel when they are alive? You're still young. It is inevitable that you will encounter danger when you travel. Why don't you wait a few years before you consider this? Yi Fashion raised his head and said solemnly, my father and mother are still healthy. It is the best time for me to go out and search for the Tao. Besides, the love of family is just a small love. Saving the world is the greatest love. There are countless people in the world who are suffering from diseases. I want to search for the Tao and come back to save the world. Father and mother will definitely understand me. All right. Li Zixuan had been in the Tang Empire for so long and was used to seeing all kinds of weirdos. However, he was still defeated by this weirdo in front of him. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when suddenly, Lan Er's voice came from behind him. Ah, brother, you are here. Chapter 948. Lan Er. When Li Zixuan turned around, Lan Er had already skipped over. Li Zixuan couldn't help but rub the ponytail on his little sister's head. He smiled and said, Lan, where did you go just now? Why didn't I see you after so long? Lan Er smiled and slapped Li Zixuan's big hand away. Then, she said weakly, Lan was looking for little Gray to play in the backyard. Grandfather and uncle looked very fierce. Lan Er didn't dare to play in the front yard. Before Li Zixuan came back, the main hall was occupied with Li Jingma's being criticized special meeting. The atmosphere in the house had always been very oppressive. Children were usually more afraid of this kind of atmosphere. So Lan Er sneaked into the backyard to play with little Gray. Brother, isn't he that? As she spoke, Lan Er noticed Yi Fashion standing behind Li Zixuan. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand. At the same time, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her delicate little face. It was very cute. After all, she was bad-mouthing someone's father and grandfather in front of them. How could she not be embarrassed? Ha! Lan Er, this is your cousin, Yi Fashion. You should have seen him before. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and say. Lan Er had an I know I was wrong expression on her face. She said to Yi Fashion in a crisp voice, Nice to meet you, cousin. Yi Fashion wanted to say something, but seeing Lan Er's cute appearance, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. He could only mutter, Nice to meet you, cousin. Haha, that's enough. Let's go back to the front yard to eat. Otherwise, Mother will come and call us later. Li Zishuan stood up and patted both of them on the shoulder. Yes, yes. Let's eat, let's eat. Lan is starving. Mrs. Li was very happy to see her parents after so many years. She was also able to untie the knot in her heart. This level of happiness was almost comparable to the time when she saw her son return from Mount Longhu. Although she had been expelled from the family back then, Mrs. Li understood that being able to be together with the person she loved in such a big family under such circumstances was already the best ending. Haven't you seen other young ladies of noble families fight to the death for marriages they don't like? In the end, their parents are still unmoved and watch coldly as they commit suicide. The living conditions of big clans were good, but most of the so-called big clans were cold-blooded. She, Yi Yuzhu, was able to walk together with Li Jingma in the end because Yi Guozhong was soft-hearted at the last moment. Expelling him from the family was just an explanation to the other members of the family. Mother, try this mushroom celestial steamed pigeon. Yi Yuzhu picked up a small piece of pigeon and placed it in the old lady's bowl. The Yi family was also considered a wealthy and influential family. What kind of food had they not eaten? However, the old lady had never heard of this dish before. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Yuzhu, why is the name of this dish so strange? This old lady has never heard of it before. Yi Yuzhu chuckled and said, Mother, this dish is a new dish that Yushi came up with a while ago. Put the pigeon into a pot in advance. Add mushrooms, scallions, ginger, garlic, immortal wine, and salt, and mix it well. After marinating it for 2 hours, put it into a pot and steamed it for 2 hours. This dish is the most nourishing. Mother, quickly try it. The old lady said in surprise, Oh, it's actually a dish that my granddaughter-in-law came up with. This old lady has to try it properly. After saying that, she picked up the white and tender pigeon and put it into her mouth. Who knew that the pigeon meat would melt in her mouth? It was even more tender than tofu. Moreover, a strong mushroom fragrance and wine fragrance instantly exploded in her mouth. The old lady had lived for most of her life and was not a greedy person at all. At this moment, her eyes widened and she picked up another piece for herself. After eating, the old lady sighed. And, Yuzhu, this pigeon tastes really good. It melts in the mouth, is smooth and tender, and leaves a fragrance in the mouth and teeth. It's simply endless aftertaste. The kitchen maids of the Marquis's mansion definitely can't do this. It should be you who made it, right? I didn't expect my Yuzhu's cooking skills to be so good now. Jingma, Lan, and Xianxia have been blessed these years. Mrs. Li smiled and said, Mother, your eyesight is really good. It's not easy for you and Father to come. Of course, Yuzhu has to personally cook a few delicious dishes for you. Actually, Yushi is better at doing this than me. I learned it all from her. If she personally cooks, Mother, you will know what true delicacies are. The old lady smiled and said, Not only is my granddaughter-in-law beautiful, but she also cooks so well. Xiaoxian, you have to treat Yushi well and strive to give birth to a great-grandson for grandmother as soon as possible. Yes, grandmother. Li Zishuan did not want to dampen the old lady's mood, so he agreed. Han Yushi's face was flushed red, and everyone in the room laughed. Of course, other than the other two little fellows who were engrossed in eating. Mother, you don't know. Actually, the one with the best cooking skills in our family at first was Xianxia. The new dishes in the Zuatian restaurant in the West City were almost all made by him at the beginning of the year. But later, this child was put in an important position by the emperor and became busier and busier. He didn't have the mood to think about food anymore. One look, and you can tell that she's his biological mother. She can say that her son is lazy, so tactfully, naturally, and in a dignified manner. Later on, when Yushi married into our family, this child followed the new dishes that Xiaoxian made in the past and came up with many dishes himself, such as fried chicken with black bean sauce, fresh shrimp with sweet wine, mushroom chicken pot, fried crab meat with rice flavor, shrimp scallops, kung pao shredded taro, abalone mushrooms, colorful beans fried rice cake, snow pear, and white fungus stewed meat soup. All right. Yuzhu, stop talking. If you continue, Your mother's saliva will flow out. The old lady narrowed her eyes and quickly interrupted Yi Yuju's words. She looked at Han Yushi next to her and said with a loving expression, "These dishes, just hearing the names makes grandmother salivate. Yushi, Xiaoxian is really lucky to have married you." Mrs. Li smiled and said, "Isn't that so? Mother, look, Xiaoxian has been married for less than half a year, and he's already a little fat from eating." He. The old lady smiled and said, "It's good to be fat. It's good to be fat. Xiaoxian is still too thin. He should eat more. Who asked this child to be so lucky to have married such a good wife? It's just that my granddaughter-in-law has suffered." Han Yushi was a little overwhelmed by this fierce praise. She hurriedly said, "Mother, grandmother, this is what Yushi should do. Don't praise me like this. Husband is out handling official business all day long. It's much harder than Yushi." "Haha, wife, you don't have to be modest. Mother and grandmother are telling the truth. However, the one who deserves the most praise should be me. Who asked me to have such a good, to choose you as my wife and marry no one else but you?" At this moment, Li Zixuan, who had silently made a fortune, suddenly began to boast shamelessly and shamelessly. There was a hint of humor in his voice, but it was more of his gratitude to his wife. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the dining table laughed. Han Yushi covered her mouth, and her heart was filled with sweetness. At this moment, she felt that all the previous hardships were worth it. Yi Guozhong frowned. He wanted to say that it was not polite to laugh while eating, but then he remembered that this was not his home, so he gave up. In fact, ever since he entered the Li family, he felt that this place was very different. As for what exactly was different, he couldn't quite pinpoint it. If he had to pinpoint it, it was probably happiness. Everyone here, including the servants, was happy. It was the kind of happiness that came from the heart, not a forced smile. He had cultivated for decades and had his own way of seeing through people's hearts. "Mother, it's not easy for you and father to come here. Stay in Chang, and for a few more days. It will be the end of the year in a little more than a month. How about you spend the new year in Chang'an? It will be very lively here during the new year." After laughing for a while, Mrs. Li looked at the old lady and said. Han Yushi also said yes. "Grandmother, it's getting colder and colder, and the road will be difficult to walk. Why don't you and grandfather stay in Chang, and for a few more days? I could take this time to be filial. Husband, what do you say?" The old lady patted Han Yushi's shoulder and narrowed her eyes. Yi Guozhong also looked at Li Zixuan. Han Yushi's last sentence seemed ordinary, but it was actually a question. She was asking if Li Zixuan had forgiven the Yi family for driving Mrs. Li out of the family back then. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Zixuan was in charge of the Li family now, not Li Jingma. Yi Guozhong also wanted to take this opportunity to see Li Zixuan's attitude towards the Yi family. From a father's point of view, what Yi Guozhong did back then was not wrong, and he had never regretted it over the years. But how could the things in the world be measured by simple right or wrong? As Yi Yuju's son, Li Zixuan certainly had a reason to take revenge for his mother's past. And now, Li Zixuan also had the ability to do so. Although the Yi family had a good reputation in Nanyang, they were not qualified to go head-to-head with Li Zixuan, the Marquis of the Great Tang Empire, who was favored by the emperor. But if Li Zixuan really shed all pretense of cordiality, he would also be cursed for being unfilial. In this era, if anyone was labeled as unfilial, then that person's future was basically over. Therefore, it could be seen that the Yi and Li families were in a delicate situation where both sides would benefit if they cooperated, and both sides would lose if they fought. Although Yi Guozhong looked indifferent on the surface, as the former head of the Yi family, how could he really not care? Li Zixuan's choice was directly related to the fate of the Yi family. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Seeing that most people were looking at him, Li Zixuan also put down his chopsticks. He was not wise, so naturally, he could understand the key points. There was no doubt that he had resentment towards the Yi family in his heart, not to mention how well his mother usually treated him. Even if she did not treat him well, he should be grateful to his mother, because if it were not for his mother's insistence, there would not be a person like Li Zixuan in the Tang Empire, and it would not be a story of spiritual master Lingxiu accepting a disciple. Then, as a person who had transmigrated from the modern era, he might have transmigrated into someone else's body. Anyway, no matter who he transmigrated into, Li Zixuan felt that his identity would not be as perfect as his current one. A rich second generation, a martial artist, and a disciple of a hidden expert. It was really difficult to have such a perfect identity. Therefore, not only was Mrs. Li a good person, but she was also Li Zixuan's great benefactor. In the end, he did not expect that his mother had been expelled from the family many years ago, and his father had been beaten by the Yi family's servants with sticks. How could Li Zixuan not be angry? To be honest, when he first heard about this kind of thing, he even had the thought of burning down the Yi family. But seeing that his mother looked at him with a trace of pleading in her eyes, Li Zixuan's heart suddenly softened. It seemed that even though his mother had been hurt by the Yi family, she still had a lot of feelings for the Yi family. Also, as the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. His mother, Yi Guozhong, and the old lady of the Yi family were connected by blood. How could it be broken just like that? Forget it, forget it. Li Zixuan sighed silently and said with a smile, "My wife is right. Grandmother, you should stay in Chang and for a few more days. Yushi knows how to cook a lot of dishes. She can take advantage of these days to cook one by one to show filial piety to you." The heavy atmosphere in the house suddenly disappeared without a trace as Li Zixuan's voice fell. The old lady laughed heartily and said, "Okay, since my good grandson and granddaughter-in-law like me so much, then I will stay in Chang and for a few more days to enjoy my life and try my granddaughter-in-law's cooking while I'm at it. Hee hee. Okay. Grandmother, don't worry. Yushi guarantees that you won't eat the same dishes every month, and all of them will be delicious." Han Yushi breathed a sigh of relief. She actually understood Li Zixuan's current situation better than anyone else. She was afraid that Li Zixuan would let his emotions affect his decisions. For the sake of the resentment in his heart, he would disregard everything and do the unfilial act of putting righteousness before family. At that time, he would be spurned by the world. Fortunately, Li Zixuan made a wise choice and did not let his emotions affect his decisions. Yo, there won't be the same dishes every month? What you're saying makes your grandmother want to stay here forever, the old lady said half-jokingly. Mother, what do you mean by staying here? If you like it here, what's the harm in staying here forever? Yuju can fulfill her filial piety by your side. Mrs. Li heard and hurriedly said, Good. Old master, what do you think? The old lady replied with a smile, and then asked Yi Guozhong. Yi Guozhong coughed twice and said reservedly, "I think there's nothing going on in the family recently. There's no harm in going back a few days later. However, as the current head of the Yi family, Huiming can't stay outside for too long. After 3 days, Huiming, you'll return to Nanyang. As for Shan stay in Chang and to accompany me." Logically speaking, although he did not like Li Jingma and had made things difficult for Li Jingma many times in the past, now that Li Zixuan had given him a way out, wouldn't he be too insensible if he still put on the airs of an elder? It seemed that Yi Huiming respected Yi Guozhong very much. She quickly put down her chopsticks, stood up, and said solemnly, "Yes, father. When you and mother want to go back, please send someone to inform me in advance so that I can come and pick you up personally." Li Zixuan interrupted, "Uncle, there's no need. When the time comes, I will send guards to escort grandfather and grandmother." Chapter 949. Cousin, after your master passed away, why didn't you stay at Mount Longhu to continue your cultivation? Why did you return to Chang'an? Is it because you didn't have a good life at Mount Longhu? The next morning, after breakfast, Li Zixuan planned to bring his cousin to Cloud Yamacho to broaden his horizons. On the way, Yi Fashion asked. From his point of view, Mount Longhu was the holy land of cultivation for all the Taoists in the world. Li Zixuan had been cultivating for 8 years, but he suddenly left to return to Chang'an. This was something that Yi Fashion, who was determined to use his Taoist skills to save the world, could not understand. When Li Zixuan heard this question, he subconsciously thought to himself If the original Li Zixuan had really stayed at Mount Longhu to cultivate, how would I have the chance to transmigrate here? I might have already been reported to the King of Hell. Although this was what he thought, he could not say it out loud. He smiled and said, "No, the head of Mount Longhu and junior marshal uncle are very good to me. The reason why I returned to Chong, and is because my parents are getting old. If I don't return to fulfill my filial piety to them, how different would I be from a beast?" Yi Fashion's expression was a little unnatural. He said, "Then, cousin, how will you continue your cultivation in the future?" Li Zixuan turned around and looked at Yi Fashion's young face, which was pretending to be mature. He said, "Fashion, I think you have a misunderstanding about cultivation. Who said that you can only cultivate in a Taoist temple? As long as you have the Tao in your heart, where can you not cultivate? What is not Tao? What is not cultivation? The heavenly Tao is not kind-hearted. It is always with good people. The level of a cultivator depends on the depth of their use of Tao. Tao is not the private property of any immortal, God, or true saint. Why should we care about where we cultivate?" Yi Fashion was stunned. After a long while, he bowed to one side and put his hands together in front of his stomach. He bowed from bottom to top and said, "Cousin, you are wise. Fashion has learned a lot." Li Zixuan's expression changed. Yi Fashion's etiquette was very particular. Taoists had 3 etiquettes and 3 kowtows. Towards mortals, they would bow and kowtow. Towards gods, immortals, and immortals, they would bow and kowtow. Yi Fashion's etiquette was the standard Taoist kowtow. This was usually done towards the elders of the sect. From this, it could be seen that Yi Fashion was really touched by the words just now. Li Zixuan returned the etiquette by cupping his hands and said, "Monk, everyone has their own Tao. Cousin's Tao is the Tao of the mortal world. In a world of mortals, treat your family well and help those around you that you can. Of course, I also hope that you can be a Taoist of the mortal world in the future and not hide in the mountains to cultivate. You don't have to sit and watch the change of dynasties and not think about the people of the world." Yi Fashion bowed again and said, "Cousin, don't worry. Fashion wants to learn the profound Tao and walk the world to save the people of the world. I will not be a blind Taoist who only knows how to cultivate in seclusion." Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. He brought Yi Fashion and continued walking towards the Cloud Mountain. Yes, they were walking. He didn't know what was wrong with this cheap cousin of his. The home mansion clearly had horses, but he wasn't willing to ride them. Even if there was a carriage, he wasn't willing to sit in it. He said that he wanted to see how the people were living. Although Li Zixuan didn't want to, he couldn't just tie this kid up on a horse, right? Even though he had only spent a day with Yi Fashion, Li Zixuan already knew that when his cousin was stubborn, even 8 horses wouldn't be able to pull him back. Therefore, he might as well accompany this unlucky kid and walk together. Bang, bang, bang. Use more strength. The soil is still loose. How can you do it? Han Xiaodong, didn't you eat? Second Master Lu, I won't hide it from you. I really didn't eat this morning. Hey, you little rascal. You only know how to talk nonsense with me. Motherf asterisk Kerr, work harder. The weather is getting colder. If we can't fix it by the time it freezes, we will delay Marquis' important matter. Look at the construction team of the 4th Regiment. How fast are they progressing? After they left the city, they walked through a section of the official road and arrived at the small path leading to the Cloud Mountain. They walked forward for about 2 or 3 miles. Then, they heard a series of loud, crashing sounds as well as the noise of some people. Yi Fashion looked over curiously. In the end, he was blocked by a small hill. He asked, "Cousin, what's going on over there? Why is it so lively?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "The construction team of the academy and the villagers are repairing the road. We will see it after we turn this corner." Repairing the road? Yi Fashion thought to himself, how could there be such a big movement when they were repairing the road? However, even though he was doubtful, he still lowered his head and quickened his pace. After a while, the 2 of them had circled around the mountaintop. What entered their eyes was a dense mass of people. Some were hammering the ground with large hammers. Some were shoveling soil to fill holes. Some were pushing carts to dump sand and stones. And some were dumping mud onto the flat road. However, the mud was greenish-gray in color, which made Yi Fashion feel surprised. "Cousin, what is that slurry thing in the carriage? Li Zixuan looked in the direction of his finger and replied, that is cement. In the beginning, it can be shaped like mud. However, it will solidify after a period of time. Once solidified, it will be as hard as a rock. Even if it is raining, it will remain in its original state. Oh, there is such a magical thing in this world. Why have I never heard of it before? Yi Fashion could not help but feel that the capital was indeed different. A small place like Nanyang could not be compared to it. Li Zixuan smiled and said, cement has only been around for half a year. It has not spread to Nanyang yet. It is normal that you have not seen it before. While they were talking, the two of them had already approached the road construction site. A hale and hearty old man with white hair and a white beard walked towards them. It was Master Lu. Yo, Marquis, you are here? Why did you not ride a horse today? And this is... Li Zixuan smiled and replied, I wanted to train my legs, so I did not ride a horse today. Oh, right. Master Lu, this is my cousin. He just arrived in Chang'an yesterday. He wants to visit the academy today. Yi Fashion saw that when Li Zixuan spoke to the old man in front of him, he did not put on any airs like Marquis. His tone was also not arrogant and condescending. Instead, there was some respect for an elder. Yi Fashion was surprised, but did not show it on his face. He saluted Master Lu and said, Greetings, Master Lu. Master Lu was flattered and said, Hey, little Lang Jun, you are too courteous. Since you're Marquis' relative, I should be the one greeting you. Li Zixuan smiled and said, What are you saying, Master Lu? You are my elder. All right, Master Lu, this road looks like it is almost finished, right? Master Lu wiped his sweat and said, Hey, Marquis, it is almost over, almost over. There are only about 3 miles of road left to be repaired. It will take about 10 days to completely repair it. It is just that I'm ashamed to say that we farmers are not very good at repairing this kind of cement road. We are dragging Regiment Commander Gong and the others down. When Li Zixuan first divided the construction corps, he set up 5 regimental commanders. They were Hu Hanyun, Master Lu, Chao Xiaofu, Gong Minyong, and Ai Taifeng. Later, in order to repair the cement road and the academy's project was almost completed, Li Zixuan disbanded 2 construction regiments, with a total of nearly 5,000 people. One was the 2nd Regiment of 2nd Master Lu, and the other was the 4th Regiment of Gong Minyong. Master Lu's prestige in this area was still very high. Later, the farmers who came to help repair the road were also under his command. In this way, Master Lu's 2nd Regiment now had more than 3,000 people in name. However, these farmers who came to help had not experienced the big project of Yanhuang College. Naturally, they lacked experience. As a result, although Master Lu's 2nd Regiment had more people, the overall progress was not much different from Master Lu's 4th Regiment. Li Zixuan smiled and said, It's okay, there is no rush. Don't let the villagers be too tired. By the way, Master Lu, I asked my father-in-law to inform everyone to go into the mountains to pick herbs. Do you all know? It was out of good intentions that the farmers were willing to help with the road repairs. At first, Li Zixuan wanted to pay the workers who came to help, but the farmers refused to accept it no matter what. It was only after he changed the wages to a bucket of rice that the farmers reluctantly accepted. The price of a bucket of rice was much lower than the wages of the construction site. Facing such a group of kind-hearted farmers, what else could he complain about? Master Lu heard Li Zixuan's question and grinned. Marquis, we all know. In the afternoon, it is said that each village will organize some young men to be guards. Even if they encounter wild beasts, they will not be afraid. Then, each family will send one person to go into the mountains to pick herbs. It is a pity that I am not free now. Otherwise, I would also go into the mountains to hunt wild beasts and let the kids in the village see Master Lu's archery skills. Li Zixuan could not help but laugh and said, Ha ha, other people's treasured swords are not old, but Master Lu's divine arrows are not old. Ha ha. Master Lu said proudly, Of course. Back then, the villagers were hungry and wanted to go to the west of Yinshan to hunt. Master Lu, went as well. I met a big tiger with white forehead. Master Lu began to explain the heroic deeds of the past to the two of them. Li Zixuan was also happy to rest at the side. Yi Fashion, on the other hand, was frowning deeper as he listened. Half an hour later, they bid farewell to Master Lu and continued to walk on the wide and flat cement path towards Yinshan. Yi Fashion suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Cousin, if the farmers go into the mountains to pick herbs, then just pick herbs. Why do they have to fight wild beasts in the mountains? Everything in the world has spirituality. Wild beasts are also living creatures. That mountain forest originally belonged to them. Let's not talk about the farmers taking over the magpie's nest. Why do they have to search and exterminate them? Cousin, as a Taoist, not only did you not stop them, but you even secretly encouraged them?" When it came to killing, many people would think of benevolence like sweeping the floor for fear of harming the lives of ants and covering the lamp with gauze to protect the moths. However, some Taoist priests did eat meat. The Taoist doctrine did not support killing, but did not forbid it either. Li Zixuan was inexplicably stunned. He did not expect Yi Fashion to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, he said in a deep voice, "Fashion, you are not wrong. Everything that is bloody has spirituality. That is to say, they have Taoism. There are early and late stages of enlightenment, and there are also differences in the speed of cultivation. Wild beasts are also living creatures. Logically speaking, they should not be killed easily. But sometimes, killing is to protect them. When a wild beast wants to attack a person, what should you do? Kill, or use your Taoism to influence it. The people are just mortals. They only care about food, clothing, and taking care of the old and young. Everything they do is for survival. Is there anything wrong with that?" Li Zixuan remembered that during the War of Resistance against Japan in his previous life, Taoists held guns in one hand and incense in the other. After killing the Japanese, they also worshipped the gods. Compared to those Taoist priests who only knew how to cultivate in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests and did not care about the suffering of the people, such Taoist priests were the ones he admired. Killing is to protect them? Yi Fashion muttered under his breath and fell in a deep thought. When the sun was about to reach the top of their heads, the two finally reached the top of the cloud mountain. When they stepped through the mountain gate and saw the tall and majestic Yanhuang College building, Yi Fashion was still greatly shocked, even though he had mentally prepared himself. That small face of his that liked to pretend to be mature was now filled with shock and astonishment. "How is it, Fashion? Cousin, this college is not bad, right?" Li Zixuan saw that Yi Fashion finally showed a rare look of shock and was somewhat proud of himself. Gulp. "Yes, it is not bad." Yi Fashion swallowed his saliva and said, "This was more than just not bad. It could be called a celestial palace." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Ha, let's go. I'll show you around the college." After that, he led Yi Fashion into the college. They visited the red building, the auditorium, the sports field, the cafeteria, the student dormitory, the laboratory building, and so on. Finally, the two returned to Guanghua Building and went to the courtyard where the telescope was placed. He did not expect to meet Li Chunfeng here. "Oh, Taoist Li is here too?" Li Zixuan walked up to him and said with a smile. "Marquis." Li Chunfeng was focused on fiddling with the telescope. When he heard the voice, he quickly turned around. When he saw that it was Li Zixuan, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Marquis, please don't blame me. I've discovered a few celestial bodies recently, so I've been using this telescope more frequently." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Isn't this thing made for humans to use? Use it as you please. Oh, the light is so strong now. Aren't you afraid that it'll hurt your eyes?" Li Chunfeng shook his head and said, "I can't use it now. I could use it when the sun was just rising." "Oh, is this little friend?" It was then that he noticed Yi Fashion behind Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan introduced him. "This is my cousin, Yi Fashion, from the Yi family of Nanyang. He has been cultivating for more than 8 years. Fashion, this is Taoist Li Chunfeng, currently working in the Taisha Bureau. He's an expert in Taoism and has a noble character." Yi Fashion walked up and saluted. "Greetings, Taoist Li." Li Chunfeng returned the salute and said in surprise, "The Yi family of Nanyang? Are you the Yi family of Sanzhou? Who is Yi Jing to you?" Yi Fashion answered, Yes, the Yi family of Sanzhou. The person you're talking about is my granduncle. Li Chunfeng mumbled. Granduncle? You're the descendant of Elder Yi. What a coincidence. Chapter 950. The Yi clan of Nanyang had a long history. They were the descendants of Yi Wang, the founder of the Yi clan of Jiangnan. Yi Wang was originally from Yi County of Nanyang Commandery, now part of Hunan. He was once the governor of Yinmen and became the Guanglu minister at the end of the Han dynasty. In the second year of Jianan, he came from Qingzhou to Jiangnan and lived in Danyang Zhurong, now Zhurong, Jiangsu. He was the founder of the Yi clan. Yi Ju was the governor of Qiantang, now Hangzhou, Zhejiang. He loved the people like his own children and was known as Father Yi. Yi Ju settled down in Qiantang under the persuasion of the people and became a prominent family there. After Yi Ju passed away, he was buried on the right side of Mao Mountain in Songyang of Kuo Prefecture. He was known as the founder of the Yi clan of Kuo Prefecture or Mao Mountain. Yi Ju had 4 sons. The second son, Yi Jianshi, was promoted to General Zhichong and stayed in Songyang. Yi Jian's descendants lived on the right side of Mao Mountain. Because of the long history of the temple, they were known as the Yi clan of Mao Mountain. Yi Fashion was Yi Ju's 19th descendant. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that Yi Fashion was from the Yi clan of Kuo Prefecture. Taoist master, you know my granduncle? Yi Fashion heard Li Chuanfeng's mumbling and was confused. His granduncle Yi Jingning was in his 70s. Li Chunfeng looked like he was in his 20s or 30s at most. Logically speaking, he should not have any connection with his granduncle. When your granduncle was still the chancellor of the Imperial College, I had a relationship with him. However, your granduncle might not remember it clearly. Li Chunfeng smiled, but did not want to go into details. Yi Fashion did not want to force him. The 2 Taoists who had left a deep mark in the history of the Tang dynasty talked for another hour. Seeing that it was almost noon, Li Zishuan invited the 2 to Yanhuang College's cafeteria. Li Chunfeng could not help but sigh at the grandeur of Yanhuang College when he saw the clean and luxurious cafeteria. Yi Fashion was not surprised because this kid had just visited the cafeteria. The students were still in school, and there were no students who dared to skip classes to eat in advance. So the cafeteria was not crowded. Only a few teachers who did not have classes in the morning. When they saw Li Zishuan, they hurriedly greeted him. Li Zishuan greeted them with a smile and did not say much. The 3 of them ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine. They found a seat by the window and began to drink. Daoistly, my cousin plans to travel the world to seek Tao next year. You are his elder in this regard. You should teach him well. Li Zishuan took a sip of wine and a bite of soaring success. Then, he looked at Li Chunfeng and started talking about serious matters. He had only known Yi Fashion for a little more than a day. Logically speaking, they weren't close enough to worry about him, but he couldn't help but worry. Perhaps he, who had transmigrated from the modern world, knew that Yi Fashion was destined to be extraordinary, so he couldn't help but worry. Haha, Marquis, you are worried that your younger brother will be in danger when he goes out, right? Li Chunfeng took a sip of wine and looked at Li Zishuan as if he could see through the world. He smiled and said, Actually, Marquis, you don't have to worry. When I was 9 years old, I left home to travel the world. I went to the Calm Cloud Temple in Nantou Mountain to learn Tao. I didn't meet any bad people along the way. Moreover, your younger brother's forehead is high, his eyebrows are raised, and his forehead is full. These are the signs of wealth and wealth. He won't encounter any accidents in a short period of time. Li Zishuan realized that this Taoist priest in front of him was even more powerful. He started to travel the world when he was 9 years old. He couldn't help but think to himself, are all the people in the ancient times so powerful? Thank you for your kind words. Li Zishuan felt a little relieved. At the same time, he felt a little enlightened. If Li Chunfeng could see Yi Fashion's face, how could Yi Guozhong not see it? No wonder that old man was not worried at all. Everything was probably under his control. Haha, I should be the one thanking Marquis. I'm afraid that my son has caused trouble for Marquis in Yanhuang College. Li Chunfeng said politely. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, You must be joking. Your son has always been one of the top students in the college. How could he cause any trouble? The college would like to thank you for your good upbringing. Cultivators were also humans. Even though Li Chuanfeng's heart was as calm as still water, he couldn't help but smile when someone praised his son. He raised his wine glass and said with a smile, "Haha, it's boring to keep thanking me. Let me toast to Marquis to thank you for your hospitality today." Li Zishuan nodded and drank his glass with a smile. Suddenly, Li Chunfeng said, "Marquis, I found a celestial body that is very close to us. Although it's a little farther than the moon, it's much closer than the stars in the night sky. But what I find strange is that this celestial body can only be observed in the morning. It's impossible to find it at night, and there's a circle of light around this celestial body. It's very beautiful. I've looked through all the astrological maps left behind by our ancestors, but I couldn't find any record of this celestial body. It's really strange. Astrological maps were not the patent of modern people. The ancient people of China had been observing the heavens for a long time. They had made many achievements that modern China was proud of. They invented astronomical tools such as the celestial sphere, and many others. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, people combined astrology and numerology, and the astrological theory was born. It was based on the idea of heaven and man as one, and used the changes of the stars to predict the good and bad luck of people. By observing the changes of the stars in the sky, people could predict the good and bad luck of people. The 3 enclosures and 4 signs, the 28 mansions, the 7 political systems, and the 4 miscellaneous elements were the basis of the astrological theory. After Li Chunfeng finished speaking, Yi Fashion's eyes widened. He never thought that the cylinder with a support frame in the courtyard of Guanghua Building was actually used to observe the stars. Furthermore, from what Li Chunfeng said, it was to observe the stars during the day. Why did it sound so mysterious? Li Zishuan was secretly shocked. Based on Li Chuanfeng's description, it was very likely that he had found Saturn by accident. Saturn could be regarded as one of the more peculiar planets in the solar system. Through a telescope, its appearance was like a straw hat. The existence of the halo made Saturn the most beautiful planet among the stars, causing the viewers to exclaim in admiration. At first, people thought that Saturn was the only planet in the solar system with rings. However, from the late 1970s to the late 1980s, the discovery of the rings of Uranus, Jupiter, and Neptune changed this view. The telescope made by Mo Lingwei did not have a large aperture magnification, so the imaging effect was not good. Therefore, it ruled out the possibility that the celestial bodies Li Chunfeng saw were Uranus, Neptune, and Jupiter. Compared to these celestial bodies, Saturn's rings were more obvious and easier to find. If one was lucky, they could see Saturn's rings with their naked eyes, even without the help of a telescope. Congratulations, Taoist priest. You have found a new planet. In time, you might be able to perfect the existing astrological map. By then, your name will be recorded in history. Li Zishuan clasped his hands together and smiled. He did not tell Li Chunfeng about the 9 planets in the solar system. Oh, it should be the 8 planets. Some things were too easy to get, and people would not cherish them. Sometimes it felt good to be a quiet prophet and let people discover things that they already knew. Li Chunfeng quickly waved his hand and said, "This is not my credit. If it wasn't for the help of Yanhuang College's telescope, I wouldn't have found this. Besides, there is still one thing I don't understand. Why can't I see this planet at night? And why is there a ring around it?" At this time, Li Chunfeng was talking about his new discovery. He forgot about the rule of not talking when eating and sleeping. Although Li Zishuan had never shown any talent in astronomy, Li Chuanfeng's intuition told him that Li Zishuan must know something. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Taoist priest, you can think about it. Why can't you see the moon during the day, but only at night? The principle of the celestial body that can only be seen during the day might be similar to the moon. The angular distance between Saturn and the Sun was smaller than that of Mercury. Saturn basically rose and set with the Sun. Therefore, when the Sun rose in the morning, as long as the weather was clear and the air visibility was high enough, Saturn's rings could be clearly seen with ordinary telescopes. This was how Galileo discovered Saturn in the past with his self-made telescope. As for the ring around the planet, as long as you understand why the moon shines, you will know what the ring is. Saturn's ring was formed by the debris of comets and asteroids colliding with the larger moon Saturn. The ring could contain a lot of water. It was made of ice and snowballs with diameters ranging from a few centimeters to a few meters. Under the sunlight, these substances formed the light belt that people saw through the reflection of the sun. Li Chunfeng fell in a deep thought. After a while, he cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, you're really knowledgeable. I've learned a lot. You're too kind. When the telescope is improved in the future, I believe that you will be able to find more planets. We will celebrate for you then." Mo Lingwei and Yin Xiaoning were rushing to produce a batch of military telescopes for the military. Therefore, the improvement of the astronomical telescope was temporarily put on hold. However, Li Zishuan believed that as the telescope technology in the workshop became more mature, the telescopes produced would be more advanced. By then, Li Chunfeng might be able to find all the planets in the solar system with the help of the telescope. In that case, Li Chunfeng might bring up the heliocentric theory. However, he did not know if he would be seen as an outlier. After all, when the theory was first brought up in the West, many people suffered because of it. Yi Fashion was stunned as he listened to their conversation. In the past, he was proud of his knowledge. Of course, he had heard a lot about Li Zishuan. He thought that his cousin was quite capable since he was able to reach such a high position with his own efforts. However, he did not expect him to be so knowledgeable. There were many things that he had never heard of, but Li Zishuan was able to talk with his cousin. This was the difference between them. At this moment, Yi Fashion was even more determined to go out and seek Taoism. If he did not step out of the house, he would be a frog at the bottom of the well for the rest of his life. The lunch lasted for almost an hour. When the students were about to leave school, the three of them finally left. After lunch, Li Zishuan went back to the Yunshan residence to rest for a while Yi Fashion meditated in the backyard. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan prepared to return to Chang, and with Yi Fashion, who had gone out to collect wind and had a bountiful harvest. Originally, he wanted to bring his cousin to the west of Yunshan to see if the farmers would encounter any beasts when they were gathering herbs. However, Yi Fashion could not bear to see the beasts killed, so he gave up on the idea. When they came to Chang, and Li Zishuan did not want to continue walking. He felt that it was a waste of time, so he borrowed 2 horses from the guards of the academy. Each of them rode 1 horse and rushed back to Chang. All the horses of Li Zishuan's guards were equipped with horseshoes. When they walked on the hard and flat cement road, the sound of the horses' hooves hitting the ground was particularly clear. Not only did people like to walk on the cement road, horses also liked to walk on it. Once they were on the cement road, they could clearly feel that the horses were running faster. At this speed, it didn't take long for them to reach the end of the cement road. After another quarter of an hour, they finally left the small path and walked onto the main road. Who would have thought that they would be greeted by a large group of soldiers? It was a grandiose group of about a few thousand people. Whoa! When Li Zishuan saw the leader of the group, he hurriedly stopped his warhorse and jumped off to greet him. "Your Highness, are you leading the soldiers to the south?" Li Zishuan asked. Yes, the person was Li Xiaogong. There were dozens of officials behind him. When Li Xiaogong saw that the person who had come was Li Zishuan, he had the army move forward slowly first. He would catch up with the officials in a while. Then he replied to Li Zishuan, "That's right. Now that the prototype of the Department of Shipping has been completed and the officials of the key departments are in place, His Majesty is in a hurry, so this prince can only bring them to Guangdong in such a hurry." It was obvious that Li Xiaogong did not want to go to the south at this time. After all, it would be the new year in a month. If Li Xiaogong went to Guangdong now, it was very likely that he would have to spend the new year there. "Your Highness, please be careful." Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said, "Oh, this little guy is?" Li Xiaogong saw Yi Fashion and asked curiously. Li Zishuan introduced, "Your Highness, this is my cousin, Yi Fashion. He is from a Yi family in Nanyang. He just arrived in Chang'an yesterday." "Cousin?" Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment and said, "Oh, your mother's family is willing to come and find your mother?" Haha, I know a little about your mother's matter. I didn't expect the Yi family to give in the end, haha. Li Zishuan was speechless. Hearing Li Xiaogong's words, he already knew about the Li and Yi families. However, this guy was really tight-lipped. He had never mentioned it before. He was really cunning. Haha. By the way, Xiaoxian, take a closer look at my team. Is there anyone you know? Li Xiaogong suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously to Li Zishuan. Chapter 9:51. On the official road outside Chong and City. Li Zishuan's mysterious words had piqued Li Zishuan's curiosity. He had been so focused on talking that he hadn't noticed the lineup Li Xiaogong had brought with him to the south. He calmly glanced behind Li Xiaogong. Although Li Zishuan didn't know the names of these officials, he had seen them all in court before. There were officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Appointments. When he saw the gloomy-faced official at the back of the line, Li Zishuan almost laughed out loud. Who else could it be other than Chui Shanfu? Speaking of which, Li Zishuan hadn't even had the time to take revenge on the old fellow when Chui Shanfu had urged the diplomatic corps to go to Yanhuan College to watch the military training exercise. He hadn't expected Li Xiaogong to be so supportive, silently bringing this old fellow to Lingnan. Let's see how this old fellow can jump around once he's there. Yo, isn't this Minister Chui? You've been promoted. Congratulations. When dealing with villains, one had to beat them while they were down. Li Zishuan wasn't willing to give up such an opportunity. He walked over to Chui Shanfu and cupped his hand with a smile. The officials turned to look in Li Zishuan's direction and saw Chui Shanfu's old face as black as the bottom of a pot. The Marquis of Yong, and is taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. I'm afraid you've lost your status as a marquis. At this point, Chui Shanfu felt that there was no need to pretend to be nice, so he snorted coldly at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was surprised and said, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune? Why would Minister Chui say that? This marquis was clearly congratulating you on your promotion and wealth. All my colleagues here can testify for me. How can you slander me? Assistant Minister Wang, please be the judge. Was this marquis taking pleasure in other people's misfortune? Li Zishuan pulled over an assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights and asked. That assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights had originally been doing well as an official in the capital. Inexplicably, he had been pulled in by Li Xiaogong. However, this fellow was also a smart person. He knew that on this trip to Lingnan, their fates were completely in Li Xiaogong's control. Furthermore, Li Xiaogong's relationship with Li Zishuan was probably known to everyone in Chang'an. How could he stand on the wrong side at this time? Chui Shanfu, Chui family, 5 surnames, and 7 hopes? No matter how big it was, could it be bigger than his own future? Assistant Minister Wang opened his mouth and pretended to be stunned. With an exaggerated expression, he said, Ayaya, Minister Chui, the Marquis of Yong, and is clearly congratulating you with good intentions. How can you not recognize his good intentions? As His Majesty's subjects, we have to share His Majesty's burdens. Although Lingnan is a barren land, if His Majesty wants us to go there, we have to serve His Majesty without hesitation. Being able to serve His Majesty is a blessing for us subjects. Therefore, we have indeed been promoted. Your attitude isn't right. My fellow colleagues, don't you think what I said is right? That's right. Going to Lingnan this time, we are serving His Majesty. It is indeed the same as being promoted. That's right, that's right. Minister Chui, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by gloating? We're going to Lingnan to serve His Majesty. Where's the talk of calamity? Assistant Minister Wang's words had just landed when the surrounding officials instantly began to denounce Chui Shanfu. This kind of matter was related to political standing. If they didn't know how to choose, then they had really lived for so many years in vain. Chui Shanfu's face instantly turned even darker. Shameless. Extremely shameless. A bunch of vile people who invert black and white. This old man disdains to be associated with you. Saying that, Chui Shanfu flung his sleeves and walked to the other side of the road. AI, Minister Chui, what you said is wrong. How are we shameless? That's right. That's right. Minister Chui, You are clearly flying into a rage out of humiliation. The officials weren't willing to be sinister, vile people and immediately began to stab Chui Shanfu. Every stab stabbed into his heart, making Chui Shanfu almost vomit blood. All right, everyone, get on your horses and catch up to the army. At this moment, Li Xiaogong roared. Everyone hurriedly acknowledged. Speaking of which, when it came to Lingnan, the sky was high and the emperor was far away. Li Xiaogong held a large number of troops in his hands and represented the imperial court. Even the local emperors like Feng Ong and Tan Dian in Lingnan had to be respectful to him. Therefore, these officials were truly obedient to Li Xiaogong because their lives were all in Li Xiaogong's hands. Although Chui Shanfu was unwilling, he didn't dare to say much. Presumably, he had resisted before, but later realized that resistance was futile. Now, he could only accept his fate. Little Xian, this prince will be leaving. Help me look after that stinking brat Huiran. If you need to beat him, beat him. Don't be courteous to this prince. Li Xiaogong urged his horse to go to Li Zishuan's side and smiled. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said, Your Highness, don't worry. I will keep an eye on Huiran. The mountain is high and the road is long. I wish Your Highness a smooth journey. Li Xiaogong laughed. I'll count on your auspicious words. But if there's an emergency at the Bureau of Shipping, you, as the right commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping, can't refuse. Li Zishuan hastily replied, I wouldn't dare. But then, he suddenly remembered something and whispered, Your Highness, the Bureau of Shipping deals with an enormous amount of money every day. You must prevent the people below from being corrupted and forming factions. After saying this, he meaningfully glanced at Chui Shanfu's back. Li Xiaogong's lips curled into a cold and profound smile. Don't worry about that. This king was worried that he wouldn't jump around. His Majesty has already made arrangements. Otherwise, how could one of the 9 ministers be moved by this king? Li Zishuan instantly understood. At this moment, he was completely at ease. Since Chui Shanfu had already been targeted by Lier, he wouldn't be able to cause any waves in the Great Tang. For the rest of his life, he could only obediently live out his days. The moment he made a move, he wouldn't even need to do anything. Lier would probably use this chance to eliminate him. The imperial treasury was now plentiful and had many soldiers and generals. Even the great clans weren't afraid. Moreover, Lier had the time bomb Li Zishuan at his side to intimidate them. The great clans didn't dare to act rashly because Li Zishuan was a true bomb. Feng Jidai had been able to see the clues in the overnight destruction of Snake Spirit Mountain. So how could those old foxes not see it? This was also why the Chui clan didn't dare to retaliate when the second young master of the Chui clan, Chui Yunhan, had been exiled to Xianxia because of Li Zishuan. This was because they were afraid that Li Zishuan would do the same thing to their clans as he had done to Snake Spirit Mountain. If that happened, who the hell would be able to bear it? Since Your Highness and His Majesty have already made arrangements, then this little nephew won't say anything more. Once again, I wish Your Highness a safe journey. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and cupped his fists. Until we meet again. Hiya. Li Xiaogong laughed out loud and spurred his horse to leave. Chapter 952. In the Sweet Dew Hall of the Imperial Palace. Xiaogong's group should have left the city by now, right? Lier softly asked from his throne. Your Majesty, His Highness has already left the city. Zhao Song bowed and replied. Lier's eyes narrowed as he muttered. Whether or not the Great Tang's treasury can withstand the war with the Turks will depend on whether Xiaogong's Bureau of Shipping can shoulder the burden. And also, the Chui clan, Chui Shanfu. Earlier, when Prime Minister Aluo Nazhan of the Jianri dynasty wanted to marry the Great Tang princess for King Jianri, Lier was naturally unwilling. Chang'e was his most beloved daughter. How could he marry her off to a barbarian? But as the sovereign of a country, he could not let his emotions affect his decisions. Even if he was just going through the motions, he still had to listen to the opinions of his officials. In the end, Li Zishuan's bravery and righteousness had satisfied him. But Chui Shanfu, supported the marriage of the great Tang princess and vigorously advocated for a peaceful marriage between the two countries. At that time, Li Er had wanted to kill Cui Shanfu, but he had never found a good opportunity. He had never imagined that Cui Shanfu's name would be on a list of officials selected to go to Lingnan that Li Xiaogong had brought a few days ago. Logically speaking, Cui Shanfu, as an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies and one of the 9 ministers, should not have been sent to Lingnan. But when Li Er saw the name Cui Shanfu on the list, many thoughts flashed through his mind. And so, the final list of the Bureau of Shipping shocked everyone. After all, Cui Shanfu was not only an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, but also the successor of the Cui clan of Qinghe. Did Li Er not take the great clans seriously by making such a decision? But on second thought, many people realized that Li Er really did have the confidence to not take the great clan seriously. In the past, the Great Tang did not lack good generals, nor did it lack elite soldiers, but it lacked money. If a war broke out, the Great Tang's supply of provisions might run into problems. But now, the imperial court's treasury was abundant. It did not lack soldiers, generals, or provisions. If the great clans dared to be impudent, they would have to consider whether or not they could withstand Li Er's thunderous strike. Would the great clans dare to be impudent? Of course not. Since Li Er had dared to make this decision, it meant that he had already made preparations for the counterattack of the great clans. If the great clans made any strange movements, they might just be playing right into Li Er's hands. After all, for Li Er, stabilizing the rear before dealing with the Turks was not a bad choice. Because of this, East Commandery Duke Cui Junchuo, who had not been to court for decades, came to Ganlu Hall with a walking stick to plead for Cui Shanfu. Of course, Li Er did not neglect, but he did not agree. In the end, he sent Cui Junchuo back with the reason that Cui Shanfu's trip to Lingnan is only temporary. Once the Department of Shipping is on the right track, he will be summoned back. Just like that, under Li Er's strong insistence, the matter of Cui Shanfu, following Li Xiaogong to the south, was completely settled. However, even Li Er did not understand why Li Xiaogong would write Cui Shanfu's name on the list. If one were to say that this old man was talented, there were many ministers in the imperial court who were more talented than him. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed that Li Xiaogong had deliberately written Cui Shanfu's name. But what enmity did Li Xiaogong have with Cui Shanfu? Li Er was not too sure about this. Recently, pay more attention to the Cui family. If there are any strange movements, immediately report to me. A cold light flashed in Li Er's eyes as he instructed in a deep voice. He was now really confident because the Ministry of Works research on gunpowder had made great progress. If the great clans chose to make a strange move at this time, he did not mind giving them another round of justice from the heavens. Marquis, I have found the information you wanted. At night, in the study of the Marquis's residence in Yongla Lane, Li Zishuan stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. Pang Feiji cupped his fist behind him. Oh, tell me about it. Recently, he had not paid attention to the situation in the imperial court. After meeting Cui Shanfu on the road today, he had the heart to ask Pang Feiji to find out more information. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and reported, Marquis, according to my investigation, Cui Shanfu was in the first batch of officials selected by the regional prince to go to Lingnan City. Many people in the imperial court were against it, but I did not expect His Majesty to agree in the end. After that, the Cui family's ancestor, the East County Duke, personally went to the palace to plead for leniency, but it did not seem to have any effect. That is why Cui Shanfu went south with the regional prince today. Oh, I see. Li Zishuan suddenly understood and then asked doubtfully, but why did the royal prince want Cui Shanfu to go to Lingnan? He doesn't seem to have any enmity with Cui Shanfu, right? Pang Feiji's expression was a little unnatural as he said, This, I asked young Master Huiran. He said that the regional prince did not like Cui Shanfu for a long time, so. Did not like him? Li Zishuan was stunned. This reason was so strong and so willful. Well, I just don't like you and want to do you. What's wrong with that? People from the royal family are really awesome. In fact, Li Xiaogong's dislike of Cui Shanfu mainly came from the time when the prime minister of the Jianri dynasty proposed marriage for King Jianri. When he saw Cui Shanfu shamelessly insist on marrying the Tang princess to a distant country, Li Xiaogong felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. He did not know why, but when he saw Cui Shanfu's face later, he felt that this old man wanted to marry his daughter to another country. Perhaps this is the fate of the heavens. In history, Li Xiaogong's daughter, Li Shuyan, was married to Tubo thousands of miles away because of a political marriage. Although she left behind the beautiful story of Princess Wensheng came to Tubo, who knows the pain of the separation of father and daughter and the inability to see each other again. Marquis, I inadvertently found out a piece of news about young Master Huiran. Pang Feiji glanced at Li Zixuan cautiously and said in a low voice, "Oh, what news? Tell me." Li Zixuan's interest was piqued, and he quickly asked. Pang Feiji said, "According to the news I found out, young Master Huiran was very famous in the Nanyang area since he was young. He was even called the Fairy Child." Seeing that Li Zixuan was very interested, Pang Feiji continued, "It is said that young Master Huiran's mother had a dream during the day. She dreamed that a meteor entered her mouth and swallowed it. When she woke up, she was pregnant and gave birth to young Master Huiran 15 months later. This has become a legend in the area. When young Master Huiran was 7 years old, he accidentally drowned in the river and disappeared inexplicably. His uncle only found young Master Huiran's clothes by the riverbank. 3 years later, young Master Huiran returned home. His uncle asked him where he had been all these years, but young Master Huiran said, 'The fairy child led me to drink the cloud juice, so I did not leave any ears.' Marquis, do you think this is amazing? Young Master Biao must have met a boy by the side of a deity." The more Li Zixuan listened, the deeper his frown became. In the end, he said with a straight face, "Don't talk about strange things. Just some hearsay, and you're scared to this extent. The monk is just a mortal. Don't talk nonsense. Get lost and go to sleep." Yes, yes, yes. I will take my leave." Chapter 953. Your Majesty, this is the first batch of military binoculars developed by the Academy. Would you like to try it? On the afternoon of the second day, Mo Lingwei and Yin Xiaoning were personally escorted by Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. They brought the binoculars to the home mansion and handed them to Li Zixuan. Since there was nothing to do in the afternoon, Li Zixuan brought the binoculars to the imperial palace. Li Er, who was in front of the dragon desk, was immediately energized. He quickly walked down and said, "So fast? Let me see." As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan handed the binoculars to Li Er. Li Er took it and said in surprise, "So small? Can you see it clearly? Brat, are you cutting corners for me again?" He had personally played with the telescope in the academy before, but the one in his hand was only a little bigger than his palm. Compared to the big one in the academy, it was completely dwarfed. Li Zixuan said helplessly, "Your Majesty, you have wronged me. This kind of military binoculars is specially designed to spy on the enemy during war. Of course, it has to be portable. If it's too big, how can it be brought to the battlefield? Don't be fooled by its small size. Its ability is not much different from the Academy's telescope." "Is it?" Lier did not believe it. He looked at the binoculars in his hand and said, "Follow me upstairs to take a look." After that, he took the lead and walked outside. Taiji Palace was the main palace of the Tang Empire, so it was also called the Inner Palace. It was usually the place where officials gathered. Of course, it was also Lier's office. Taiji Palace occupied a large area, including Taiji Palace, Yin and Yang Palace, and Ganlu Palace. Taiji Palace was not a group of palaces on the first floor. It had a second floor. Li Zixuan and Zhao Song followed behind Lier and came to the corridor on the second floor of the Taiji Palace. At this time, the sun had already set halfway down the mountain. Standing at their position, they could see the gorgeous red clouds on the horizon. The sky was dyed a deep red by the sunset glow, like a magnificent Red Sea. It was very spectacular. It was really Such a scene should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one see it in the human world? Lier narrowed his eyes and looked at the magnificent sunset for a while. Then, he picked up the binoculars and held the binoculars in front of his eyes. In order to protect the lens, Mo Lingwei added rubber to the edge of the lens. Compared to the hard and cold iron frame, the soft rubber was undoubtedly more comfortable for the eyes. Lier raised the lens and looked at the front. Suddenly, a head wearing armor appeared in his field of vision. He could even see the hair on the person's face clearly. Although Lier had killed many people in his life, he couldn't help but be startled by the sudden appearance of a head. Li Zixuan could clearly see Lier's wrist tremble slightly before returning to normal. Your Majesty, how is it? The effect of this military binoculars isn't bad, right? Li Zixuan laughed secretly, but asked softly, It's okay. After adapting to the ultra-long vision provided by the binoculars, Lier was now using the binoculars to look for other sceneries. How could he have a time to comment on Li Zixuan? Therefore, he only gave a short reply and went back to playing. In fact, the effect of the binoculars was not only okay, it was simply too good. When Lier was playing with the astronomical binoculars, he could see the moon and stars hundreds of thousands of miles away. Those stars were originally far away, so he didn't have much of an intuitive feeling about the magnification effect of the binoculars. But now it was different. Standing here, he could even see the appearance and clothing of the people on Vermilion Bird Avenue outside the Imperial City. It was exactly the same as the scene he couldn't see when he stood next to those people. This kind of intuitive visual impact shocked Lier. For a moment, he was addicted to playing with it. Ahem, Your Majesty, it's getting cold, you. After a full quarter of an hour, Li Zixuan estimated that Lier should have seen everything that could be seen from this angle. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew from the west. Zhao Song could not help but let out 2 dry coughs. Lier reluctantly put down the binoculars and said, Let's go back to the Ganlu Palace. After a while, the 3 of them returned to the Ganlu Palace. Lier looked at Li Zixuan with a face full of smiles and said, I'm very satisfied with this binoculars. Just based on this, my full support for you to establish Yanhuang College was not in vain. This binoculars was produced by the Qiziu Pavilion Workshop, right? Li Zixuan replied, Your Majesty, this binoculars was made by Yan Xiaoning and Mr. Mo's beloved daughter, Mo Lingwei. The workshop can now mass-produce them based on the technology they provided. Mo Lingwei? Lier muttered once, then suddenly seemed to remember who Mo Lingwei was. He smiled and said, the idea of this binoculars was originally thought of by you, right? You still want to use them to fool me? Li Zixuan said helplessly, Your Majesty, this was indeed the idea that I provided. However, the work after that was completed by Xiaoning and Ink Girl. The fact that this binoculars could be produced so quickly is due to the 2 of them. Lier smiled and did not waste his breath on this issue. He paced 2 steps with his hands behind his back and said, Your workshop will produce another batch of binoculars like this. Medicine Master and Xianxia have mentioned this to me more than once. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. However, how much does Your Majesty want? After all, the production of this thing is extremely complicated and the materials are also extremely expensive. Lier said with a toothache, You brat, don't try to fool me. How would I not know that the most important part of this binoculars is the 4 pieces of color glass? As for the color glass in your workshop, it is all made from sand. Li Zixuan never expected Old Li to know so much. He quickly coughed dryly and said, Your Majesty, don't think that the materials are cheap. However, the process is complicated. To turn a bag of sand into colored glass, it requires dozens of processes. To grind the colored glass into the lenses of the binoculars, the workshop's old craftsmen would have to grind it for several days. Furthermore, it might not even succeed. This is the cost. Shut up. Then tell me, how much are you planning to sell this binoculars to me for? Lier said with a black face. Li Zixuan stretched out 5 fingers and carefully said, Your Majesty, I'll give you a friendly price. 500 strings of coins for one. How about that? 500 strings of coins. Li Er stared and sneered. 500 strings of coins, you brat. Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? At most 150 strings of coins. Get the workshop to make 50 for the imperial court as soon as possible. Don't try to bargain with me. This is my bottom line. Li Zexuan said with a pained expression. Your Majesty, you are cutting my flesh. Sigh, fine. 150 strings of coins it is. Just treat it as my contribution to the great Tang Empire. Chapter 9:54. After finishing the deal for the binoculars, Li Er sat back on the throne in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this deal, and so was Li Zexuan. The price of 500 strings of cash that he quoted to Li Er was just a bluff. He had already expected Li Er to bargain with him. Although the final price of 150 strings of cash was not high, it was not low either. The workshop could make a small profit from this deal. At this moment, Li Er narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Zexuan. He said, "This binoculars is a national treasure. The technology used to make them must not be leaked. In order to prevent people from sneaking into the workshop, I will send a team of Imperial guards to guard the workshop. Do you have any objections?" Li Er had fought in wars all his life. He understood the importance of binoculars in battle. Because of this, he knew better than anyone else that if the enemy had binoculars, it would be a great misfortune for the Tang army. That was why he was so concerned about the safety of the workshop. Li Zexuan thought for a while and gritted his teeth. He said, "I don't mind if your Majesty sends Imperial guards to guard the workshop, but your Majesty's men are not allowed to interfere with the daily operations of the workshop. Otherwise, I would rather close the workshop." Li Er narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a dangerous light. The hall immediately fell into silence. Zhao Song could not help but reveal an anxious expression as he silently blamed Li Zexuan for daring to say anything. After a moment of silence, Li Er suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Li Zexuan and said angrily, "Bastard, do you think that I will swallow your workshop? Ridiculous. I have the wealth of the world. Do you think that I lack your workshop?" In fact, he knew better than anyone what was most valuable about the workshop. It was Li Zexuan's endless and amazing ideas. Without Li Zexuan, the workshop was worthless. That was why he had never thought of swallowing the workshop and taking it for himself. "I have misspoken. I hope that your Majesty can forgive me." When Li Zexuan heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately cupped his hands in surrender. Although his words, just now, were suspicious of gauging the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick and might have even infuriated Li Er, he had no regrets. There were some things that had to be made clear from the start. He did not want his workshop to be a tool for the imperial court to make money. His workshop was to represent the most advanced productivity of the Great Tang. You brat, you're getting bolder and bolder. I will remember this and settle it with you in the future. Li Er snorted coldly, venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. Then he suddenly changed the topic and said, "You know about Chui Shanfu, right?" Li Zexuan was suddenly confused. He didn't understand why Li Er would suddenly mention this. "Your Majesty, I happened to meet Chui Siqing outside the city yesterday. I didn't expect that Chui Siqing would follow Commander Prince Hajin to the south to serve the country after not seeing him for a month. I admire you very much." Li Zexuan thought for a moment, then pretended to be confused and said in a strange tone. Li Er widened his eyes and had the urge to curse. He secretly thought that this brat's mouth was getting more and more despicable. If Chui Shanfu heard this, he would probably be angered to death. However, he didn't know that Chui Shanfu was almost angered to death by Li Zexuan outside the city. According to my investigation, the reason why the Nanyang envoys suddenly wanted to visit Yanhuang College last time was because of Chui Shanfu's instigation. He probably wanted to embarrass you in public. This person actually disregarded the imperial court's reputation because of personal grudges. He really deserves to be killed. If it weren't for the old commandery Prince Chui's face, I would definitely kill this person. What do you think? What do I think? Stand and watch, Li Zexuan mischievously said in his heart. In fact, when he heard Li Er say this, he was quite shocked. He didn't expect Li Er to know about this matter. After thinking about it, he cupped his hands and replied with a serious face. Your Majesty, I think that the country is the country. Only when there is a country can there be a home. The country is first and the home is second. At any time, the country's interests are above everything else. Although I don't know how I offended Chui Siqing, Chui Siqing shouldn't have disregarded the Tang Empire's reputation to seek revenge on me. His intentions are truly deserving of death. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan with a faint smile and nodded. Yes, so I sent him to Lingnan. I hope that he can properly reflect on himself. Your Majesty is wise. The ruler and the official chatted for a while more before Li Zishuan took his leave. Outside the palace, pedestrians hurried to and fro on Vermilion Bird Avenue. It seemed that they all wanted to rush home before the curfew. Li Zishuan rode on his horse and happened to meet an old acquaintance. Yo, Dr. Qin, you just came out from the Imperial Physician Bureau and are preparing to go home? That's right. It was the doctor from the Imperial Physician Bureau, Dr. Qin, who had attacked Snake Spirit Mountain with Li Zishuan and tested the poison with his own body. Hey, so it's Marquis. I've seen Marquis before. Marquis, how have you been recently? This old man has just been dismissed from the Imperial Physician Bureau and is about to go home. Dr. Qin hurriedly greeted with a smile. Li Zishuan dismounted and stood beside Dr. Qin. The two walked side by side. Li Zishuan said as he walked, Haha, Dr. Qin, we are people who have been on the battlefield together. There's no need for you to be so polite. I wouldn't dare. Dr. Qin shook his head and laughed. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Oh right, Dr. Qin, this Marquis intends to establish a medical school. In the next few years, I will establish public medical centers in all the states of the Tang Empire. The Academy's medical school will cultivate medical talents for these medical centers. Dr. Qin's medical skills are superb, and your medical ethics are noble. I wonder if you can recommend some similar talents to this Marquis to fill up the Academy's medical faculty. Well, this was a rather old-fashioned way of recruiting people. He just had to wait for the willing to take the bait. Public medical centers? Marquis is indeed bold. I admire you, but I've been in the Imperial Physician Bureau for most of my life. I'm afraid that those friends of mine are no longer practicing medicine, right? Dr. Qin praised and then said regretfully. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Since there's no one else to recommend, Dr. Qin, why don't you come to Yanhuang College yourself? Don't you want to pass down your lifelong medical skills? Now, that priest's son has a disciple. Dr. Qin said in surprise, Is priest's son also in Yanhuang College now? Li Zishuan smiled and said yes. And not only that, when the medical students officially enroll, priest's son will occasionally substitute for them. At this time, Sun Simiao was the idol of many medical students. Dr. Qin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, Good. Since priest's son has already entered Yanhuang College, what's there for me to hesitate? Just as well, I'm getting old, and I'm planning to resign from the Ministry of Personnel in a few days. When the time comes, don't look down on my old bones. Li Zishuan smiled and said, why would I? The Academy's doors will always be open to Dr. Qin.